Please welcome Director of the Aspen Strategy Group, Anya Manuel.
Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the Aspen Security Forum. Yesterday was just a fantastic day. We covered the world. We began, of course, with the Prime Minister of Singapore, cautioning both us and China to be pragmatic and careful in our approach to each other. We had Gary Gensler of the SEC make a major statement on cryptocurrencies, which are becoming a national security issue. We heard from the Foreign Minister of Saudi Arabia on a very intelligent group of people on Afghanistan and what is happening in that country, including Zal Khalilzad, who of course is leading the US efforts there. And we had a substantial discussion on trade and brought it back to Asia at the end of the day when we heard from the head of the Democratic Party of Korea. We have another great lineup for you today. And before I introduce that, I just wanted to take a minute to thank all of our sponsors who are helping us put this on: American Airlines, Microsoft, McKinsey & Company, and of course, the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth. Again, for many years now in a row, we are partnering with NBC Universal News Group to produce the forum, and we're very grateful for their partnership. Today, we again begin with Asia because that's how the timing works, and we're very lucky that President Jin Li-shun of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank has agreed to speak to us. I will introduce him in a minute. We will then cover the world. We're moving from cryptocurrencies to cybersecurity with a Deputy NSA Ann Neuberger, to the space race. We will then head to Europe and hear from Alok Sharma, who's the head of the climate panel, COP26, to hear about what that meeting should develop, how that will develop in October. We will hear from Nicola Sturgeon of Scotland and from the president of the Eurogroup. And then we bring it back to Asia and to the Pacific at the end of the day with our 2 US senators from Alaska and the Indo-Pacific commander, Aquilino. So please stay with us all day. I know all of our audience members are very interested in the world, and we have a lot to cover, a lot of issues that are front and center in the foreign policy world right now. Let me start now by introducing President Jin of the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. President Jin, we're very grateful that you're here to speak to us. You are one of the primary people responsible for India's Belt and Road Initiative, China's external economic policy. And of course, total funding, as we read about it in the US, has been in the order of $50 to $100 billion a year. About 2/3 of that financing goes to power and transport, with real benefits to the local countries who are on the receiving end of those loans. Of course, as you know, President Jin, many in the US and Europe are watching this policy with some trepidation, not necessarily the AIIB investments, but other Chinese Belt and Road investments. And there are a lot of arguments in the US about whether this is a debt trap for poor countries, whether environmental and labor standards are not high. I know the AIIB tries to conduct itself with the highest possible standards. It's also, frankly, a potential area of cooperation between the US and China, and we're desperately looking for those between our 2 great countries. I have heard anecdotally, and I'm sure you'll discuss it with David Barboza, that China for the first time isn't going to be financing coal-fired power plants, and that you're planning some big economic investments in Afghanistan, where of course the United States is pulling back a little bit. President Jin Li-shun needs very little introduction. Before he led the AIIB, he served as the chair of China International Capital Corporation, and also was the chair of the supervisory board of the China Investment Corporation and the ranking vice president of the Asia Development Bank. So a long, long distinguished career in the government, also in the private sector. And as David and President Jin and I were discussing before, a graduate of Boston University, just like David. David, of course, is the co-founder and staff writer of The Wire, and formerly foreign correspondent at the New York Times, where he was awarded the Pulitzer Prize for international reporting. And of course, David was also the New York Times Shanghai Bureau Chief. So David, with that, I will let you take it away. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for having me here. President Jin Li-Trin, wonderful to meet you. Ni hao. I would like to open up with a question, sort of a broad question about the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank. It's a relatively young multilateral institution, emerging though at a time when there are growing doubts about globalization and multilateralism. Can you tell us how the bank is forging ahead in trying to address the issues of building and development in Asia at a time when people are growing a little concerned or even a little skeptical about the value and benefits of globalization or multilateralism?
Thank you, David. It's great, my great pleasure and honor to be invited to attend this Aspen conference, and I think it's very much important for us to communicate with the broad audience in the United States and elsewhere. The Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank was up and running in January 16th, 2016, after roughly 2 years of preparation. We started with 57 founding members from almost all of the countries in this world, from all of the continents. And now we have 103 members with 87 full members, which means they have ratified the Articles of Agreement and paid their first installments. Now, the question first is, why should we set up a new bank, multilateral development bank, when we already had the World Bank, ADB, EBRD, and all these regional development banks? Secondly, given the validity of such a new institution, what are the new features of such kind of institution to justify its existence, its raison d'etre? And the third question is this bank going to undercut the World Bank and other regional banks? Is this going to be an institution which would have head-on collision with existing institutions? And the last question, does China have an axe to grind in creating such kind of institution? I think all these are legitimate concerns until all these issues were fully clarified. First of all, as you know, the World Bank and all the other regional development banks have done wonderful things over the last 7 decades, half a century, but we are in the 21st century. And there is such a need for a new development bank which can fill in the gap left by some of these institutions, which is investing in infrastructure. It does not mean that World Bank and ADB do not invest in infrastructure. They do a lot of things, but with limited resources. And when they invest in poverty reduction, social, and all these kind of things, we need a new bank which can pick up the slack. The second issue is how we could build this bank by a very high standards, so that AIIB would cooperate with the World Bank and other institutions based on the same standards, safeguard standards. And the issue whether China has some political motivation, I think it makes no sense to argue or debate on this. It's just to watch the way China, as the biggest shareholder, plays its role in this institution. So 5 years and a half, we've seen we being recognized as a multilateral development institution, and we work wonderfully well with the World Bank, ADB, EBRD, and all this development shareholders and stakeholders. So I think now we basically answer the question why there should be a new bank and whether this bank would be cooperating with the existing institutions rather than undercutting them.
Right. Can I ask you again, though, about the idea of multilateralism and globalization now? That has been a tremendous trend over the last few decades. Now, in the last few years, there have been some questions. Is globalization good? Is having a multilateral system, does that really work to the benefits? Do you have any answer to that, those skeptics or doubts?
I think we are grappling with these issues almost every day. I do believe multilateralism is the key to the solution a lot of issues. Multilateralism is the answer, is the solution, not a question, not a problem. But why have there been such kind of skepticism and doubts and questions about globalization, multilateralism? I think this is partly because of the fact that the changed balance of the economic power between developing and developed countries of the last 4 decades has created some misconception that globalization has created problems for developed countries, which is certainly not true. And recently, you may have heard a lot of rhetorics about decoupling. Okay, decoupling advocated by some people in developed countries, from China, from other developing countries, which seems to be more competitive throughout the last decades or so. My view is we should understand globalized economy is win-win for all of the participants. Multilateralism is the answer to a lot of issues. This is the historical trend. Nobody can stop it. Okay, it works like a juggernaut. It's pushing forward by the law of economics. But on the other hand, there are quite some evidence indicating that probably some middle-class people in developed countries see their living standard stagnated. And they also see the living standard of many developing countries going up. So, because of this kind of a perception, people question the multilateral economy, globalized economy, multilateralism are really working in favor of the middle class in the United States or the developing countries. So it's easy on the prima facie evidence to find a captive audience in the middle class whose living standard has been stagnated. But on the other hand, you should understand the wealth of these developed countries, including the United States, has been increasing over the last decades. It's increasing in absolute terms. So if there's any problem, it's the deficiency in the policies, domestic policies. It's the lacking in the actions to address income redistribution. So globalization is not culprit. So people who are responsible for this should not deflect blame for its own policy failures. Maybe no government in this world could be free from mistakes. I think it's all right. But what is important is to make corrections, try to make up for these kind of deficiencies as much as possible. So my view is we need to look at the hard facts and evidence to see the living standard is improving in the developed countries in general. Give you some of the examples. China can now afford to import huge amount of manufactured goods at the high end from the United States, aircrafts, and a lot of other things. And it can also import huge amount of agricultural products, wine consumption in China is good news for Napa Valley, right? You cannot possibly imagine the Chinese common people could afford to drink wine from Napa Valley, could drink beef, could take beef, enjoy beef or dairy products, or many other kind of things from the United States. China could afford to consume this. Of course, it's due to their export to the United States. But on the other hand, you see the low-cost, inexpensive consumer goods have been able to sustain the very high living standard in the United States. So we should understand, because of the globalized economy, developing countries are improving their living standard. It's more conspicuous, probably, to see the changing of the life in these countries, far more than what's happening in the United States or the developed countries. But it's wrong to believe that this is zero-sum game. You are going up, we are going down. I don't think that's right.
Okay. You brought up the word I was a little reluctant to bring up, which is decoupling, which a lot of people have been talking about, the potential for decoupling. How does that affect, I mean, just the idea that there could be some decoupling, how does that affect your work at the bank in trying to, sort of build bridges if people are talking about decoupling or creating different zones of economic interests? How does that affect you?
As a multilateral development bank, our job is to bring the countries together, to help them work together in close collaboration to improve the economic and social development. And this is our mission. This is our mandate. This is our job. So we are not directly affected by the so-called decoupling. At least so far, it remains in rhetoric. So decoupling is so far more rhetoric than action. But still, I think we should be on the watch out for the risks of major economies sliding towards decoupling to a certain extent, or even a very serious extent, even if it's not clear-cut or complete decoupling. I think on the one hand, it's not easy really for the economies to say farewell to each other. On the other hand, there is a real risk of decoupling. But I would like to point it out. Man-made disasters did not happen because people who pushed it hard did not know the consequences of their irrational action. Rather, disasters happened because people did not foresee the magnitude of such disasters and even cynically make it happen until it was too late. So we need to be careful about that. On the one hand, I do believe by the law of economics, decoupling is not that easy. On the other hand, politics may play a role in this regard. So it's crucial, in my view, to forewarn a global catastrophe and bring the general public to fully appreciate the impact of decoupling on their livelihood. Now, there should be no market for those who are trumpeting decoupling for whatever their motivation. But public awareness of the catastrophe, in my view, is a huge retardant to the prairie fire of intractable decoupling once kick off. So I like to point out, on the one hand, decoupling is a real risk. On the other, it may not be that easy, but perception could be working one way or the other, right? Now, let's try to help people understand the consequences of the decoupling.
Sure. You say it's a threat, it's a danger. It probably is not a good thing if there was this decoupling, and it's possibly very difficult to carry out. Do you actually see that day to day with the infrastructure bank, that it's actually already happening in some regards, or does it affect what the bank does or deals that the bank makes, or in any way? Do you see it on the ground yet?
I think this bank, as you know, this bank's job is to promote infrastructure development in many of our members, developing members in Asia, in Central Asia, South Asia, in in North Africa, and we are also doing something in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. So far, our job is a little bit distant from the so-called decoupling. But if decoupling really materializes, that definitely would have huge implications for the countries we support. Because the developing countries would face a completely different global economic landscape. And they would find it very hard to handle the very tough situation. So I've been trying my very best to advocate global cooperation, regional cooperation, and our investment in infrastructure, connectivity should bring the countries together. Okay, now, what have we been doing to reinforce the idea of win-win through cooperation is to be inclusive, is going to be involving all of the countries, regardless of membership in this bank. Now, if decoupling materializes, can you imagine whether the American business companies, the financial institutions can work in China or other Asian countries? It will be certainly impossible. So we don't want to see this happen. Now, this bank as a global institution, multilateral development institution, has been pushing very hard for cooperation. And we have maintained very good relationship with the United States, regulatory bodies, the governmental institutions, and particularly in the private sector. Let me run down the catalog of our cooperation with the Americans. We have hired at least one US bank as lead manager in each benchmark bond we have issued so far. And I have traded with 5 US banks to arrange 17 bond private placements for a combined equivalent amount of $737 million US dollars. Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, Citi, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, MS. And we bank with one US entity, Bank New York Mellon, for our US dollar cash account to manage both investment loans and treasury operations, G10 currencies and investments in money market funds. And we have also signed ISDA, International Swaps and Derivatives Association, ISDA master agreement with associated entity to 3 US banks, Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, GSI, JP Morgan. And these supported 21 executed swaps for a combined notional $10 billion. Negotiations are ongoing to sign 2 further ISDA with US counterparts. Mm-hmm. So we've been doing, I want to stop here. We've been doing a long, we have a long list of cooperation with Americans, even though the United States is not our member. Right. And we have Americans taking very important positions in our institution. So BlackRock, Goldman, and they all understand why we should stay together, right? Because we do not offer opportunities for the borrowing countries of this bank. We offer opportunities to major financial institutions in the United States, in Europe. And we also invite American businesses to participate in international competitive bidding for contracts. So what we've been aiming at is to bring countries together, bring people together, and bring the companies together to see that we all have the benefits from this. So if there's decoupling, if people don't talk to each other, if there's a real severance, I think all the benefits accruing to the United States, to China, to many other countries would be wiped out altogether.
Right. President Jin, what about, we haven't yet talked about COVID, its effect on the bank, or how it may reshape your initiatives there. Can you talk a little about what effect COVID COVID had? I mean, you're in infrastructure and development. That has to have halted lots of things. Maybe there's more of an interest in healthcare. Can you give us a little sense of how COVID reshapes such a young institution?
Thank you very much for the question. I can talk a little bit about the special feature of this bank. Our bank is agile, adaptive, and responsive. When we negotiated the Articles Agreement starting from 2014, I was the first, the head of the Chinese Working Group. Then I was elected to be the Secretary General of the Interim Multilateral Secretariat. So we negotiated with the 57 founding members, prospective founding members, about the Articles Agreement, about the mandate and mission of this institution. By its title, the bank is certainly mandated to invest in infrastructure. But if you look at the Articles Agreement, we phrase the mission in such a way that the bank is to promote broad-based economic and social development through investment in infrastructure and other productive sectors. So we do not focus very narrow on infrastructure in the strictest sense of the term. And I added the words infrastructure and other productive sectors. So in a negotiation, by the way, the chief counsel is an American lady. Our chief counsel for the negotiation, the American lady. That was quite a surprise to many people. China initiated this bank, and some people in the United States may not like it, but we engage an American lawyer to work for us. So people ask me, Mr. Chin, what do you mean by other productive sectors? We are supposed to build a bank focused on infrastructure investment. And what do you mean by that? And I said, other productive sectors is other productive sectors, period. Now, all of a sudden, we find we are faced with the formidable challenge of COVID-19 pandemic. What should we do? My view is we certainly should probably slow down a little bit the normal infrastructure projects financing and to focus momentarily on dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic. My belief is healthcare is social infrastructure. Healthcare is important. No nation is productive unless it's healthy. Right. So we are not deviating from the Articles Agreement. Healthcare is part of the other productive sectors. So after the outbreak of the COVID-19, we focused very much on the policy lending, budget support to the countries who came to us for help. And in 2020, we invested $7 billion in dealing with COVID-19 so as to help these countries to get back on their feet as soon as possible and to go back to the regular infrastructure projects moving forward. However, COVID-19 pandemic really alerts us to the importance of the social infrastructure. So in the future, even though we go back to the normal infrastructure investment, we will still allocate a suitable proportion of resources to build up the healthcare system of so many countries in our bank.
I didn't ask you about the Belt and Road, but that comes up often with the Asia Infrastructure Bank. What is your relationship or involvement in the Belt and Road Initiative? How is it linked in any way to the Asia Infrastructure Bank, and how is it going?
I think there's lots of confusion between the Belt and Road Initiative and the AIIB. Now, when I was asked this question, I often ask them the question, if Belt and Road Initiative and the AIIB are one and the same thing, why should we have two initiatives? Right. They are different, But Belt Road and AIIB share more or less the same objective of promoting connectivity, promoting globalized regional economy. But the way they work is different. Belt Road Program Initiative is a platform. President Xi highlighted the point. Belt Road Initiative is based on broad-based consultation, joint construction, and shared benefit. So on this platform, any country, any company who is willing to cooperate is welcome to work together, right? AIIB is a multilateral development bank with its governance structure, board of governors, board of directors, management. It's an institution which operates by its playbook, by its governance standards. So it's an institution, it's a bank, it's not the platform. That's the difference. But we share the objective of promoting connectivity. And this bank does not pick projects from China or from any other country. We process project operations proposed to us by the client members. Now, for instance, Vietnam, Cambodia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, or India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, they came to us and proposing the project for our processing. So we do not fix labels. Oh, this is Belt Road project, this is not. We don't fix labels. As long as the projects are proposed to us for our processing, we do it by our standards through rigorous review of the environmental, social issues. Now, if we contribute to the Belt Road Initiative, we do it this way. Any project which are considered Belt Road proposed to us for our financing will be done by our very high standards. And we can lend credibility to Belt Road programs, initiatives by the very high standards we uphold, right? So that's the difference. Now, when we have almost all of the European countries and Canada and some Asian countries, geographically, but culturally, they are European countries like Australia and New Zealand, and OECD countries like Korea and Singapore. Now, when we have all these countries, members, who serve as the best guardians of this institution, and we can convince the rest of the world that this bank works by the same high standards, exactly like that of the World Bank, ADB, or other institutions. So that is the relationship and difference between Belt Road Initiative and this bank. I'm fully supportive of Belt Road Initiative, but I think the best way I support this is to do a good job in bringing these projects to fruition by high standards.
Thank you. Let me ask you just a little about the private sector. You're involved in infrastructure development, in connectivity. How do you bring in the private sector? You mentioned major investment banks and global banks. What about private companies, part of the supply chains, or building this infrastructure? How do you draw them in to be a partner with the AIIB?
We have already tried our very best to mobilize private sector resources to promote infrastructure and other productive sectors. In the corporate strategy, which was approved by the board last year, we aim at achieving 50% of the financing in the private sector by 2030. As you may know, we aim at 50% of the financing for climate change mitigation and adaptation by 2025. But moving here to 2030, bringing the private investors into our investment is also a very challenging task for the reasons. First of all, infrastructure projects normally have a long gestation period, not without risks. So it is not so easy to persuade private sector investors to join us in investing in infrastructure. Probably they have to wait for quite a number of years to get their return back. That is difficult part. But I think there's also something which could be attractive to them. When we work with the host governments to create an enabling environment for private investment, the private sector investor should feel comfortable when they work with us, because they can be assured of a fair deal. They should not be worried about discrimination or whimsical, perverse policy changes. So that is the attraction of working with the multilateral development institutions. Secondly, I think the challenge is also the different, I think, time frame. We normally can stay in an investment in a project for many years. They probably do not. So working with them, we can also try to help them by providing them early exit if they want to leave, and then we pick up the real maturity. So we've been doing this to the extent possible. But of course, the recent economic downturn, because of the financial and economic crisis, which was, I think, still the tail of the 2008 to 2009 crisis, plus the pandemic. As you see, a lot of private sector projects seem to be in trouble. And you see the rising NPLs of even the multilateral institutions who focus on private sector operations. We have to be very much careful about that. But we are young, we are new, and our portfolio in private sector is still very much limited. But I don't think we should be shy of the investment in private sector, and instead we should do our very good job and improving the due diligence and working well with all of these people in investing in infrastructure.
Thank you, President Jin. I'm going to turn over to Anya. I think there are some questions from the audience for you, so if you can hold on one second.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, President Jin, for that. What the AIIB actually does around the world is not very well understood in the United States. So you were very clear in explaining it. Thank you. I have a number of questions from the audience. Some I'll actually call up. But let me start with a question that came in by writing from Raj Shah, who of course used to run US-AIIB, and Eileen O'Connor, who are both now at the Rockefeller Foundation, and several others asked similar questions. So I'll combine them. Also Hernan Villagran. And you started addressing it, but just could you say more clearly what exactly the AIIB is doing on creative, green, environmentally friendly financing? And what specifically are you doing to help China meet its net zero targets for carbon emissions?
Well, we, as you see, we aim at achieving 50% of the financing for climate change by 2025. Now, we have already achieved about 40% of financing for climate change. We make it very clear from the very beginning that infrastructure investment in today's world should be done in a way very much different from what it used to be. We have to do it in an environmental benign way. Infrastructure investment should help reduce emissions rather than to increase it. So we focus very much on renewables, and we invest in mass transit system to reduce the driving of individual cars. And all these kind of things, in my view, are very much important. We want to take an integrated approach to the climate mitigation and adaptation. With regard to China, we are certainly very much encouraged by the Chinese leaders' declaration that China would reach carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060. For such a populous country with per capita fossil fuel consumption is way below that of the developed countries, I think it's a monumental effort to achieve that ambition. So we certainly wish China all the best, but Chinese government, in my view, can do it if it's determined to do it. We do not provide a lot of resources to China, very, very insignificant, because China, as the biggest shareholder, does not want to take too much money from this bank, as it made it very clear from the beginning. But as the president, I want to make some loans to China for the purpose of dealing with COVID-19, for the purpose of improving the quality of our assets. So when the quality of assets improves, we can afford to lend more to poor, low-income countries. So anyway, we're still doing things in China. But basically, our economics department is providing advisory services to China to help them to find a very good approach to achieving the net zero by 2060. So our support is basically in the advisory area rather than in financing.
Great. I'm going to call up Callie Oburn, who's a former Scowcroft Fellow here at Aspen, to ask her question. But while we call her up, just one clarifying question, President Jin. When you say 40% of financing of the AIIB is for climate change, you mean that's clean technology projects?
Basically, it's clean technology, but as I said, energy efficiency, or the project which can cut down on emissions are also counted towards this climate financing. But we are now working on the very important issue of Paris alignment. We're trying to work on this in collaboration with other MDBs like the World Bank ADB. And so we would try to achieve the Paris alignment by more or less this same timetable. But you see, you need to deal with climate change in a way which would be broad enough to help these countries. Of course, renewables financing is definitely climate change mitigation, but to reduce the emissions through energy efficiency, through mass transit system rather than driving individual cars. And all these are very much important. But we are working on the methodology and with other institutions to probably come up with a better solution for the definition of the climate change mitigation.
Thank you very much. We have one last question from Callie Oburn, and then we'll wrap it up. Thank you. Callie.
Thank you so much, President Jin, for being here with us. I wanted to ask, in September of last year, you announced that the AIIB would not invest in coal-fired power plants, but you also announced that the AIIB would not invest in related infrastructure to coal-fired power plants. So I wanted to learn a little bit more about this. How will the AIIB go about actually pursuing this in terms of not investing in related infrastructure? And how was this announcement met with by the shareholders? Was it met with resistance or kind of with welcome? And how will the AIIB actually go about including this new policy in the AIIB's energy investment strategy?
Thank you. It's a very good question. Our energy strategy was formulated and approved by the board in 2017, and roughly 18 months after the bank was up and running. And in the energy strategy, there was a provision for coal firing power plants. So we did not rule out coal in this energy strategy, but setting a very tough conditions for coal projects. In reality, we never ever put any coal-firing projects in our pipeline. We never did it, in spite of this provision. The reason is many developing countries still at that time expected the MDBs to help them develop coal projects by very high standards, clean coal technology. But we were more prudent than what is stipulated in the energy strategy. And for instance, we turned down a project of a developing country. It's a project of power transmission. This power transmission would lead to a coal-firing power plant. That coal-firing power plant was built with clean technology, with Western countries' technology. We still turn it down because this transmission line would be linked to a coal-firing power plant. That's why I said we will not finance any coal project or any other project which is functionally related to coal. And that's what we did. So next year, we may review or upgrade the energy strategy. And my view is, this is what I announced, my view is in a new energy strategy, updated strategy, coal definitely would be out.
Thank you very much, Callie. Thank you very much, President Jin, for those remarks, especially so late at night for you in Beijing. And thank you, David, for your excellent moderating. I will now turn it back over to Nick Burns for our next session, which continues the conversation we had with SEC Chair Gary Gensler yesterday on cryptocurrencies. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to everybody who's online. We have a large group of participants from around the world with us. We appreciate that. I also want to welcome our global rising leaders of the Aspen Security Forum and the Aspen Strategy Group, 30 young professionals from all over the United States who are with us. I hope we're able to have them intervene to ask questions for this event. We're going to continue our discussion of cryptocurrency. A lot of you are with us, thousands of you were with us yesterday when the SEC Chairman, Gary Gensler, spoke on our platform. Our panel is called Two Sides of the Same Coin, the Promise and Peril of Cryptocurrency. When Gary Gensler was with us yesterday, he said that currently there are not sufficient robust investor protections for the digital speculative investment markets, comparing it to the Wild West. He went on to say that this market is rife with fraud, scams, and abuse in certain applications. And he said that cryptocurrency assets are being used in some cases for ransomware and dark web activities, adding that the paramount question for policymakers becomes, how do we rein that in? We have an outstanding panel to discuss this, beginning with Brad Garlinghouse, the CEO of Ripple, Sigal Mandelker, the former Undersecretary of the Treasury for Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, Stuart Levy, the CEO of DM Association. Stuart and I are good friends, worked together in the George W. Bush administration. And Paul Vigna is going to be back. He interviewed Gary Gensler yesterday. Paul, reporter of the Wall Street Journal, to conduct this conversation. I think this is one of the most important panels we have. It's one of the most important policy questions and regulatory questions for Washington and for the Congress as we go ahead. I'm looking forward to this discussion. And Paul, thanks so much for being with us, and please take it away.
Great. Thank you, Nick. Thanks for that introduction. Good morning, everyone. Glad to be back. Hopefully this session will be, look, I don't know if we could quite be as widely viewed as yesterday's session with the SEC chair, but let's see what we can do. I want to quickly, for everybody, just kind of set the table. It won't take too long. And then I'm going to open it up to our panelists. So I think the way to look at this right now with Bitcoin and these innovations of the blockchain is to think of this in terms of what you have at this point in time is a new way to create private money that is managed, issued, and maintained on a computer network. I'm not going to get into all the details of it. You can find those online and spend a couple of days going down that rabbit hole on your own. But just think about the fact that what you have is a way to create private money on a computer network, and you can program into that money any of the qualities or details or features and functions of your currency system that you want it to have. If you want it to be a completely opaque private monetary system, you can have that. If you want to have complete transparency, you can have that. If you want to set a limit on how many units of your currency can be created, you can do that. If you want to have it unlimited, you can do that. So there has been, in the last 12 some odd years, just an explosion of activity around this new innovation. That's what it is. Think of it as programmable money, and it is sort of a new thing. Private money isn't new, but programmable money is new. You have now, we're at a point where you have thousands of these different cryptocurrencies circulating around. Some are acting as currencies, some are acting as assets, some are acting as tokens for other networks to do other things on them. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of different experimentation with it. The entire network, the monetary value of it right now, of all these tokens in circulation, about $1.6 trillion, very small compared to the larger capital markets. But this has gotten to the point where it has really caught the attention of lawmakers and regulators around the world. And that's kind of what we were talking about yesterday with the SEC chair, with Mr. Gensler. And that's what we're going to talk about more today, because now we're at the point where we are thinking to ourselves, what not only what can we do with these, but how do they fit into the wider world? And everyone here knows we live in a world that is changing at an extremely rapid rate these days. Every government has a national currency, and they use those national currencies to further their own national goals. Can these new programmable monies become part of that network? Are they a threat to that network? And what is the future going to look like? So that's what we're going to talk about. I want to bring in the rest of our panelists. And one thing I wanted to do, I was hoping Brad and Stuart could kind of do this, just briefly give us an update on, Brad, I want to call on you first, briefly give us an update on Ripple and XRP, where it stands. And I know a lot of people want to talk about the case that you have right now winding through the courts with the SEC over Ripple and XRP. So Brad, can you give us a quick update?
Sure. Thanks, Paul. Nice to see you. And thank you to the broader team for including me. I'm looking forward to this as well. Team Ripple, we've, despite the pandemic and frankly, despite the lawsuit from the SEC, 2021 has been a record year for us. Things continue to grow. For those of you who aren't familiar with Ripple, at the core, we are a technology company selling solutions for cross-border payment, cross-border settlement. In our technology stack, we use a digital asset called XRP. XRP is one of the leading cryptocurrencies out there. And as Paul introduced, the SEC filed suit last December asserting that XRP is a security. The one thing I will say, I don't have too much to say about the case itself. I think yesterday we heard Chair Gensler comment that they brought 75 cases, enforcement actions against various digital assets. If you break that down, 37 of those didn't involve the sale of any digital asset at all. 37 were what we'd call ICOs, initial coin offerings, and oftentimes these were actual frauds. Only one of the 75 involves a digital asset outside of an ICO. And for obvious reasons, I'm not going to talk too much more about that case, other than saying it's definitely an outlier. And I'm sure we'll talk more about some of Gensler's comments during the conversation. So thank you.
Okay, and then Stuart, Diem is a project that was initially branded as Libra. It was started by Facebook. They brought in a lot of partners. This is a project that got a lot of lawmakers' attention, and there were hearings on it, and there was some acrimony about it, because I think just what was interesting about this one was the size and reach of Facebook, and the idea that Facebook could create a form of private money really kind of changed the narrative. So can you give us an update on where things stand with Diem?
Yeah. So thank you for the opportunity, Paul, and thanks for inviting me. Essentially, you're referring to when Libra was first announced. It was, I think, a much more audacious project at that time than it is now. where we are now is we have really revamped and redesigned the project. First of all, Facebook is a member of the Diem Association. It's one of 26 members. We've changed the design of this from being a multi-currency backed basket that was originally proposed to a single currency stable coins, which means that our proposal would be to issue in the first instance a dollar-backed stable coin, which is a lot less threatening to central bankers from a monetary policy perspective. But perhaps the most important for the discussion that we're going to have today is that we really took very seriously the question of the risks of cryptocurrency around illicit finance and redesigned the project to have a very robust anti-money laundering and other illicit finance design that we think will allow the world to get both the benefit of this technology, and I think there's a huge benefit to be gained from this technology, without sacrificing the integrity of the financial system. Because I think when I look at this dialogue that's going on out there, I think there's a little bit of talking past each other. People are either just talking about cryptocurrency and they talk about the risks of it and ransomware, et cetera. And then others are talking about this is an amazing technology and it's going to deliver all this value. I think both are right, and the dialogue really needs to take account of both sides of that. Our payment system, and Brad alludes to what Ripple's trying to do, but our payment system isn't working for a lot of people right now in terms of cross-border transactions in particular, especially for the poor, who for remittances, et cetera, it costs 6% or so to make remittances around the world, which is very, very damaging to those people. And it's not working even domestically in the United States, where the poor and minority communities are underserved. This technology offers a real potential to change that in a positive way, but it does bring risk from a national security perspective. It does have new challenges that we need to take account of. And you mentioned a couple of them, like ransomware, the imposition of sanctions. These are things I hope we'll talk about, because I think these are challenges that this new technology brings with it, and we need to implement it responsibly.
Okay, great. I don't think I'm on mute. I thought I was on mute for a second because I didn't want to, God forbid the dogs start barking. Realities of the Zoom world. So let's now bring in Sigal. I want to talk about, Stuart, you started to talk about the risks there. And I think, Sigal, what I hope you could do is sort of set for us the really larger table. I really think what people should take away from these panels that we've been doing here, to me, the most important idea is that the global monetary system is really going to change a lot over the next decade. Just the rise of nations in Asia that are becoming a bigger part of the global economy, technology which is changing, which is going to change how money is transferred and moved around the world, and the questions of how do you build these systems in the way that, in a way that brings the greatest benefit to the greatest number of people. So Sigal, can you kind of jump in and give us from your perspective what you think are the big issues?
Yeah, I'm happy to. Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. It's great to be back speaking, although I wish in person, but speaking at the Aspen Institute. Look, I think that when we think about these truly transformational technologies, we really need to talk about the major elephant in the room when it comes to our international financial system. I can tell you when I was and this really sort of became much clearer in my mind when I was at the Treasury Department. So when I was at Treasury, it was very much a global and diplomatic job, and I would travel all over the world. And it was increasingly the case that particularly in the developing world and emerging markets, our US banks had pulled out, right? The US banking system, unfortunately, is failing so many of those countries, right? The big elephant in the room that we're not talking about nearly enough is that there are about 1.7 billion people today who are completely shut out of banking. And the question, the national security question for the United States is, are we going to be at the center of that? Are we going to reimagine what the international payment system can look like to bring all of those different people into the ecosystem? Or are we going to enforce our way out of that ecosystem? And I'll tell you why I say are we going to enforce our way out of that system? That's because I believe that the reason our banks have massively gotten out of the developing world and emerging markets is because in 2012, there were lots of decisions that were made to go after banks, U.S. banks, Western banks, with massive enforcement cases in connection with anti-money laundering and sanctions evasion. And the net output of that was two things. One, those banks started to spend a lot more time, effort, and money on sophisticated compliance programs, which is important. But they also then made the business decision to just pull out of the developing world and emerging markets. And when I say that, I'm talking about Africa. I'm talking about parts of the Western Hemisphere, parts of Latin America, and which is why people were begging me for help to get them access to U.S. correspondent banking. That is where an enforcement-only approach landed us. It landed us in this place where we have huge gaps around the world from a U.S. financial center perspective. Without a doubt, China is taking advantage of that. It's no accident that there are more Alipay users today than all of the major other global fintechs combined. And we have to make a decision, right? The US government really has to make a decision as to whether it wants to be at the center of what I believe we have potentially in crypto, which is transformational technology that can bring many, many more people into that financial ecosystem. And that, from my perspective, is the real national security issue, because if we shove these innovators who are like extraordinarily big brains, right? If we just push them out of the United States, I fear that 3 to 5 years from now, we're going to wake up in a fundamentally different place from a global financial infrastructure perspective. And the US is going to get, in many ways, in many parts of the world, we're really going to get left behind. And that's the threat here. We have to have a much bigger view of what our long-term objectives are and how we're going to achieve them. I could talk about this at length. From an illicit finance perspective, by the way, we have to have that technology in the United States. If we push it out, it's going to make it much more difficult to go after the bad actors.
Paul,
if I could offer, by the way, I think to me, by the way, I agree with everything Sigal just said. The one thing I would add is the other elephant in the room, I think, is the lack of clarity that has gone on in this industry. And for years, I think the crypto industry has asked for that clarity. And yet, we're still getting this kind of, hey, yesterday we heard it is clear, yet a few weeks ago, we had two commissioners and Pierce and Roisman saying, a letter, and I'll quote, they said a decided lack of clarity for market participants around the application of the securities laws to digital assets and their trading. So to me, one of the elephants in the room is we can't keep saying it is clear and then trying to make it clear through enforcement. You see other G20 markets like the UK, like Japan, like Switzerland, like Singapore, who have been proactive and engaged. And that has helped these markets thrive in those countries. If the US wants to be a leader in this space, then we need to provide that clarity and not act like there is clarity.
Yeah. I
agree with that. And I agree with what Sigal and Brad have said. I do think, though, that there's, we don't necessarily have to jump to the saying that, we don't want an enforcement only regime. I agree with that. But when we say we want clarity, I think that the US government has the ability to say, here's the clarity, and set high standards. Around these issues. I think that, as Sigal said, this is a very innovative space. A lot of as she puts it, big brains, no doubt. I won't count myself among them, but I know that there are lots of big brains in this space. If the United States sets high standards, the industry will be happy to meet them, right? And the clarity is what is desired. And in setting high standards, I don't think we need to choose between getting the innovation and getting the integrity of the system. We can have both. We can have this innovation and get the benefit of it and bring the unbanked in and make remittances affordable and have integrity in the system. This technology allows us to do that. But I think that the United States, in order to do that, we still have the biggest voice in this globally. If the United States sets those high standards, the industry will react to them. They will provide it, and frankly, the world will come along. There are areas where I think we really need to set those high standards and insist on the integrity of the system throughout the world, which I think we have the ability to do.
Let's talk about one of those elephants in the Zoom. See what I did there?
That's good.
I just thought of it and I thought it was clever. I couldn't help myself. I know it's not. But
Nicely done.
Thank you. Thanks for patronizing me. I know it's stupid. Anyhow, let's talk about China. China is in the early stages of launching a digital version of their currency, a digital renminbi. And it's interesting, we're at a place where the US Congress is talking about what bills to introduce, what bills to pass, how to get laws around this. Regulators are talking about, we're going to do this by enforcement. And the industry is saying, give us some clarity. And China has a digital currency that it is launching as we speak. So give me the compare and contrast between these two superpowers and their monetary system.
Yeah. So look, when you talk about China, you have to recognize, right, that they also have just extremely sophisticated engineers who are working on these problems around the clock. And in fact, China is, in my view, at the government level, is in some respects very far ahead of the United States. Look, they set up the People's Bank of China, the Central Bank of China set up in, I think it was in 2014. They set up a blockchain research institute, right? They have lots of engineers who understand what, with putting aside what they've said about crypto and mining, et cetera, they have really sophisticated engineers who understand the power of blockchain technology. In fact, in 2019, President Xi said that. He said, we have to be ahead of this game when it comes to blockchain. And they've even said that they would think about, or a former head of the digital yuan project said that he thought that they could integrate the digital yuan with Ethereum. What we have to think, but when China does this, they're going to do it in a very different way that's consistent with their values, right? They're much more of a surveillance state than we are. In my view, what we have to think about is how we can do what the United States always does best, right? Which is to incentivize our private sector to build out those solutions. And I think that we really have, there's so many of those that are underway in the United States. And we have to incentivize those projects, not deter them. If we don't incentivize them, then we're sort of losing what we do best, what we've always done best as a country, which is to unleash the incredible entrepreneurial spirit of the United States. Otherwise, we are, I believe this is the most urgent national security issue of our time. I believe that if we don't do that, if we stop being afraid of the technology and we embrace it, and then we think about how we can do those things that Stuart mentioned, right, which is go after illicit activity while bringing more people into the ecosystem, then I think we're going to fall perilously behind. That is my biggest fear. And again, I'm just a believer in the transformational nature of this technology because I now spend a lot of my time talking to these engineers. Brad is, one of a founder of a company like that. I just spend a lot of my time talking to these folks, and I think that they believe in financial freedom in a way that's extraordinarily exciting.
I'll just echo, look, I think it's very clear that China has been extremely strategic on this point. As Sigal already pointed out, they started years and years ago. The US is very late to this party, and the US's engagement, as we've heard, is not so far in supporting the United States. The Internet of Information, as we know it today, in part thrived because there was that regulatory clarity in the late 90s. And we're doing the opposite here. Here's a massive new industry that I believe without question will underpin the future of our financial systems, not just around payments where Ripple primarily works today, but more broadly than that. And if the US doesn't get ahead of this, if we don't have that clarity and that certainty, and again, I thought in my judgment, when you're dealing with an alcoholic who doesn't want to admit they have an alcohol problem, to say that we have certainty, we have clarity is like the alcoholic saying, I don't have a problem. Like, this is the elephant in the room. And I think, what you've heard from Sigal, I think very eloquently, if we don't address this, we're going to fall further behind. Look,
here's the problem, right? And I'm somebody who spent a lot of my career in the government, and now I'm on the other side. The problem is that I actually think there are terrific people in these agencies who want to provide clarity, right? The problem is that when you go into one of these offices, it's often the case that you then embark on an 18-month to 2-year process of trying to get clarity. And at the end of the day, you often don't get it at all. Look at CFIUS, right? With CFIUS, there's an obligation on the part of the United States to give an answer within 30 days. And then that time frame can be extended. If we truly want to incentivize this kind of innovation, and as already been said, people are dying for clarity. If we want to incentivize it, let's put a little bit of the burden on the government side, right, to actually provide those kinds of answers. Because the fact of the matter is, they're not out there. I do want to actually say that, when I was at Treasury, FinCEN was one of my agencies, and we tried to push out as much clarity as we can, and did that in the 2019 memo. But there's a lot more that can be done, and we have to hold our officials accountable for giving that kind of clarity. Again, from a national security perspective, I think it's a real imperative.
Let me ask you, from the perspective of the industry, and this is something I think is really interesting. Look, when Bitcoin began, it was one of the key words around it, and still to this day, was decentralized. The idea was that you could have a decentralized currency that is not under the control of any agency, any one group of people, any government, any banking cartel. And for its history, you have had this friction, and I think this is becoming a bigger and bigger issue. You have this friction between decentralized and centralized systems. How much appetite is there in the industry, really, to work with a government, or to work with the United States government? How much pushback is there going to be? And that leads to questions of privacy, which I want to get to next. But can this industry really work with an institution like the United States government?
So I think that the answer to that is definitely yes, and that there's a lot of the industry is filled with a lot of responsible people who do want to take effective action on these national security threats, and who are willing to work with the government. There's no doubt about it. Look, Paul, you're probably right. There's probably a certain element that ideologically would be against that, but the United States government has the power, first of all, to say we're going to set rules here, and the industry will react. This is a responsible industry. And willing to work hard on some of these questions. I think the government has been a little bit scared to sort of set that clarity and to start that dialogue. But I think the industry has a responsibility on its side, as I alluded to earlier, to sort of be cognizant of some of the things that make the government somewhat concerned here. I mean, you mentioned decentralized. That the thing that this allows is that it allows people to move money at in great quantities around the world instantly, without necessarily revealing their identity. There are ways around that, and that poses a risk on the illicit finance national security front. But those are problems that can be solved, I believe, by setting clear rules and challenging the industry to live up to them. I agree with what Brad and Segala have said, that we've been kind of sitting back and waiting and hoping the problem will go away, while you see China rushing ahead and building another system which has features that I don't think that we want to live with in terms of surveillance and lack of privacy, but which is delivering very low cost, very efficient payments to a lot of people. So, they are competing successfully with us if we don't step in and step up our game.
Yeah,
look, let me ask another question. If you had to put a timeline on how much time we have to get this right, and I think part of this is, especially for anyone who's in the United States watching this, you probably think you have a very modern payment system. But if you go to Europe or Asia, or I should say, when Europeans and Asians look at our payment system, they think we're driving, we've got horse-carried buggies. How much time do we have to really modernize our payment system, our financial system, before what's going on overseas just becomes the standard and we lose this race?
We don't have any time. We're behind, in my view, right? It's not that we're not the dollar isn't the reserve currency and that we don't have a very sophisticated banking, but there are other countries from a tech perspective, I think, that, have the capacity to move well ahead of us. Paul, I just wanted to address one question that you said before, which is, will the industry work with the government? It's happening, right? There's a reason why the amount of illicit finance that actually happens in crypto has massively, massively gone down over the last few years. I mean, by some estimates, it's well below 1%. There's a reason why, when you have attacks like the Twitter hack or Colonial Pipeline, there's a reason why they were able to catch those guys and disrupt it. That's because there's a huge amount of effort from industry to work with the government to solve these problems, right? I'm an advisor to a company called Chainalysis, which is one of the premier blockchain analytic firm. They do incredible work both with the private sector and the public sector, driving illicit activity down. I think it's also a little bit of a misnomer. It's great clickbait to say that crypto is just about illicit activity. It's just not the truth. I mean,
right. We have come a long way from the days of Silk Road, and I think to discount the real use cases because of actions of a few, which again, some of this technology may have been born of an anti-government and anti-bank and all those kind of things. That's not where we are today. And Paul, to your question around, where is the U.S. today in its financial infrastructure? One thing that I think this audience will find interesting is, since the SEC filed their lawsuits against Ripple, we have signed dozens of new contracts with banks, with payment providers around the world, and I think only one here in the United States. The lawsuit effectively has stymied the United States. Customers are like, well, if the SEC is doing this and some of these are public companies, like, we're not going to touch this until there's resolution. That just puts us further behind.
I want to talk about, and you guys sort of started to allude to this, so I want to kind of bring this out now. One of the big elements with these networks, excuse me, when you think about it, is that they produce an incredible amount of data. And what happens to that data is going to be extremely important in the years to come. And I said at the top of this that you could think of this as programmable money, and you can. And you can program these monetary systems to do a lot with that data. Could be very good things, could be very bad things. How do you ensure that these systems don't end up becoming very dystopian, very invasive, and that, privacy, which has become almost an afterthought in our modern world, doesn't just get shredded by these systems?
Yeah.
Is it a surprise China is leaning in most aggressively, as Segal pointed out? Sorry, Stuart, go ahead.
Right, exactly. No, well, I was going to make the same point, Brad. Like, what's the worst outcome? The worst outcome is a payment system that catches on globally, that is run by China, which clearly is not going to have the same privacy concerns that we do. it's much better for us to set these sorts of standards, to set sorts of rules around how privacy should be protected. The United States can do it, Europe can do it, the Western world can do it, to have that balance. I think we do have a basic social contract that I think has served us well in the financial system, which is that you have some expectation of some privacy in your financial transactions, but that the government, if it has a legitimate, sufficient basis to do so, can inquire and find out who the real transactor is. That sort of balance could be adapted to this technology as well. And that's where we want to land, I would think, as a society or as a set of Western societies. But if we don't start to create that quickly, the default could very easily be a system which has exactly those dystopian features that you mentioned, Paul. I really believe that.
Yeah. I think that, Paul, also is where you set out those, incredibly sophisticated computer coders and engineers. There are companies that we talk about that are really talking about how do you transform the technology in exactly the way that Stuart was just discussing, where you embed privacy, but you also enable it to actually potentially go after illicit activity in a much more sophisticated way, while getting the balance that we've gotten wrong so far, which is to bring more people into that ecosystem.
And again, to get back to the centralization, decentralization friction, some people will answer that the only way to ensure privacy is to create a system that looks like Bitcoin. And look, understanding that there will be some people that will never believe what anybody from a incorporated company or from a government agency says. How can you assure people that their privacy will not be violated, given how many tech companies have been found of dipping into their users' data, given government overreach, which seems to be just they have a never-ending appetite for data? I mean, understanding that you can't satisfy everybody, but how can you assure people that you are responsible players that are going to protect your customers' privacy?
Yeah, look, I think we need to, I don't have a better answer than to say the type of, we need types of oversight and checks and balances and a free press that inquires on these things. We need to set rules and then expect people to live up to them. And when people don't live up to them, to hold them accountable. That sounds very basic, but that's the way I think our society operates, and I think we have to do our best in that framework to do that. If the only answer is I want to be absolutely guaranteed that nothing will ever go wrong, then you're going to have a difficulty designing a system, I think.
The other thing I'll just throw out here that I think is consistent with what Sigal and Stuart just said is, core frameworks like AML, KYC, those don't have to go away in a world of crypto or blockchain enabled payment infrastructure. In fact, for Ripple, we only work with regulated endpoints. We only work with you can't have a Ripple enabled transaction that circumvents KYC or circumvents AML monitoring. And so I believe that the core framework around how we regulate our financial institutions globally, and again, if you're in Brazil and you have a capital flow control, well, that's enforced at the endpoint. The infrastructure pieces that can be massively more efficient in terms of speed and cost don't have to change how regulations are applied at endpoints.
Okay. So look, we have about 5 minutes left. I am going to try to get in some of these questions that I see popping up in the Q&A. How about the first one to Brad from Satish? With so much, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but just the base, yeah. With so much at stake, why isn't Ripple moving out of the US to the UK or Japan or Singapore?
Look, I mean, to some degree, the answer is we are. If you look at our hiring, we are hiring more people outside the United States. We have a major presence in both Singapore and in London already. And as we continue to invest and prioritize hiring, we're hiring more outside the United States for these reasons. when we onboard a customer to one of our core products that uses XRP is called on-demand liquidity. When we onboard a customer, we onboard them to a non-US company. But look, ultimately, being a company based here in the United States, I want to see the United States thrive in this area. I want to work with the US government to provide the clarity, to provide the certainty. But I again, as you've heard, trying to just provide that clarity through enforcement actions is not, I think, the right answer. So the answer to the question is should we fully give up on the United States? I'm not willing to go there yet.
Okay.
But we're constantly perilously on the edge of, I'm not going to talk for Ripple, of doing the wrong thing. I just want to add, even today, there's a bill that's being debated on the Hill, which if it doesn't use the right language, could result in a lot of in the infrastructure bill, which could end up in a lot of core technologists being driven out of the United States. So this is an area where we got to act swiftly, but we also have to act very, very smartly. And if we continue to repeat some of the mistakes of the past, then whether it's Ripple or not, lots of companies are just going to be driven out of the United States, or alternatively, they're going to do everything they can to just avoid the United States because they don't know what to do here.
Okay. On that, this is a pretty good follow-up question, actually, from Helen. Which countries do the panelists think are leading this conversation and seem to be creating a potential model that could be followed globally?
I'll highlight 4 real quickly, maybe 5. Clearly the UK with their Token Taxonomy Act early on, while I think the US was kind of, hey, we're going to do through enforcement, they were proactive, engaged, and I think thoughtfully, how do we structure with Token Taxonomy Act? Japan, Singapore, Switzerland, even the UAE are 5 countries I'd put leading the pack.
Okay. Anybody else want to?
Well, just don't forget that China is far ahead of us. They're going to do this in a fundamentally different way, okay?
Yeah.
Without a doubt, that's consistent with their values. But in terms of countries who understand the technology, we got to remember every time you have especially at Aspen, you have to remember that they understand it. And I think in a very sophisticated way, and they're developing all kinds of technology to further it. In the direction that they want it to go. If we want to be at the center of that, we have to have those centers about excellence in the United States, whether it's by really having people who really understand things like decentralized finance, what it does, what can it do, how can it promote freedom or prosperity, or all of the other different, wide variety of technologies that are super interesting and exciting and can operate consistent with things like investor protection, anti-money laundering, if you give them the tools to follow the right set of rules.
And by the way, Paul, these things are just. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Stuart. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that there are also international standards being set in these areas where, China is part of the conversation. Of course, and other countries are part of this conversation. Those are areas where traditionally the United States has had the most persuasive and influential voice. This is an area where the United States needs to lead there as well, and set those standards, because the outcomes that we want are going to be different from the outcomes that China wants.
Okay, and you know what? With that, we are just about out of time, and I don't want to go over. So I am going to turn it back over to our handlers at the Aspen Institute. I want to thank everyone for coming in this morning, for joining. At least it's the morning where I am. I hope it's the morning where you are. And everyone have a great day. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you,
Paul.
And next time
Paul.
in person. Thank you.
Next time in person, yes, without a doubt.
Exactly. Thank you, Sigil. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Stuart and Paul. We're most appreciative of this wonderful follow-on conversation from what the SEC Chair, Gary Gensler, talked about on our platform yesterday. And we're continuing now our morning this morning with a panel with a conversation between David Sanger and Ann Neuberger. With this, I'm going to turn it over to Anya Manuel, the Director of the Aspen Strategy Group, to introduce the session. Thank you. Thank you, Neve, and welcome back, everyone. We're staying with technology, but moving from crypto to cyber. It's been much in the news, and I'm sure you all are following it very closely. Of course, cyber attacks on the US government and businesses have become essentially a permanent feature of the landscape. They are sometimes state-sponsored, sometimes countries such as Russia and China turning a blind eye to groups operating inside their territory. And we've seen all of the following in just the past couple of months. Increased ransomware attacks on hospitals and healthcare facilities, hacks on major supply chains and critical infrastructure like solar winds, Colonial Pipeline, and others. A major executive order from President Biden in May pushing for stricter cyber security controls. And of course, the woman behind many of these policies and really trying to keep our country safe is Anne Neuberger, who is with us today. She is the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies. Previously, she was the National Security Agency's, the NSA's Director for Cybersecurity. She also led NSA's election security effort and has had many, many other distinguished roles in the US government. We're very proud to have her with us today. And of course, interviewing her today could be none other than our own David Sanger, member of the Aspen Strategy Group, old friend of many of ours, and really one of the foremost journalists at the New York Times writing about cyber issues. I think he's won too many Pulitzer Prizes to mention, and he also wrote a book recently called The Perfect Weapon that examines the emergence of international cyber conflict. And I have to brag about David a little bit. The Perfect Weapon was just released as an HBO documentary and I think is now Emmy nominated. So Anne, David, thank you very much. Welcome to the platform, and I'll hand it over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Anya, and thank you, Anne, for joining us. Since Anne came in as the Deputy National Security Advisor for Cyber and Emerging Technologies, I think we've all seen a huge level of activity, new policy. She's been out speaking about this, including here today, so we're delighted to have her join us. She's been talking a lot about the administration's policy, and I think everybody agrees that it is much more activist, and that she's now, of course, joined by Chris Inglis, the National Cyber Director, and Jen Easterly, who's just been confirmed running CISA over at the Department of Homeland Security. So there's quite a team together. And thanks for joining us today.
David, thank you so much for having me here. It's great to be here and great to have a conversation with you. You've invested so much time and just knowledge in this space as well.
Well, thanks. So, Anne, I wanted to just start with the three areas that you've been talking about the most in dealing with this strategy. You've talked about all of us getting healthy. We just saw the NSA last week suggest we all get off public Wi-Fi. Good idea, probably 5 or 10 years ago, and even better today. But you've had many other steps, including the executive orders. You've talked about working with allies, and you've talked about using all capabilities, which I assume is sort of a code word for how the U.S. could use sanctions, it could use indictments, it could use offensive operations. So will you walk us through those three before we drill down a little bit on ransomware and other challenges you're facing?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, David. And Anya, a moment ago, thank you so much for the introduction as well. So cyberspace will really be a key consequential area of geopolitical competition in the 21st century. And some of the leading threats to the American way of life are cyber-enabled, from espionage to influence to attack. So the administration's cyber strategy covers the three areas David noted. First, to fortify ourselves at home. First, modernize our defenses to essentially meet the threat. And when we talk about modernizing our defenses, there are really three areas we're focused on. First, using the federal government as an example. And you've seen the administration rolled out an aggressive, achievable, we believe, executive order with very clear timelines to ensure the federal government becomes a leading example of cybersecurity resilience. Second, a key focus on critical infrastructure and just a number of innovative ways to partner with the private sector, recognizing that 85% of critical infrastructure is held in private sector hands. The efforts underpinning that, including the President's Industrial Control Systems Initiative, which has allowed for cybersecurity technologies to be rolled out to 150 utilities serving 90 million Americans, as well as creative ways to bring the private sector in to respond to a major cyber incident like Microsoft Exchange, including finally, among modernizing defenses, the third leg of that, really innovating on using the power of federal government procurement to get at the root causes of our cybersecurity issues, the absence of visibility into the risks in a given software product that we buy as companies, as agencies, as individuals, the absence of transparency into what is actually in a product, and finally, the absence of labeling so that if a mom wants to buy a secure baby monitor, she actually has a sense of what is a more secure baby monitor. So across all of those areas, and I'm happy to go into more depth on any of them, the President's executive order and a number of key initiatives, like I described, have really made forward progress on modernizing the nation's cyber defenses to meet the threat. The second key line of work is really leading internationally. Our allies and partners are a tremendous source of strength and a unique American advantage. And our collective approach to cyber threat information sharing and mitigation, as well as holding countries accountable for meeting cyber norms, is a key line of work. So we've really expanded diplomatic engagement in that way. You saw the announcements, for example, at the G7 and the EU commitments around ransomware. You saw the NATO update to cyber policy for the first time in 7 years. And you saw an unprecedented number of countries join us in attributing the Microsoft Exchange hack and really calling out the irresponsible behavior that underpinned that. So that's been a big piece of that, as well as our efforts on emerging technologies and on standards related to that in terms of really leading internationally and recognizing that we're more effective, bringing countries, allies, and partners, learning from them and working with them closely. And then finally, posturing to compete to ensure that we can fully be able to compete on the global stage with all elements of national power.
Well, thanks, Anne. Let's go into a couple of examples of how you've responded to some of these. Of course, before you came into office, you were dealing first with the Russian attack, now attributed to the SVR, which looked to be the most, this is of course the SolarWinds attack, looked to be quite different because it got into the supply chain of software. In that case, the Russians actually spent, looks like, more than a year figuring out how to get into SolarWinds code, knowing that it would flow its way into government institutions. I think you've said about 10 federal agencies. And of course, we know that they hit more than 100 of the major corporations out of 18,000. And then, of course, shortly after that, you had to go deal with Hafnium, the attack that China led, as you attributed recently, on Microsoft Exchange systems. Both of these seem to be of a different nature and required you to go bring industry right into the situation room, take people who were cleared and deal with them. So will you talk to us a little bit about how this was different from the way these have been handled in your many years working on corporate engagement when you were still at the NSA?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, David. So as we looked at SolarWinds, what we were struck by was the degree, as you noted, of sophistication and investment in building out a capability against the supply chain. And that one is, as I noted earlier, very difficult for consumers of that technology to detect. So our approach in addressing it really covered the three aspects of the administration strategy. First, modernize our defenses. You saw in the executive order a key component, which We said the US government will only buy technology which is built in accordance with software security standards. We tasked NIST to develop those software security standards on a 60-day timeframe. And first, they brought in the private sector in defining those standards, over almost 1,000 participants, and then right on time on the 60-day mark, issue those software security standards and how software is built. And clearly, that doesn't just benefit the federal government. We, companies, agencies, companies small and large, all use the same software. So by the federal government defining those standards and saying we'll use the power of our procurement to move the market there, we're benefiting small, large businesses, individuals alike. So that was the first part of our response to SolarWinds. You saw the second part, which was bringing countries along with us when we attributed that to the SVR, and finally the statements around seen and unseen consequences as well. When we look at hafnium, what was troubling about hafnium, or China's MSS compromising tens of thousands of Microsoft Exchange servers around the world, is that it's a broadly used commercial tool and almost traditional espionage and identification of a vulnerability. What was unusual was the broad, we might call it irresponsible compromise of tens of thousands of computers around the world. I would contrast that to where when the US government, specifically the National Security Agency, found a broad Microsoft Exchange vulnerability shortly thereafter that was quietly shared with Microsoft to allow them to patch the vulnerability and release that patch, because of the focus on recognizing defense in such broadly used products has to be a priority. But then noting the attribution, an even larger group of countries joined us to collectively call out the behavior as irresponsible and to note that that kind of broad compromises were really outside the norms of acceptable nation state behavior in cyberspace. So you saw that focus on those aspects of our strategy leading internationally in both aspects of them, but somewhat different in the overall approach that we felt was needed to counter the particular threat.
Pardon me. And let me ask you a little bit about the differing responses to the two countries. In the case of SolarWinds, you did sanctions publicly against Russia. You did not against China. What was the theory of that?
As we've noted over the last number of years, SolarWinds was not the first case, but you're okay. SolarWinds was not the first case of aggressive Russian cyber activity in international space. There have been a series of activities in Ukraine, in Georgia, activity in Europe as well. And there's a broader consensus around the need to call out that behavior and impose costs when it crosses those significant lines. In the case of China, there's still that building of consensus around malicious cyber activity, around the need to call it out together, work collectively on defense, and work collectively on consequences as well. You did see the Department of Justice indictments related to that, but you saw us take the more step-by-step approach of building that consensus, bringing countries along, establishing that norm in the case of the Microsoft Exchange hack, which doesn't preclude follow-on activities, but emphasizes the Biden administration's approach to not go at it alone, but instead to use a sequential, thoughtful approach to bring partners along, establish those norms of accepted behavior in cyberspace, and then take it from there.
I wanted to ask you about one of the critiques of the way you've gone about this. Our friend and colleague, Jack Goldsmith at Harvard Law School, who you and I have dealt with a lot over the years, wrote a piece back in July called "Empty Threats and Warnings on Cyber." You may have seen this in Lawfare. And basically, it walked people through the various moments that President Biden has talked about taking direct action, raising the cost dramatically for bad cyber actors, mostly Russia and China. He started this during the transition in December of 2020, when he said about SolarWinds, we can't let this go answered. Cyber attacks must be treated as a serious threat. We'll take meaningful steps. And I think you described some of those. And then he also said we would respond in kind. That may have been the unseen part of what you were discussing, and seen and unseen. And then again in June, when we were in Geneva, I asked him in a press conference about whether if these kinds of attacks on critical infrastructure continued, how he would respond. And he said there would be a cyber response onto these. We haven't seen those in public. Maybe they've happened, in private. And I know you can't say if they have. But Jack raised the interesting question, said any such message should have been sent only once. The reason to send it would be to establish red lines that, if crossed, would be met by a response more painful than the gains of the action. But this is clearly not what's been happening. And that time and time again, he wrote, we kept saying, if Russia uses these weapons, does something bad, and that's met with another operation and just more warnings and threats. So he's basically saying we're in a cycle here. I suspect you probably don't agree with him, but I'm wondering if you could address it.
Absolutely. So I'll take a step back there for a moment. And I think what we've seen is President Biden engaging directly with President Putin, outlining concerns, outlining very clear outlines of what is unacceptable behavior, describing that, establishing an experts group to continue to build out the next level of work on that, and really define
an experts group with the Russians.
Yes.
And that's been meeting, and are you learning much from that?
It has. I'll get to that in a moment. Defining clearly our expectations and frankly our bilateral expectations, to say, much as we would expect of any country to address aggressive cyber behavior from within its borders, particularly if it's having a disruptive impact on critical infrastructure in another country, we expect the Russians to address this behavior, and we commit to addressing any similar behavior the Russians identify of ransomware activity coming from within the US against Russia. So that was an important step. You haven't previously seen a president engaging both in private and in public to define our expectations, define that norm. It's a previously established norm under the UN's governmental group of experts, and really make clear our expectations in that way. The second of that aspect is the deterrent aspect of the very public investments of money and effort and time the US government is making to modernize our defenses, to launch innovative critical infrastructure resilience efforts. We've made a massive push to really say we must address our poor level of national cyber resilience, in no small part underpinned by the fact that critical infrastructure is owned by the private sector, and we must encourage, incentivize, and move the private sector to make the investments needed to ensure that we, as a country, can guarantee those critical services. The final aspect, to your point, is potentially other ways to impose costs. That needs to be a final aspect. We've conveyed that that is an option, but we want to work through what we can to ensure that the most effective way to address ransomware and other disruptive cyber activity coming from within a country's borders is within that country's leadership, shaping their expectations and shaping their calculations. And I think you've seen the president doing that in a very thoughtful way across his personal engagements, the engagements he's built across our country's interagencies, and also in that approach, both of bolstering national resilience, engaging allies and partners, and making clear that other options would be considered as well.
And you've often made the point, and I think did when you were still back at NSA, where of course you ran operations for a while, and of course you were doing the public-private sector engagements, that while offensive operations can be emotionally satisfying, you struck back in some way, they're frequently not very lasting or very useful. And I was wondering if you could talk people through that a little bit, because something that you see a lot in ordinary commentary on this is, why don't we do back to them exactly what they do to us, separate and apart from the values issues that raises for the US. So what does your experience tell you about the limitations on the utility of just striking back?
It's an interesting question, David. I think it was former Secretary Bob Gates who said, talked about the unpopular question of what comes next. And that's really foremost in our mind, as we often think about it. We know we overall as a country have all kinds of different options that we build to ensure we can hold adversaries accountable, but we always have to think about the long game and say, what is our ultimate goal? And ultimately, our ultimate goal is to keep the nation safe in cyberspace. As I noted, it's a very consequential area, particularly currently. And with that long goal, we say, first, deterrence by denial. Let's get ourselves strong at home. Second, let's build those international norms about what is expected and what is responsible behavior in cyberspace. And then let's ensure that we have the capabilities necessary to defend ourselves. But given the level of national resilience, and this is a core part of, that was underpinning our ransomware strategy, given the fact that we do have, gaps in security across our critical infrastructure, we knew that addressing that first and foremost with priority was as important, and thinking carefully about what comes next with any other options we consider are needed. But clearly, in executing cyber operations, one must always consider the interoperability of networks. Having a discrete impact, having confidence in that discrete impact is often challenging, given how much networks are interconnected within countries and globally as well.
So part of what you're saying to us is, because we haven't built up our resilience yet, and you've made the point, we are years behind where we should be. We haven't sort of gotten our act together in that. That's a limitation on our ability to use offensive weapons, because as Bob Gates always says, the three words so least asked in Washington are, and then what? So in other words, you couldn't really control the escalation if you just routinely used an offensive weapon back. Am I summarizing that right?
I think rather than limitation, I would say it's a factor in thoughtful consideration of options and strategy.
Okay. Let's move on to ransomware, the main subject of the president's conversation with Putin. So as they headed into Geneva, you had just been through Colonial Pipeline, I think an incident that really grabs people's attentions because it managed to really declare to people that this is a major issue that can affect not only your computers, but your gas lines and so forth. The second attack that you then saw was against a major meatpacking industry. And then, of course, we had the meeting in Geneva. The president said this has got to stop. He gave President Putin the 16 areas DHS has noted as critical infrastructure. And then, of course, we saw another attack. And just in the past few days, we've seen Recorded Future come out with a long interview with what seems to be a reconstituted version of DarkSide, a group that I think called themselves Dark Matter or something like that, said that they had learned the lessons. They weren't going to attack critical infrastructure, but they were going to be back and bigger than ever. So is this group, I'm sorry, it's Black Matter. Is this group Black Matter just the revival of DarkSide? And does this suggest that the Russians haven't gotten the message yet on ransomware?
It was a remarkable interview, and the insights it gave, and into the state of mind and the way the particular group approaches ransomware activity. And I would say it was remarkable for some of the things that were said regarding avoiding critical infrastructure targets, regarding a working group that had been established. So while I think we've observed a number of overall comments by Russian government officials following the summit, you saw the director of the FSB note on interested in partnership to address cyber criminals. You've seen other related comments. So I think as we looked at that interview, we took it as evidence or perhaps as a sign that the message regarding the disruptive ransomware activity against critical infrastructure is unacceptable, and we will address it. We felt that message was reflected in some of that. Now, of course, as my boss, Jake Sullivan, has said, and I think as the president has made clear, the proof will be in the pudding. We're looking to see the changes and addressing disruptive cyber activity over time. But we think we're seeing a commitment, and we will look to see the actions that follow up on that commitment. And as we said, we view this in a bi-directional way, as we're prepared to act as well if issues are highlighted to us about cyber activities.
So what you're saying to us is the fact that the ostensible black matter representative speaking to Recorded Future, assuming these people were who they said they were, the fact that they said we will, yeah, it's a big caveat, assuming that it's accurate, the fact that they said we will avoid critical infrastructure tells you your message is getting across. On the other hand, if you're a company in the United States or elsewhere that doesn't deal in critical infrastructure, it was also saying you're still a major target.
When we talked about our ransomware strategy, as you noted, we said our first goal is disrupting the ecosystem that feeds ransomware. At the end of the day, it's the old joke about what's driving ransomware. To a certain extent, it's where the money is, right? We're seeing the growth in ransom payments, et cetera. So I think when you look at our ransomware strategy, there's 4 parts to it. Piece number 1 is identify and disrupt that ecosystem. Identify who the actors are, identify the movements of virtual currencies that enable it. The second part of that is work with our international partners to put in place both increased regulatory focus on virtual currencies in the United States. The United States is a leader in this space. Treasury has been made active work in the space in the last number of years via the Financial Action Task Force, but double down on know your customer rules and the regulatory rules that enable and ensure that illicit use of virtual currencies is addressed with more focus and rigor. And you saw the president's pointed comments with the G7 building a coalition to address that, and we're taking some key steps on that. The third piece is the resilience piece. You saw the letter we issued calling on companies to do the steps they need to do, frankly, to do the steps the federal government has invested real money and effort in, the 5 key cybersecurity areas that really reduce the risk. And then finally, as I noted, working with allies and partners to hold countries accountable who harbor ransomware actors. So I think to your point, David, just taking a step back, we don't think any one line of that strategy is adequate. There's a reason there's 4 core lines of effort there, because we think that all of them working together will both address the countries who harbor ransomware actors, show them that that's unacceptable, address the virtual currency enablers of it, and build that international coalition while also calling on companies to say, lock your doors, right? Invest in your alarm systems. That's really a necessary area that's part of our national strategy as well.
Well, in the few minutes we have left before we go to some questions from the audience, and I can see here there are a lot already lined up for you, no surprise. And I wanted to ask you about a few of those specifics. So you've been reluctant so far to endorse the idea of banning ransom payments in ransomware cases. How come?
It's a really good question. And I will say that, initially thought that was a good approach, right? We know that ransom payments are driving this ecosystem. And we said maybe banning that is the right answer. And then we brought in a lot of input from the private sector, input from a ransomware task force that really incorporated a number of former government officials, private sector leaders, very effectively, and had done a very thoughtful review over multi-months. We really took in a lot of that input, and we heard loud and clear from many that the state of resilience is inadequate. And as such, if we banned ransom payments, we would essentially drive even more of that activity underground and have both less insight into it that will enable us to disrupt it, but also not really address the root causes. So we said, let's take a step back. That's not an approach we can do at this moment in time. And instead, let's drive that 4-part approach to really both address the ecosystem, encourage and incentivize resilience, because our goal is just fundamentally decreasing the ransomware that's just affecting US companies, large and small, and really state and local governments around the country, and frankly, our allies and partners around the world. There's almost no topic that when I talk with my international counterparts gets them ready to jump in on our coalition efforts or really interested in sharing information, learning from us, teaching us than ransomware, because it's had such a disruptive impact on so many governments' abilities to provide critical services and on so many companies around the world.
But you've seen some cases of the payment of ransom where it may not have been necessary. The JBS case, the the meat distributor case, they paid $11 million. And it's not clear that their operational side had even been attacked. In the case of Colonial Pipeline, they paid the ransom before there really had been many consultations with the US government. Did you find that disturbing?
I won't speak to individual cases, but what I will say is We really press companies to say, make the investments in cybersecurity. It gives you a better return on investment. Put yourself in the position to know that you can defend your networks and approach it in a way that really is focused on risk. One of the most formative roles for me was serving as NSA's first chief risk officer following media leaks. And the focus on how risk is thought through. What are your most key assets? Is it your reputation? Is it your intellectual property? It's your continuity of business and your operational networks. And we really encourage chief executive officers, don't make this a cyber thing. Bring in your executive team, ask yourselves those questions, and then invest in that resilience. It's the best investment you can make. We really believe that we discourage ransom payments and believe they're fueling this ecosystem and are not the right approach.
Last question for you. It has to do with going to the other part of this, which is cryptocurrency. Yesterday, we heard Gary Gensler of the FCC talk about his own thoughts about why we had to enforce cryptocurrency or look at cryptocurrency actions much more carefully and make them more visible. Of course, the IRS is interested in it because they fear that they're losing tax dollars. You're interested in it for a different reason, though. You want to be able to trace these so that cryptocurrency basically does not become a way to pay these ransoms. Tell us a little bit about how that would operate.
Absolutely. And Gary's been a very both innovative and thoughtful voice in a number of interagency discussions on this topic. So fundamentally, if we want to disrupt ransomware and money laundering networks, we need to be able to rapidly trace and interdict them around the world. And there's a lot of lessons learned from physical, know your customer, and anti-money laundering global efforts that we're working to apply here. There's things that are very different in virtual currencies. And it's been really interesting to do deep dives, both with the private sector, deep dives with the intelligence community to understand that ecosystem, the exchanges, the mixers, the things that are anonymity enhancing. And the perspectives of many that a big part of cryptocurrency transactions that occur, the kind of anonymous transactions that occur are often criminal transactions. But our driving goal is the rapid tracing and interdiction and really the strengthening of domestic and international virtual currency regulatory environments to enable that. We do fully value virtual currency innovation. So one big part of it is also building in those cyber protections in the design of new virtual currencies and addressing that in a way that we can both have the innovation and not have the broad illicit use that's driving criminal activity.
And that would require congressional action, I assume.
There are efforts that we're doing across the executive branch, a number of efforts we're looking at here in that way. For example, potentially ensuring that all ransomware payments were notified quickly so we get better visibility into that. So there's a number of areas we're looking at in that space as well.
Well, Anne, you and I could do this for hours on end, and at various moments we have, but I feel like I've had all the fun here and not had a chance to let our great audience ask you some questions. So I'm going to turn it back to Anya with thanks for the time you've spent here. And Anya, I think you've got, just 20 or 30 questions lined up.
It's always great talking with you, David. Thank you so much for the time. And as always, learning from you during our conversations.
Well, thank you, Anne.
Thank you, Anne. And thank you, David. And Anne, your comments were excellent and did spark about 20, 25 questions. So without further ado, let me turn to Jane Harmon.
Thank you, Anya.
Good morning, everyone. Am I up? Wait.
You're not on camera, Jane. It's okay. There you are.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Greetings from Aspen. I wish we were all in person. I just arrived here last night. And congratulations, Anya, to you and Nick for this extraordinary conference, where I have learned a lot. I thought I knew stuff, but the last panel on the promise and peril of cryptocurrency, the promise part, was really interesting. So on this topic, as David knows, I am first going to say that he wrote his amazing book, The Perfect Weapon, at the Wilson Center. And that the Wilson Center, where I was president and CEO for the past 10 years, teaches cyber to Capitol Hill staff. And with David's help, I think we have made some difference on the Hill. I have a two-part question. And the first part is that I didn't hear any conversation about a cyber regime, which I know comes up from time to time. And my question is, how realistic is it that we could have a worldwide cyber regime with China and Russia in it that would make a significant dent in the use of cyber as the perfect weapon, the use of cyber against critical infrastructure, et cetera? And the second part of my question is that now, as we just heard from Anne, and I think you too, David, that we are much more capable of attributing and naming and shaming countries and rogue actors who do ransomware. Have we created somewhat of a deterrent, which might, David, get this, David, make cyber less of a perfect weapon?
So it sounds like you had a question for me and a question for David, which sounds like a very equitable division there. Thank you so much. So as we look at recent progress on norms under the governmental group of experts of the UN, interestingly enough, Russia fully participated in that, in defining norms of acceptable state behavior, one of which, for example, is addressing behavior coming from within countries' borders. A second, providing support to countries' computer emergency response teams when they request help. So I think we've certainly seen a willingness to participate in these voluntary norms about responsible state behavior in cyberspaces. And now the question will be, when behavior is then flagged, do countries act on that? And I think that is the key place where we're at. So we're certainly hopeful. We believe that we can have countries agree to a set of responsible norms. And we think that the work we've put in, frankly, to that attribution and to bringing allies and partners along is a foundational step to enabling that. And that's really one of the reasons we've invested such effort in that, both in the two attributions the Biden administration has done. And David, I'll turn over the second question to you.
Well, this is Anne's moment, not mine. I'll just be very brief and say that I think that this is clearly an area where treaties don't work, and what worries people about the norms is that Russia and China and others are trying to formulate those norms to fit authoritarian models. And that's what's going to make this so difficult. We've had the UN experts group that Anne referred to now for 6 or 7 years, and we've seen a significant uptick in activity, including the ransomware activity, in that time. So that tells you that the guardrails we put on so far aren't working. And that's why I suspect that while it's a good start, it's got to get reinforced with making the costs far higher.
Right. Thank you, David. Thanks, Jane and Anne. We now turn to Josh Wolford, who is one of our rising leaders, our inaugural class of rising leaders here at Aspen Strategy Group.
Deputy Secretary, thanks so much for giving me the opportunity to ask you a question. As an officer in the military, a lot of our software is becoming more and more outdated. And with that, some of the security challenges we have pose frustrations, and the delays with security and the way we handle security as far as passwords and all causes people to look for workarounds instead of being able to use the system in a way that enables it to be as secure as it could be. I know we've been updating things using two-factor authentication and others as well. What are your thoughts on being able to modernize that government software that we use in a way that's safe and secure and makes it so that it's more user-friendly so people don't feel like they're forced to use workarounds that could potentially cause security lapses in the future? Thank you.
First, thank you for your service, and thank you for the passion underpinning the question. I often think on any journey of change, it's important to both look over our shoulder and see how far we've come, and then look up at the hill and say, darn well, we've got to double down and move there even faster. And I think security across DoD and the military is a great example of that. On the one hand, DoD leads for federal government agencies in having created a set of governance. Whether you work for the Army or the Air Force, there's one governance around those networks that drives how quickly patches, particularly critical patches, have to be made, drives modernization, drives upgrades in that integrated way. One of the things we did in the executive order was try to recreate that governance model for federal civilian networks, to do that same focus threshold, common threshold of security in recognition of the fact that one vulnerability can rapidly move across a network, and building in that segmentation is important as well. So your point is incredibly well taken. DoD has come very far. It has a ways to go. And frankly, to your point, cybersecurity technology drives innovation as well, and really thoughtfully thinking about ensuring that we have that innovation, but also knowing that we have a way to rapidly identify an intrusion and rapidly block that, and also quickly look around a network to identify other evidence of that is important. So I think good progress made, a lot more to be done. And I would particularly call out the efforts that are being put in place around cyber hygiene, rapid patching, multi-factor, you noted as some of the really key efforts. But thanks for the question.
Thank you, Anne. We now turn to Senator Sam Nunn. Senator Nunn, are you with us?
Yes, I'm trying to unmute. Have I succeeded?
You have. We can't see you, but we can hear you. There we go.
Okay.
Now we can.
First of all, Anne, thank you for your outstanding career and for your current leadership and for the initiatives in this cyber area that the Biden administration's undertaking. And David, thank you for the excellent book, The Perfect Weapon, and your leadership in journalism in this area. We at NTI have done several cyber studies unclassified, and we have basically focused on command and control and warning systems and whether we can develop red lines with the Russians and with the Chinese in particular, but indeed all nuclear weapon states need red lines in these areas, because the cyber interference with command and control or warning systems could lead to, David, the perfect storm in the nuclear arena in terms of mistake, blunders, miscalculations. So Ernie Moniz and I are calling for, and have for several months, actually a couple of years, a mandated study by the President of the United States to the Department of Defense to basically do a fail-safe review on the ways that we could get into a war by mistake, or nuclear use by mistake or accident or blunder. Same question would apply to all the nuclear weapon states, but this could be undertaken unilaterally, and we could challenge the other nuclear weapon states to do the same thing, because we all have the same problems. And it also applies to new systems as we modernize our force. And of course, the classified world has got even more problems, I'm sure, but we've stayed in the unclassified arena. So, Anne, I would hope that you all would consider, and the Pentagon would consider, undertaking this kind of fail-safe review on new technologies, particularly cyber, but not limited to cyber, and all the ways we could end up with a catastrophe. There's some precedent for this. Back in the late 80s and early 90s, I basically got with Dick Cheney, who was Secretary of Defense, and asked for a review, which wasn't on cyber then, but it was a fail-safe type review on the lack of attribution for submarines that could be mistaken for one country attacking and the Soviet Union and the United States thinking it was the other. And that review was carried out in a very highly classified study, but it resulted in a tremendous improvement in some of the fail-safe procedures. So I would hope that we would take a look at that and undertake that kind of fail-safe review, as well as challenge all the other weapon states to do so. Out of that, it would be my hope that countries with nuclear weapons would recognize that we have to have red lines in this arena. We cannot have the Wild West in nuclear command and control and warning systems. So anyway, the question is, I know you all are looking at everything, and I hope this is on your list.
Thank you very much for the question, Senator Nunn, and thank you just the leadership. You're an example for my generation of individuals to look at in terms of impactful work in this space. Certainly the introduction of new technologies brings new risks that we have to consider. And certainly the networks we are always focused on with regard to risk are those command and control networks of our most strategic capabilities. So this is certainly an area of focus and consideration, and appreciate the recommendation in that space.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I wonder if we could rely on, could we go 5 minutes over, or do you have a hard stop?
I think we have probably another 2-3 minutes, actually.
Okay, perfect. We'll be very quick because I'd like to get to Bob Hormats, who's backstage, virtual backstage, and then to Munish, who works on this from the New York City perspective. So Bob, turning it to you. Bob, are you there?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. Thanks very much, Anya. I appreciate the conversation, and I'd like to turn this a little bit to something David and I have discussed before, and I know Ann is dealing with as part of her overall responsibilities, and that is 5G. Currently, we're very dependent on equipment and technology made by other countries, and the question is how much access their governments have to the equipment that is made in those countries. My suggestion, and I wonder if the administration is looking at this, is that there are other ways of doing 5 and 6G technology that are based on more open systems, based on O-RAN. And a lot of American companies are exploring this, so you don't need first generation equipment. You can use modern equipment of the second generation, which particularly includes new kinds of software, the cloud, silicon, and other kinds of devices that can be used by any apparatus, not just ones that are connected to those of other countries. So I'm wondering if an open system based on O-RAN is something that you're considering and would consider. I think it helps our security. It's done by American companies, not foreign companies, and it would be a big step forward to giving America a lead in 5G rather than where we are now, which is that we tend to follow the equipment and the technology of other countries. Can we do this? Are we doing it? And would you be inclined to take the lead in doing it to a greater degree with more companies, a wider group of companies than today?
Couldn't agree with you more. And this has been a key focus area for us in the administration in the first few months. Open RAN, so for the broader group, 5G is important because it's the next generation of the internet, right? And not only does that reflect communications, it reflects, can we have a global internet that reflects the values of civil liberties, privacy, protection from broad surveillance that's so core to who we are as a democratic country, and with democratic allies as well. And that's why we've put tremendous efforts to say, what can we do to incentivize the build out of open RAN, open standards-based 5G approaches, which notwithstanding the national security benefits, have huge economic and innovation benefits as well. Because instead of one black box end-to-end system, you have the opportunity for software-based innovation at every level. It's been a big focus area. We've done active engagement with companies. In fact, I gave a talk to the O-RAN Alliance just last week. It's been a big part of our Quad initiative as well, with key countries as well, given the need for security of 5G. So a lot of progress in that area, I think, in understanding some of the incentives. And in addition, there have been pilot efforts across the US government that have really built out some Open RAN implementations and are making progress on that, building on companies leading in this space, both in the US and Europe, and frankly, Japanese and Indian, potentially Indian companies as well. So a lot of innovation starting to spark in the space that we're excited about, and we hope to see the fruits out in the next year or two.
Thank you, Anne. And just very quickly from Munish Walterpuri, who I think runs cyber risk for the city of New York.
Thank you, Anya.
Munish.
Hello. I trying to turn on my video, but I'll just go with my up. There we go. Okay, thanks. Hi, my name is Munish Walterpuri. I'm with New York City Cyber Command. Thank you for the extra time and for answering my question. Can you describe some of the innovative ways you have seen or would like to see public-private partnership and protection of critical infrastructure? Thanks.
I will always have time for people like you who roll up their sleeves and are part of doing the hard work of cyber each and every day. And New York City Cyber Command has been a great example of innovation, public-private partnership, and just really creative work. So thank you for the work you're doing, Munish. I think you've seen a couple of good examples in the administration's work. I mentioned the Industrial Control Systems Initiative, which worked closely with the electricity ISAC, the information sharing public-private partnerships established under the Department of Homeland Security critical infrastructure authorities, and the way we use that to really drive uptake of cybersecurity technologies across the electricity systems and the key utilities that service, as we talked about, 90 million Americans. Those efforts are now going to natural gas pipelines, to water, and to chemical sectors as well. So that kind of bringing in leaders in the sector and really providing them classified briefings to have them understand the threats, have them understand the need. I think the work in the executive order that outlines some very specific initiatives, rather than saying do it all, we said these are 5 things that would really have impact. And I think finally, the work that we did in responding to the Microsoft Exchange hack and really bringing companies into the government's unified coordination group. So those elements of focused, purpose-built information sharing, focused on outcomes, practical rollout of technologies, sharing practical information that provides insights, but also, frankly, listening and enabling the sectors to really address what's common about them, but what's distinct about each sector as well. And I think as we've looked at, across utilities, across finance, across food safety, different approaches have been used. There are some commonalities, but that really address the existing regulatory approaches, but also the key threats that face those sectors.
And thank you very much. That was a masterclass. The country is very lucky to have you in this key role at this important time. We really appreciate you being with us and all the hard work that you do. And that was also a perfect segue, because we're now going to hear from industry on what they're doing to protect themselves in these critical issues, because of course, many of the attacks recently have been on our private sector industry as well as government. And here to discuss those important issues with David Sanger are Ron Green, who's the Chief Security Officer of MasterCard, longtime expert in the space, also formerly a special agent in the US Secret Service. We have Robert Hannigan, who was the former director of GCHQ, of course, kind of the equivalent of the NSA in the UK system, and he helped establish the UK National Cybersecurity Center, which is a very innovative center and something we don't currently have in the US government. And finally, we have Tucker Bailey, who's a partner at McKinsey & Company and who co-leads McKinsey's digital risk work globally. Your bios are much more extensive and impressive than that, but I want to give you time to speak, so I'll turn it over to David now. Thank you all for joining us.
Well, thank you, and great to be with this panel, and thank you, Anya, for handling so many questions there for Anne, and we're going to, I'm sure, have more for the panel as well. I wanted to start by asking our panelists what they thought was new and different that they were hearing now from the US government based on your experience in the first 6 months of the Biden administration, but also based on what we just heard from Anne. So Ron, why don't I start with you? Your experience at MasterCard, what is the difference in the way that you find you're interacting with governments? We've heard every president since George W. Bush talk about increasing public-private partnerships. Is it different this time?
David, I have to say that it does feel a lot different. Over the years, of course, cyber has been important for many of the previous administrations. I think something that I am seeing out of this current administration is just more active, proactive interaction and delivering of much more information to the private sector and looking to gain deeper relationships for private sector partnerships. And I think a lot of that's driven by the adversary. I think in the past, the breaches have been, information loss and citizens getting a letter that says their information is compromised. Now you're seeing like people can't get gas, or people might not be able to get meat. Just you're seeing like physical manifestations of damage. And I think all of that's been a catalyst of why the administration has just been so active with the EOs and all the other outreach that they're doing to get us to work closer with them.
Active or active and effective? I mean, obviously, we're still seeing, ransomware has been pretty much an all-time high. We're still seeing some state-sponsored hacks. I'm sure, get a daily sense of what the attacks are like on your system. Is it making a difference?
So I'll say active, and I think the effective we'll see it manifest itself over time. It's still early days for us to see what the effect of the activity is, but just in the greater interaction that we're having, and I suspect that we'll do just on exercises, joint exercises, like we've had Cyberstorm as a way for cross-sector infrastructure organizations to exercise large-scale cyber events with the government. I think just in some of the interactions, we'll see that tempo of it uptick, and also the level of activity, the amount of effort that we'll have to put into it, so that we can get better about participating, like not just tabletopping, but actually using technologies to help our responders, both within the private sector and the government, get better about responding. I think those are to come. We just engaged in Lock Shields, which was a NATO-led exercise where NATO countries, along with the private sector, engaged in cyber exercise that included the use of actual technology to mimic or simulate just bad activity and responding to it. I think we're on the verge of seeing some real change, but we need a little more time.
Tucker, one of the recurring themes of what we heard from Anne before was that we're basically making up for lost time, and that despite a decade of rising cyber threats, we had a large part of the private sector sort of asleep at the wheel here. We're not talking about major financial institutions like Ron's, or even the major utilities, which I know invested a lot in it, but the ease with which Colonial Pipeline got brought to a halt, or JBS, the meat distributor, or even the ease with which SolarWinds was attacked in such a sophisticated a way, I think surprised people. Your consultancy has a lot of different clients that deal with this. Is my surprise unwarranted here?
No, I think, David, what we've seen is that industries and companies that have experienced day-to-day either financial or intellectual property losses due to cyber have come up the learning curve quite quickly, right? Because they have a financial incentive to do so. So, you see big financial institutions and others really investing behind cybersecurity and building, quite frankly, world-class cybersecurity teams. I think those industries that haven't seen the day-to-day operational losses are playing a little bit of catch-up, but they realize where they are, that in many cases, they represent a significant strategic threat. So while there aren't day-to-day operational issues from cyber, recognizing the potential presence of adversaries on their network could pose a strategic risk. I think they have increasingly found a willing partner in the federal government to help them understand the nature of those risks, the tactics, techniques, and procedures of the adversary. And I think to Anne's point about the federal government role modeling some of this, I think the executive order, by putting explicit timelines on some of these actions, has really driven a lot of effectiveness. And we're starting to see that trickle down. The federal government is a significant buyer of goods and services from the private sector. Many of our clients are now saying, how do we compete on security as a differentiator? And how can we actually telegraph security along with traditional cost, schedule, and performance type things, as a differentiator? So I think we are playing catch up, but industries are recognizing the strategic threat. And coming back to ransomware, that's a topic that affects every industry independently. So while other folks may not have seen operational losses, ransomware, I think, is really waking people up to this issue across the board.
And what did you think, Tucker, of her answer on paying ransoms themselves? Whether or not, as she seemed to suggest that she had come into the job thinking, yeah, let's ban paying ransoms, and basically got convinced that that wasn't always the way to go operate, that you just drive it underground.
Yeah, I've been personally surprised at the extent to which ransomware payments happen, many of which, happen without a lot of public fanfare. And at the end of the day, for companies, this is a business decision, right? So in a world where these are happening day to day, there's clear cost benefit analysis. If you can get a perspective on and I shudder to say this, the relative trustworthiness of your attackers and that they will actually unlock and decrypt your data, it becomes a business decision. Where they're starting to struggle and see other challenges is this concept of extortion, right? So it's not just locking up the data and providing the encryption keys. It's, if you don't pay us, we'll actually release your data publicly. So even if you have great backups and you're able to restore your network without paying a ransom, you're not facing that extortion problem. I think the other challenge on the ransomware front is this is the topic du jour, but companies are still facing the traditional threats of intellectual property theft, other types of financial fraud through cyber means, as well as this strategic challenge. And they're also starting to look around the corner and say, what's next? And a topic that comes up quite a bit is, this notion of malign influence, and can we actually influence the market to make financial gains, et cetera. So while organizations have to address the ransomware threat today, looking around the corner and saying, what is the ransomware of next year or tomorrow is increasingly important as well.
Robert, you are a few years out from having been facing the kind of issues that you heard Ann Neuberger deal with. And of course, GCHQ, while it doesn't get as much attention, and no Bond movie has ever focused right in on operations in the donut you're building out there, which I should point out was before Apple stole your design for a donut. I'm wondering what you thought of her answer about the limitations of doing a offensive activity back at those who are doing either ransomware attacks or state-sponsored attacks. You had to go balance this same kind of issue at GCHQ.
Well, hi, David. And great to be with you, and great to be at Aspen, even virtually. I think you're viewed from this side of the water. On your first question, it does feel that something is different about this administration's approach to cyber. And even the appointments, Anne is a terrific appointment. I've worked with her before, and Chris English, Jen Easterly at CISA. I think they are people who understand the strategy, but also have done the operations. So that will make a big difference. So that inspires confidence over here, I think. On offensive cyber, I thought Anne handled it very well, actually, because as you said, and you illustrate brilliantly in your book, offensive cyber is something that people reach for in an emotional way because it feels like, we're hitting back, we're doing what they do to us. Actually, it's much more complex for that. And I think she set out the constraints really well. And there are three, really, which you also talk about. One is the fact that your defense has to be really good if you're going to take aggressive offensive action. And everybody admits that we are way behind where we should be. And it's asymmetric anyway. We have an open economy, open networks. So even if we've been better at defense, we would be asymmetrically open to attack in a way that our adversaries aren't. The second is collateral damage and escalation, as we've seen over the years. That's really difficult to predict in cyber. It's not like a kinetic weapon where you can measure exactly what the impact will be. And Anne referred to that too. And then I think the biggest for me, though, is values, which you referred to, David. We don't want to behave in the way that our adversaries do, because the Russians want to put pressure on the regime in Ukraine. They will switch domestic power off in the winter just to make a point. I can't see any United States or UK or European government wanting to do that. That's not part of our values. We're trying to build or rebuild a values-driven, rules-based world order. And the way to do that isn't to throw things out of the window. So I thought she very honestly said, this is complex.
Anything else that she said that surprised you? And maybe a version of the same question that we were just discussing with Tucker, which is, there is a sense that many American companies, I'm sure you feel the same way about British companies, were kind of asleep at the wheel in the past decade, where you had all these headlines about cyber attacks. We had Sony, we had the attacks on Baltimore and Atlanta, we had attacks on casinos in the US, we had attacks on water systems. Europe wasn't a whole lot better. And yet we still have this absence of resilience.
I think that's true. And one of the really encouraging things about the new administration's approach has been this focus on resilience and improving defenses. And that very long executive order that came up very quickly is really focused on that. And you're absolutely right about the sleep at the wheel. I noticed when the FBI and CISA published that list of 2030 favorite vulnerabilities that are exploited, CVs that are exploited by attackers, the thing that struck me is how old they are. You know, these are not very recent vectors for attack. And you mentioned Colonial Pipeline. Looks like a failure to do two-factor authentication, basic poor password management, failure to patch, all the stuff we've been talking about for 10, 15 years hasn't been done. And I would say there are two conversations going on. There's conversation at the high level, best organizations in the world, talking about the next threats and how to meet them. But for the rest of the economy, including some of our biggest utilities and C&I companies, they're not even doing the basics at the moment. And that's what needs to change. That's the baseline that needs to rise. And I thought Anne seemed to really grasp that. And that's what it's all about.
Ron, we were discussing resilience here before, and it might be worth drilling down a little bit about the difference between defenses and resilience. People understand what you do about defense, but let's face it, you're attacked all the time, and sooner or later an attacker is going to be successful no matter what you do and how good you are. So how does a company like MasterCard think about resilience? In other words, if you were hit by a massive state-sponsored or ransomware attack that brought down all the MasterCard websites, made it difficult, if not impossible, for me to pay my bill, though I wouldn't necessarily object to that. What is your ability then to basically stand up an entirely new system right away, or back up the data on the old system right away, so that you could essentially tell the ransomware operators, thanks, you might as well take a hike, we're not paying?
Yeah, so David, I like the way you phrase the question, defenses versus resiliency. And, you know, we can go on in depth about defenses, but on the resiliency side, I think one of the things, first off, that people should at least be hardened by is that we think about resiliency every day. At MasterCard, we have to enable transactions within nanoseconds, and we're built in such a way that should an attacker actually take the main body of MasterCard out, our customers or the issuers and acquiring banks can still operate without us for a good period of time while we reestablish ourselves. It's like redundancy is what we have. So like you can take out any of our data centers and we'll recover, but even if you were to take them down, transactions can still happen without us. So that's a good thing. We often think about what we can do to further create additional layers of resiliency. And, we engage in something called threat casting, which is a technique of calculating where your adversary will be at a 10-year mark. And it's something we've picked up from both the Army and the U.S. Secret Service. Both of those agencies use threat casting and what they do. And you actually use a futurist to help in that assessment. And I didn't know there was an actual job called a futurist, but you engage in a futurist and you bring in subject matter experts, and you think about where your adversary will be in 10 years. And while the main body of our security program is focused on the now and the near term, the threat casting projects longer out so that when we hit those gates or when we're looking for where that adversary will be, we'll either be in a different position than they would expect us to be, or we're able to respond to them. And then another point on resiliency is, we think about the greater payments ecosystem beyond MasterCard. So if we are secure and the merchants are being compromised and things are just happening wholesale, that cardholders lose trust or confidence in payments, that's a problem for us. And so we think about what we can do to get greater resiliency in the rest of the ecosystem beyond just us. And so we engaged in things like we partnered with the Global Cyber Alliance to enable small and medium businesses today. They can learn about security controls, techniques, and technologies, and then they can actually get free tools like backing up, scanning. They can get all that stuff today and enable it to protect their organizations, to raise the bar, to make it harder for other people within the whole payments ecosystem to become a victim.
Well, the Aspen Security Forum and the Strategy Group, we're all futurists. So you've got to, we just may not be very good at predicting it, but we like to think of ourselves that way. Tucker, let me ask you a version of the same question. So when you sit down with your clients, I'm sure they're thinking first about defense because they're reading the headlines and they know that, what ends the tenure of a chief executive is, an attack like the one that hit Target, for example, or has hit so many other businesses. But how much do they also think about resiliency?
Yeah, your point is spot on. And I think you are not going to defend your way out of this problem. You're not going to spend your way out of this problem. Bigger walls, are going to give marginal protection, but not absolute protection. You do have to have the basic hygiene on the defensive side, no question about it. But where we see leading companies investing their marginal dollar is on the resilience side. So how quickly can we detect activities? How quickly can we attribute them to a known threat pattern, if not a threat actor? How quickly can we neutralize that threat, mitigate, and recover? And one of the concepts that we've seen many organizations embrace is this notion of anti-fragility, which is that a cyber incident or attack doesn't actually weaken us, but it makes us stronger because it starts to inoculate us against that type of attack. But what that requires is a certain level of organizational agility to recognize what's happening, feed that back into your processes such that you're now defending against not just that type of attack, but its variants. So this notion of how quickly can we detect, how quickly can we respond, and can we ensure some level of inoculation, and that we haven't just mitigated this attack, we've now inoculated ourselves against this type of issue going forward. And that, quite frankly, requires a different level of organizational agility and mindset if you're really going to bring in kind of that anti-fragile thinking, to quote Nassim Taleb.
So, Robert, you spent years in government and then finished up at GCHQ, and now you find yourself in the private sector and in this space as well. Do these questions we've been debating today look very different to you now that you're in the private sector, wondering why those idiots in government don't get their act together, than it did when you were in the government wondering why those idiots in the private sector didn't get their act together?
Yeah, exactly. It's great to be able to blame both sides. I mean, two examples. The ransomware is a great example. Having sat with companies who are having to make that decision at board level, it really gives you an insight into whether it's such a good idea to just ban ransomware. And I think the process that Anne's obviously gone through, I've also gone through. It's easy for the regulator because you don't have to pay to ban something. But there are a lot of companies that would just go out of business, and it's a simple business decision, as Tucker said. I think the real answer to your question, though, is I think we need to shift the dial on what government does. So 10 years ago in the United States and the United Kingdom, I think government thought its role was to protect sensitive government networks and data and to give some advice in the hope the private sector got better. I think what we've all realized, and governments may become late to this, is that we need to be more interventionist. There has to be some regulation. We have to use the power of government as a procurer, as Tucker said, and CMMC is a good example of the defense space. Actually just raising standards and saying some minimum things have to happen to stop the really easy stuff getting through. Of course, there's no 100% protection, but we've got to raise that baseline. So although we've talked a lot about private sector being asleep at the wheel, I think I would also say governments have come to this quite late and have realized they need to be much more active. And it's good to see the administration following through on that.
Robert, I have one other I wanted to ask you. In the Q&A with Anne, we began discussing the question of whether there are some kind of guardrails, common understandings that countries can reach. Brad Smith at Microsoft refers to this as a digital Geneva Convention, one in which we sort of agree on things that couldn't hit civilians, much like the Geneva Conventions were designed to protect civilians against outrageous acts by states and others. And while, of course, there continue to be attacks that violate the physical world Geneva Convention, Syria is a really great example. At least there is an understanding that maybe one day President Assad will find himself in front of an international criminal court to go answer for the gassing of his own people. Can you imagine us moving to a similar moment in cyber where national leaders could be dragged in front of a criminal court of some kind for allowing ransomware operators to operate on their territory, for ordering the SVR to go off and do something like solar winds?
Well, I wish I could say I could foresee that. I've sat through a lot of these negotiations, particularly on rules of the road. But I think we're a very, very long way from it. Really, because cyber is a reflection of the rest of geopolitics. And I don't think it's going to be exceptional. Take a simple example. Some of the ransomware families we've just been discussing are coded so they can't be called on machines running Russian language settings, or 16 other settings around the former Soviet Union, including Syria, you just mentioned Syria. So, in any other sphere, that would be fairly amazing that a prime business model couldn't be applied to the country of conviction. So against that background, given the money involved, given the state of relations between countries, this looks like a very big ask and a long walk. But I still think it's worth discussing, and I think it's therefore a good thing that out of the G7, these discussions between Russian and American experts have started. But it is going to be a very long haul, and it won't be until relations generally improve.
Do you think it's a real discussion, or you think that Putin sees a moment here to, sure, bury this in some kind of task force between the US and Russia, gives Putin the chance to say, oh, we're working with the international community, while freeing up the SVR or the GRU or the ransomware actors to go out and do whatever it was they were going to do anyway?
Yes, and we've seen this in other spheres like nuclear, and we shouldn't be naive about it. I still think it's better to be talking than not talking. And when the cost of this rises for those doing it, so particularly Russia and China, then they might start to take this seriously. But for the moment, it is very low cost for them, I would say.
Okay. And Ron, if I could ask you on the same thing, you have seen some companies take a leadership role in advocating for some kind of international agreements here. Is that the way to go? Are we more likely to see companies take the leading role rather than governments?
I think you will see companies actively participate. There's quite a lot that we, as the owners of the infrastructure environments, have to say on these topics. We can't do it without our government partners, but if you look at like some of the work that the Financial Sector Coordination Council is doing in conjunction with the U.S. government on, working to harmonize or get to some consolidation around standards, security standards, and those standards not just within the U.S. but even globally. The more we can come up with a set of security standards that we can all transparently work from. I think CMMC, as I think it was Tucker that mentioned it or Robert that mentioned it, that's like a great thing for the defense industrial base. The more we can standardize on security standards, the more we can transparently say how good we are, and then focus on enabling security. Where you have a lot of different standards, you spend more time clicking or checking compliance boxes than actually working on security. So that's just one example of how the private sector is focused on helping our government partners in the U.S. and across the globe, better protect the environment. Then you'll see a lot of private sector companies. I mentioned the Global Cyber Alliance, but there are other things like the Cyber Peace Institute or the Cyber Readiness Institute. There are other things that within the private sector, we see there's an opportunity for us to help to raise all boats. Like Ann said earlier, that it's better to be in a position where you can protect yourself from becoming a victim of ransomware than actually having to make that decision to make a payment. So the more that we can help each other, just raise the security level or raise the security standards for everyone out there in the environment, we stand better off. And so you can expect, I think you should continue to see private sector companies, especially the ones that have, a vested interest in everyone doing better, participating actively in maturing what is happening in the world.
Great. Well, we could go on with this for some time, but we only have 8 or 9 minutes left, and I wanted to allow time for questions. So I'm going to turn it back to Anya. Anya, I think you have a question from Joe Nye, who taught me in a pre-cyber age and has continued to since. So any mistakes I made this morning, you can blame Joe for all of those. So I'll turn it back to Anya and to Joe.
Great. Thank you, David. And thank you, Joe. Joe, by the way, also taught me in a pre-cyber age, but has been really staying up to speed on these topics. So Joe Nye, please ask your question.
Thanks, David and Anya. I would love to hear this great panel say a little bit about liability and insurance. We often talk about government regulation as a way to fill the gap between what you might call the costs of hygiene to the company and the general externalities for the country as a whole. Another way of bridging that gap is through the insurance industry, which essentially, if you're debating whether you're going to spend money on a fancy type of cyber investment, you might say, well, I'll take my risks. But if your insurance company tells you, sorry, that's going to double the cost of your insurance, you might say, well, I might as well pay it now. So the question is, there's been the problem of getting an actuarial base for insurance in cyber, which is lack of data because companies often don't report intrusions. Then there's also the question of the extraordinary escalation in costs that we've seen with the recent wave of cyberware attacks, which are driving some insurance companies out of the area. So what are the prospects for solving some of these problems of raising hygiene in general through liability legislation, but even more important, through the insurance industry raising its game?
I'm happy to start. So, Joe, I think that's a great question. Having been through the process with our insurers a few times, I think early on with cyber insurance, because there's no actuarial tables or anything like that, identifying the coverage amounts and how much you pay was just like, it's as accurate as rolling chicken bones and figuring out, that's what you need to pay. I think the spate of ransomware attacks and its impact on the insurance industry, they are going to get better data, and you can see them starting to leverage technologies to get an idea or an assessment of the insured, the group that they're going to insure. So I expect them to use more technology to get better assessments, to know where a company actually is, and then to develop more means of getting a transparent look at the security program of an organization, and that will weigh in on the amounts they'll charge and the amount of coverage they'll get. That is just going to be another factor for companies to get their act straight in order to do well in those assessments, so that they can get some reasonable cost insurance coverage, or else they're going to pay some exorbitant costs.
And I'll build on that. From the carrier side, we talked about the challenge of underwriting cyber policies, the lack of actuarial data, but they recognize that there's a big opportunity here if they can figure that out. So, I think the first wave of cyber insurance is really covering third-party risk, right? Customer record breach remediation. You've got a good cost to remediate those breaches, and you can get some likelihood. But they run into challenges where they think about things like accumulation risk and aggregation risk, where an earthquake is only going to hit generally one place at one time, so your portfolio you have confidence in. But if you have a NotPetya type attack that affects all of your insured base at the same time, that's a problem. I think there are other challenges around exclusions, and there's still litigation, NotPetya, right? Is this an act of war, and therefore is a covered event? And so some of these things I think need to be worked out. But I do think there is real potential for insurance to provide a hedge to some of these risks, but I think it will still take some doing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, all I'd add is that if we look back at technologies over the last 100 years, what has made them safer has been this combination of regulation and insurance, usually in step together. I think we haven't quite got there on either. And I agree with Ron that actually insurance could use external data much better to look at their insured from an attacker's perspective. That's not been done properly.
Thank you. Thank you, Joe. That's a perfect question, and actually a great segue to a question that I had. Robert, the UK National Cybersecurity Center, as I understand it, is very novel, and it's not something we have. And I could be misunderstanding it, but I think companies are allowed to report when they've been hacked without immediately exposing themselves to liability. Is that true? And could you explain a little bit more about that? And would that be a good model for the US?
Well, I wouldn't say whether it'd be good for the US, but I think the principle behind it was to bring the private sector and government together. And on your specific point, not to make this a regulator, because that has a chilling effect on reporting of problems. Right. Make it a center of excellence where people sit alongside each other and talk about problems, even attacks they're having, without the fear of the regulator finding them or coming down on them. So the NCSC advises regulators because it's an expert body, but it isn't a regulator itself. So I think it is an interesting model. It's a lot easier in the UK because our system is much smaller, there are less agencies involved, and the scale of the US makes it harder. But my sense is that this administration and everything that Chris Inglis did before on the Cyberspace Solarium Commission points towards bringing stuff together, sharing data between private and public sectors, and that has to be the way forward.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll finish with one final question that's coming in the chat, and I get asked it all the time in Silicon Valley. I know it gives our government the heebie-jeebies, but it's a variation of the question, would it ever be okay for the private sector to do offensive cyber? Because in some cases, some of our tech companies are pretty capable of that. So we'll let you all weigh into that one.
I'll go first then. I'd say I think it would be a disaster. proliferation of offensive cyber just is bad for everybody for the unintended consequences, reasons that Anne and David touched on earlier. We've already got countries proliferating. So we've got countries like Vietnam developing offensive cyber. And the last thing we need is companies doing the same. So I would strongly discourage it.
Yeah, I have not seen any interest from our client base to engage in offensive operations. They have a hard enough time finding the right defensive talent. And for all the reasons Robert said, I don't think anyone would seriously consider that from at least large U.S. corporations.
And being from a large U.S. corporation, so there's tremendous downsides to it. In it's like, poking the eye of the bear. Like you're already. So I think we would really depend on our government partners for any kind of response in that event. Active intelligence gathering and sharing, our intelligence teams trying to evaluate what's happening and gaining more information about what it is that we see of the attacker, and then sharing that with our government partners and them giving us information back. That's more of that is as close as to offensive that I see. But our lot is defense. That's it's primarily what we do. And I don't know. I don't go around poking tigers. So
that's right.
Anya, I just stepped briefly out of my moderator role and back into my reporter role for a moment, because we pursued a few cases where companies did consider this. And one of the biggest risks is if you're on the receiving end of this, let's say you're China and you're suddenly seeing servers go away, you suddenly have the question, who's actually attacking me? Is it the US government? Is it a company that was designated by the US government to do it? Is it a private actor? Somebody in Washington might not even know the cyber war had started.
Right. Thank you very much. We'll tell all those white hat hackers in Silicon Valley to stand down. David, Ron, Robert, Tucker, thank you. That was excellent and a great follow-up from what we heard from Anne. So I appreciate all of you being with us. And I will now turn it over to Neve King, who's going to talk with us about space. What in the world is going on up there? UFOs, billionaires, and the space race. Thank you all.
Thanks, Anya. Thanks, David, and to the panel. That was wonderful. Anya stole my line. What's going on up there? We were very excited about our title of the next panel. We've heard lately about Jeff Bezos and Richard Branson and space junk and everything else, and even UFOs have been making it in the news. So we decided to put together a panel to find out what it's all really about. I can see our able moderator, Eric Berger, who is the senior space editor at Ars Technica. We'd also like to welcome Ankit Panda, who is at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace as the Stanton Senior Fellow. And we have a couple more panelists too, and I'm not sure if they're back there just yet, but we're delighted also to welcome, I'm sure they'll appear on screen soon, Lord Martin Rees, who's at Cambridge University, who's the Astronomer Royal, and also Dr. Kerry Buckley, who is the Vice President at the Air and Space Forces Center at the MITRE National Security Sector. So Eric, I know we only have Ankit here, but he's got lots to talk about. So why don't we kick us off? Thanks very much.
You bet. Thank you very much, Neem. We have a really distinguished panel here today to talk about space and the future and some of these issues. I just got back actually from West Texas, flew into the El Paso airport twice in 8 days to see the flights of Sir Richard Branson and then Jeff Bezos. So it's been an interesting time in commercial space. We got several really interesting topics to talk about today, and so we're going to jump right in. The first one I wanted to address was this idea of a space commons. The Outer Space Treaty is now about 50 years old, and we're seeing a bunch of new commercial actors in addition to new countries coming into this area of space. SpaceX has launched thousands of Starlink satellites. We've had, anti-satellite tests from China and more recently India. Space is being described as a contested domain by the U.S. Space Force and other international entities. So my first question, I guess, is for Ankit. As we talk about the space commons, how should we be thinking about, the international management of this? Are these international waters? Is this Antarctica? How should we think about space?
Well, thanks, Eric, and thanks to the Aspen Security Forum for the invitation to speak here today. So
The notion of a space commons is something that, we in the United States have been pretty inconsistent about. The Trump administration explicitly rejected the notion of the United States government treating space as a domain, as a commons. The Obama administration, by contrast, in certain high-level guidance, did include space alongside sort of air and maritime realms as a commons. The Outer Space Treaty, which you referred to, uses the phrase common heritage of mankind, which is a little bit of a different idea. Just as a technical matter, space, strictly speaking, cannot be a global commons, given that definitionally we're talking about an extra global domain. Eric, you highlighted, I think, one of the most significant shifts in the space environment in the last 20 years or so, which is that space is no longer, the show in space, human activity in space is no longer being primarily generated and operated by governments. The commercial activity is absolutely booming. Mega constellations are the wave of the future. This is a trend that appears to be rather irreversible at this point. Governance, by contrast, and we've seen this in other domains, has lagged this, that we don't really have a good international framework to ensure the sustainability of space, for instance, to ensure that commercial actors concerned about the bottom line, for instance, that they're behaving responsibly, making sure that they deorbit payloads as necessary to avoid the congestion of these orbits. As large as space is, Earth orbits, which are the primary asset that sort of we depend on for all of the human activity on Earth that's supported by anthropogenic space objects, including satellites. These orbits are getting more crowded. So ultimately, I think dealing with this as we have with other domains on Earth, including the maritime domain, recognizing space as a commons, arriving at an international agreement, especially among the great powers, that this is the proper way to characterize this domain. I think that's going to be sort of the first step that's necessary to effective international governments to ensure space sustainability.
Perry or Martin, do you have thoughts about whether, in 50 years, space will look a lot like the oceans today on Earth, or will it be a region of nation states like we've carved up planet Earth?
Well, I certainly would like to endorse what's been said about the urgency of dealing with the avoidance of collisions in low Earth orbit, which is getting very crowded. That's the really short-term concern. In the longer term, we will have to regulate possible mining of asteroids and the moon, but that's a very long way away. But I think the really serious issue is going to be the military aspect, the vulnerability of satellites. We depend on spacecraft, obviously, for many everyday affairs on the Earth. And I'm a scientist, so I care about the spacecraft which have telescopes on them and which observe the Earth's environment and all that. But of course, we depend on GPS and the rest of it too. And I think the vulnerability of those is really scary.
Thanks, Eric. And I'll just add, I do agree with thinking about the commons, certainly looking at the law of the sea as another way to consider as precedent what we're looking at. I think global air traffic commons is another way to think about what we are facing and that we can learn from. To add to Lord Rees's comment, I would say a specific commons element that really needs to be addressed in short order is certainly the allocation of orbital slots. So currently, the only such allocation that occurs is at GEO, and that's through the International Telecommunications Union, and that's backed by an international treaty. And that allocation was really mainly designed for reasons of spectrum deconfliction, but it really has to grow to serve this dual purpose of orbital deconfliction. And then just the other that we know that congestion is really going to impact is a concern around the availability of launch windows. And again, the crowding of the LEO orbits that you just heard about, especially desirable LEO orbits, we're going to have strong indications that the early stages of this crowding is going to have a real impact on launch windows as well.
So one of the big changes over the last 5 years that we've seen is China for a long time has been a rising competitor in space, but now they are pulling alongside the United States in some areas of spaceflight. They've launched their own space station. They've landed robotically at the South Pole of the moon, or they're going to. They landed on Mars recently. They landed on the far side of the moon, and so. In light of those issues we just talked about, these management of space commons really requires, working together in space, and that would include NASA and China working together. But right now there's a prohibition by the US Congress of NASA working directly with China on these issues. And so, as these two countries compete for supremacy or superiority or resources in space, are we going to have some kind of international framework where there can be cooperation on these issues that you talked about, such as debris and congestion in orbits and launch windows and things like that? I don't know who wants to address that first.
I can jump in on that. I mean, without opining on the notion of whether or not we're actually in a second Cold War with China, I mean, one of the features of cooperative engagement with the Soviet Union during the first Cold War was ultimately in space. And so it remains to be seen if that can be achieved with China. I think the Wolf Amendment and the current prescriptions, I think, make that difficult to imagine on a technical level. But absolutely, when it comes to governance and promoting international global governance, I find it very difficult to imagine any real progress without the U.S. and China really getting on the same page in terms of how they characterize this domain. China, for instance, also doesn't use the phrase commons; they use the phrase global public domain for space, and that sort of translates into a slightly different concept of how governance might be attained. And when it comes to issues pertaining to weaponization in space, the Chinese have their own set of concerns there about the United States potentially deploying space-based missile defenses and other issues there. So there are, I think, significant divergences in how the two countries think about governance. But ultimately, this is something that I hope won't be restricted to the competitive domain, and that we can find ways to talk to the Chinese in a way that can promote global governance in the interest of ensuring that space remains sustainable, safe, and predictable.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Martin.
Yes. Sorry, just a quick addition. I'm a European, so I'm involved in the European Space Agency, which certainly would hope to be with both the US and with China. And I know through my scientific work just how fast they are catching up with the West in key technologies, and they may well overtake us. All the more reason for trying to have a system whereby we can continue to collaborate, at least in these scientific areas.
Carrie.
Thanks. I was going to add to, when we think about conflict in space, we have to think about the dual nature of space, and it makes it very complex. So, for example, if there'd certainly be economic repercussions of having a conflict and taking down a satellite that's used, for example, the routing of banking and financial transactions. And this would likely not be isolated to a single country. So, one's own satellites are just as affected by causing debris or nuclear effects in space. So we really have to think about the strategic and economic considerations, those global aspects, to help think about how we can de-escalate and work together so that we're not taking these adversarial actions in space. So again, I think what's most important here is setting those norms and procedures that'll help minimize the risk of inadvertent conflict in space, as well as providing those mechanisms for deconfliction. So we really do want to focus on setting those conditions that will enable the safe and operations and consistent with international law.
So I think when a lot of people think about space, their basic understanding is that it started out as this contest between the US and Soviet Union, the space race. And so it's pretty easy to default to that today. And you can think of US and China in a space race. But of course, the world is quite a bit different, and space is different as well. Probably the biggest change, I think, is really the involvement of private actors, commercial space companies who are in space, not so much to explore, but to find ways to make money. And we've seen that most recently through the suborbital space tourism efforts of Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin. But, on the orbital scale, SpaceX has been transforming things. And so, and China has an increasingly vibrant commercial space sector as well. And so I'm wondering, does the aspect of a lot of private players and the potential to make money, make things better for this space race? Does it improve our ability to sort of come to some kind of common agreement about how to explore and get resources from space? or just we don't know. I don't know if Ankit wants to address it. Ankit wants to address this first, or who? But I just wonder how commercial space changes this so-called space race this time around.
Yeah, so one of the things that I think is positive about the level of commercial interest in space is that I think it creates sort of a strong basis of self-interest for many of these actors to favor policies undertaken by their governments in the favor of space sustainability. If you're a firm trying to make money in space and you're trying to do this over the long term, you're going to want issues like space debris, situational awareness, international cooperation to create the kind of regulatory environment in space that gives you the most safe, predictable environment in which to continue your activities. And that includes also avoiding conflict in space. But, I think the outstanding questions, I think, that pose problems for regulators is how to actually get these companies to sort of take best practices. For instance, we've had multiple stories recently of near collisions between privately launched payloads in space, and really there's no systematic way in which these collisions or conjunctions are managed. It's really the matter of one person at a company picking up a phone, calling the other, and they work out between themselves who's got to maneuver, who's got to spend that delta V in orbit to get their payload out of the way. So this is, I think, an area where there needs to be more work done. Another group of actors on the private side that I think have a stake in this are insurers, because the space insurance industry is pretty quickly changing because it's just becoming increasingly more challenging to properly price insurance premiums for space, given that the environment is changing so rapidly. So you need insurers, you need commercial space actors, you need governments to really kind of get their heads together, come to this sort of common understanding of the proper regulatory framework in which to ensure that that space can be sustainable. And to your other issue, Eric, the fact that it's not just the United States and not just the West that's seeing a huge growth in commercial space activity. A lot of this commercial cooperation also has to happen internationally, with China, with Russia, India, Japan, European states, and increasingly other spacefaring countries as well.
Carrie or Martin, did you want to chime in on that? Carrie?
I'll just add, I think another opportunity that we have and has been put forth actually in a op-ed in Politico by both the MITRE Corporation and Aerospace is looking at designating space systems as critical infrastructure. So similar to other sectors such as the financial services and energy, food, agriculture, and the defense industrial base, we protect those because the incapacitation or destruction would have a debilitating effect on security, national economic security, national public health or safety, or any combination of those. So I think designating space certainly as a critical infrastructure would be another way that we could galvanize the policy and stakeholder attention and resources that's needed to secure these systems that we're seeing going up in space.
Okay.
I'd just like to add that since private companies will be launching tens of thousands of craft into low Earth orbits, they should be very concerned indeed about ensuring that that remains a usable set of orbits.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think we're going to take audience questions here in just a minute, but I've got one more topic that I wanted to raise with our panel. And it again involves another change kind of in the landscape of space exploration. Martin Rees has written a lot about this topic, but we've seen significant advances in AI and in robotics, and that is changing the way we explore things. So you've got lower cost launch vehicles, you've got more sophisticated, smaller satellites, and you've got better AI. And so you can do a lot more with machines now than you could do in the 1960s. And so I guess, one of the issues is this tension between human and robotic spaceflight. And full disclosure, I live in Houston, Texas, a couple of miles from Johnson Space Center. So a lot of people living around me have a vested interest in the future of human space exploration. Yeah. But I'm wondering, what this next 50 years of human exploration might look like, Martin, and what role humans really should play as robots get better at doing what they do.
Yes. Well, I mean, as you've said, as AI advances, the case for sending people to do practical tasks, whether it's assembling structures, exploring the geology of Mars, etc., weakens. Whereas the cost difference between sending people and sending robots, especially if you're sending them beyond Earth orbit, is huge. So my personal view, and I'm not an American taxpayer, but if I were, I would be against spending any NASA funds on human spaceflight. The reason for that is that you've got to be very risk averse in sending up civilians publicly funded to space. So I think we should leave that to the private companies, private sponsorship, which can, they should call it not space tourism, but space adventure, accept it's risky, and we should cheer on the crazy adventurers who want to go into space. And maybe the first people will be on Mars by the end of the century. We should cheer them on. But I don't think it's got any practical use for mining, for assembling structures, or indeed for exploration. I'm very interested in exploring the planets, etc. And that can all be done by robots and not by people. So I think just leave it as a spectator sport and as an adventure. And I have a book with my friend Don Goldsmith, Harvard University Press, coming out, which is called The End of Astronauts, and it really amplifies on these points.
Well, I'll try to get some copies of that book for my astronaut friends, Martin.
Right.
Ankit or Carrie, is there any reason for humans to go beyond low Earth orbit to the moon, or especially to Mars? I mean, it seems to me the compelling reason for humans ultimately to go into space is settlement, to expand the species. But are there other good reasons to have a human spaceflight program?
I mean, look, I find Lord Rees's argument quite compelling. I mean, not just from the bottom line for the taxpayer, but just in terms of practical considerations, the kinds of activities that are most likely to result in scientifically useful advances. So, to play devil's advocate, though, I mean, one of the features that I think really rather resonated, at least with the American public, was this notion of astronauts as being something to band around nationally, and sort of the effect of having this incredible achievement that could be celebrated not just by Americans, but everyone around the world. I mean, this was certainly a feature of early human space flight. And so ultimately, we are going to have to foster the next generation of talent, interest in space issues, encouraging younger folks to get interested in science and engineering. And human space flight, I think, among its many effects, does have that incredible effect on national morale and interest in these issues. So I can see that as being one justification to continue at least spending some effort there. But otherwise, I think from a practical perspective, and from the perspective of the American taxpayer, I think robots and autonomous systems are probably the future.
Yeah. And I'll add on, I also agree. I think there will still be a continued desire for human exploitation of space. One opportunity that I had recently was to participate in a Commercial Spaceflight Federation workshop on the human resource program for spaceflight participants in the commercialization of space. And this workshop, there was representation across government and commercial space community. And what they're doing is really working together to define this research agenda to understand what types of studies would be most useful to inform safely operating in commercial space from a human perspective, within orbital and beyond space, for creating the opportunity for an ever wider audience. And so this would include things like looking at underlying physical and health conditions, physical abilities, implanted devices, chronic medications. And what do we need to do to better understand what it means to be a human in space? And then most importantly, create a database so that we can share this, because your sample size is quite small. So we need to really understand and spread that data so that we can benefit from that. And I'll just say one more thing. I think growing this repository of data and research is really needed. So more people, to include women like Wally Funk, who at age 82 just went up with Jeff Bezos on the Blue Origin spaceflight. She was denied the experience to do that back in 1961 because we didn't have the data of the testing program for women and what it meant for the human body to be in space. So I think there's a lot of work to be done, exciting work to be done there as well.
If we're going to have one more quick comment. Elon Musk has said he wants to die on Mars, but not on impact. He's now 50, I think, and 40 years from now he might make it. And good luck to him and a few other pioneers who might want to do this. But I think the idea of mass emigration to Mars is a dangerous delusion, because dealing with climate change on Earth is a real doddle compared to making Mars terraformed and habitable. So we've got to solve Earth's problems here on Earth and leave it to crazy adventurers, the kind who drag a sledge across the Antarctic and things like that to go to Mars as pioneers and cheer them on. But it's not for ordinary people.
So I think that leads to a great question, Martin. One of the big criticisms that we've seen, especially when Jeff Bezos flew a couple of weeks ago, was, this was boys and their toys, jet setting billionaires, launching into space while the planet burns. And I understand that criticism, but Bezos has committed $10 billion to an Earth Climate Fund to study and address climate change. Elon Musk arguably has done more than any single person on the planet to address climate change by popularizing electric vehicles and trying to move our electricity generation somewhat towards solar. Yeah. So I'm wondering if the panel thinks that this criticism, because there's definitely a backlash, at least here in the United States, against these commercial space billionaires, is that justified? And, are we seeing the beginning of a real tidal wave against, these billionaires and other commercial space companies?
Could I say, I hope not, because I'm cheering them on. I think this whole wonderful human enterprise should be left to them to lead it. That's fine. And I would say that Musk is a 21st century Isabel Kinger-Brunel, great engineer, great vision. And I think it's wonderful, but I think that they can afford to take higher risks than NASA can impose. The shuttle had a less than 2% failure rates. Those were disasters. Whereas if these private people are prepared to take high risks, they will be leaders. And I think the American public should cheer them on.
Okay, with that, we've got a couple of questions, and I'm going to pass it back to Neve King. Thank you, Ankit, Carrie, and Martin for a wonderful discussion.
Yes, wonderful.
Thank you, Eric.
Thanks, Eric. Now we're going to go and to Dr. Buckley's point about getting women involved in space. We have two of our next generation leaders that are here in Aspen at the Aspen headquarters in Washington with us. First one we'd like to go over to is Emily Lawrence, please. Emily, your question. Oh, you're on mute, Emily.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to the panel. My question is about the Outer Space Treaty. We started out by saying that it's outdated, and my question really relates to how should we think about updating that, and is there hope for progress in the UN structure? And if not, is there a way would something like the Artemis Accords, for example, be the way forward if we don't think that the UN is flexible enough to make progress? Thank you.
So,
Thanks,
I think that's an important question. The Outer Space Treaty is an artifact of an era when one of the major concerns was that folks would be placing nuclear weapons in orbit. That's one of the main things the treaty does. It prohibits the emplacement of nuclear weapons in orbit. And I think, that's positive. I certainly don't want to see nuclear weapons orbiting the Earth anytime soon. But the notion of updating the Outer Space Treaty, I think, is potentially dangerous, because this treaty is really the cornerstone of international law for outer space. It contains important principles that can, I think, serve as the basis for follow-on global governance measures. But as you know, there is quite a bit of frustration right now about the regular forums. Especially looking at the United Nations, the CD, for instance, where there's really been a complete standstill on issues of space governance, given fundamental disagreements. So that raises the question, what is the path forward? The Artemis Accords, I think, do something quite different. They're not going to be necessarily the basis for the United States leading an effort to, get Russia, China, countries that fundamentally, I think, have some different perspectives on this issue to the table. So I think it will take something else. And, my recommendation is to leave the OST as is, understand what it says, what it calls for, particularly when it comes to the language in the treaty that I think does give a useful basis to interpret space as a great commons. But ultimately, I think the solutions that we'll have to turn to will be really 21st century solutions, born of the contemporary context between the major powers that have stakes in space.
Dr. Buckley, did you want to share a different view on that?
Yeah, I'll just add that, I think we were still trying to understand what are those needs in terms of the norms and behaviors in governance. And we are still even stateside trying to figure out what that is. Here at MITRE, we have over the last several months and continuing throughout this year, we are inviting stakeholders across the space community to include government, national security, and industry to participate in what we're calling tabletop exercises that are really helping us understand exactly what is needed to build the awareness, the space situational awareness, to do space traffic management. What do we need to do these dynamic information exchanges and create this collaborative decision-making amongst space operators to include launch. So, we are really trying to understand what those collaborative services, as we mentioned, those norms and agreements that are needed to guide space traffic management. So in addition to kind of the policy and the governance, we need some capabilities to help us implement as well.
Thanks. Lord Rees, did you want to add anything?
No, not really. I just agree with what's been said just now.
Wonderful. Thanks. Well, we'll go to our next questioner, Patrice Smith, who's also with us in Aspen. Thank you, Patrice.
Hi, thank you to the panel for joining us today. So as we were talking about talent and space exploration, my question is, what do you think that this administration can do to encourage the younger generations of Americans to pursue a career in space exploration, whether that be NASA or the Space Force?
Would you like to start with that one, Dr.? Oh, go ahead, Lord Rees.
Yes. Well, I mean, I'm not an American, but I know American science very well. And there are wonderful projects to send probes to the outer planets and look for evidence of life on Europa, a moon of Jupiter, or Enceladus, a moon of Saturn. And that would be really, really exciting. And lots of young people are involved in the search for life in the solar system, and also in finding planets around other stars which might have life. And this is one of the areas of science which I think lots of young people go into, and it will depend very much on robotic probes to go to those very hostile environments. Really, really exciting if we can find evidence for life elsewhere in the universe in the next 10 or 20 years. And I think that's inspirational to develop the engineering advances and also the scientific advances to ensure this happens.
Wonderful, thank you. Anything else from Ankit or Dr. Buckley on that question?
I would just add, I think it's it's a great time to enter the space domain. Certainly from the U.S. Space Force with the Chief of Space Operations, General Raymond, and the building of our guardians, who are our Space Force government servants. It's a very exciting to be there, to be on the ground floor, to make sure that we really are providing those space capabilities to the Joint Force, making sure that we have that science and technology, the force design to both counter and defend against our adversaries, but also make sure that we continue to afford the globe the value that space brings. So it's a great time. So I'd say sign up.
Indeed, thank you. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but a huge thanks to Eric and Ankit and Dr. Buckley and Lord Rees. What a wonderful panel. We're now going to beam back down to the Highlands, but first let's do it via Ambassador Burns, who's going to introduce our next panel. Thank you very much. Nick, over to you.
Thanks so much, and good afternoon, everyone, to all of you in the United States, the United Kingdom, Europe, and good evening to those of you beyond. It's a pleasure to see everyone on this program, and we're looking forward very much to this conversation with the First Minister of Scotland, Nicola Sturgeon, who I'm sure is going to appear on this screen in a matter of moments. Nicola Sturgeon, of course, member of the Scottish Parliament, first female minister of Scotland, the first female leader of any of the devolved administrations of the United Kingdom, and she is most welcome here. And she's going to be interviewed by a good friend of mine, Mary Louise Kelly, who has also just appeared on screen. And I think all of us in the United States know Mary Louise from her All Things Considered program, the flagship program of National Public Radio. And she is a national security expert in her own right as a correspondent for NPR News. And of course, virtue of her education at Harvard University, we're proud of her as one of our graduates, and of Cambridge University in the UK. So welcome to both of you. This is a brief conversation, so I'm not going to take much time, Mary Louise and Minister Sturgeon, but two thoughts on my mind. As the United Kingdom has now exited, obviously, from the European Union, it's seeking to redefine its place in the world. And I suppose Minister Scotland is too. The people of Scotland voted in 2016 to remain in the European Union. So is another referendum for independence in Scotland's future? I'm sure Mary Louise is going to get to that. I'm more interested as a foreign policy person about the hypothetical future should Scotland become independent. Would an independent Scotland support and protect and defend the Trident nuclear force? Because Trident, of course, is vital for the United Kingdom, but also vital for NATO and also vital for the United States itself. So those are some of the questions on my mind, but I don't want to preempt this conversation. And Mary Louise, thank you so much for being with us. And Minister Sturgeon, a real honor to have you with us on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for a lovely introduction and for stealing two of my questions. I could just mute and you could take it away. Thank you for that. And Nicholas Sturgeon, welcome from Edinburgh. We see the Scottish flag behind you. So glad you could join us. Welcome to America, as it were. And we'll look forward to welcoming you in person maybe the next time when we're all allowed to roam the world again.
I hope so. I much look forward to visiting again when we're able to travel freely, but it's a pleasure to join you virtually this evening, and I'm looking forward to our conversation.
As am I. Well, let's start there with the reason that we can't do this in person or much else in person, the challenge that we are all living through right now in real time together around the planet, the pandemic. And I want to start there because you have just announced that Scotland will be scrapping most restrictions as of next Monday, August 9th. Why? What gives you confidence this is the right moment?
Well, in one word, vaccination gives me that confidence. Scotland, like the other countries of the UK, is now well through the process of vaccinating all adults. And just today we've got a recommendation from our expert advisors to now start to vaccinate 16 and 17-year-olds. Mm-hmm. And we know that the vaccines are making a difference. They are weakening the link between COVID cases and serious health harm from COVID. And that leads us to think we can lift most of the legal restrictions that have been in place. Not all of them. We're going to continue to require people to wear face coverings in many indoor settings in particular.
Yes, I was scanning the front pages of the Scottish papers today, and the Scottish Daily Mail, the headline is "Freedom," all caps, big exclamation point, and then it says, but the small print. What the small print is what? You're continuing the small print.
I don't like the term Freedom Day. I think to talk about freedom from an infectious virus or declaring victory over a virus is premature, and I don't think it is sensible. This virus is still circulating, it's still mutating, so it poses real risks to us. But how we deal with it is changing. So vaccination is changing that. And instead of legally imposed restrictions on people's lives, we're moving more to a situation where we're asking people to be sensible and careful. So because the law will no longer tell you to keep 2 meters or 1 meter distant from people, that doesn't mean we won't continue to advise people to be careful about distance from people in other households, or being careful about hand hygiene and all of the other things we've got used to doing. We're in a much stronger position right now, but this is still a pandemic raging across the globe. We know it poses risks for us, so let's be careful and cautious as we plot our way back to normality.
Are you coordinating this with Boris Johnson across the border? Because England has had a very different roller coaster ride than Scotland during this pandemic.
I'm trying to coordinate with Boris Johnson and the First Ministers of Wales and Northern Ireland, the other two nations that make up the four nations of the UK. And yes, in many respects, on many occasions, we have coordinated very well. You know, England and Wales and Scotland, we share an island. We are different countries with different governments, but we share an island, so it makes sense to do that. Sometimes we've differed and disagreed. I haven't always agreed with Boris Johnson's decisions about the pace of lifting restrictions. I respect his right to take those decisions, but as First Minister of Scotland,
freedom
my
in England
job is,
a month ago, we should know it, and Scotland said not so fast.
we decided to go slower and to be more careful. England has taken their decisions, and thankfully, we see cases reducing in England now as well. So vaccination is providing a real protection for all of us across the UK. So it's really positive. But I think this virus has surprised us with most recently the Delta variant in the past. It has the ability to surprise us and be unpredictable in the future. So we really should be careful not to lower our guards against it too much. And of course, there's still a big job to be done in supporting other parts of the world to match the progress we've been able to make here and I know in the United States on vaccination.
As we discuss freedom from COVID restrictions, and point taken that you don't love the word, let's discuss freedom from the UK. Where are you in terms of timing on a second referendum?
Well, I've just won an election with record-breaking results, actually, in many respects, on a very clear prospectus, which I gave a commitment to the people of Scotland that my focus, as long as we are in this acute phase of COVID, is on getting us through that and into the recovery phase. But at the right time, when we're in the recovery, in order to equip ourselves best to recover economically and socially, Scotland should have that choice of becoming an independent country.
And I suppose that's why I'm asking, as you prepare to lift most restrictions, you're headed toward the recovery phase.
Yeah, so I've not put a date on it yet, and many people in Scotland would like me to do that. In the election, I said I would want to give people in Scotland that choice, and it is a choice, remember. I've got a very firm view of what I would like that choice to be, but it is a choice, and I would like to offer that choice in the first half of this term of our Parliament, which is by the end of 2023, and we'll judge within that when the best time to offer that choice is. And I don't take these things for granted, but I'm pretty confident that when that choice is offered to the people of Scotland, partly because of our experience of being disregarded, not least on the issue of Brexit, since the last time we had this choice, I'm pretty confident people in Scotland will vote by majority to become an independent country when we continue to be the best of friends and cooperate with the other parts of the UK, but can make our own way in the world and cooperate more fully with countries elsewhere.
You mentioned the election that you just won, although your party, the SNP, is one seat shy of a clear majority, which makes this a little bit more of a task for you to pull off. Yeah. And I do wonder, since you raised Brexit, I get that you are the leader of the SNP. This is what you do. This is what you believe in. But does it still feel like quite such a good idea, having seen how difficult it has been to disentangle the UK from the EU? An alliance that, a partnership that lasted mere decades. Untangling Scotland from the UK is decoupling an alliance that has endured and prospered for 300 years.
It's a very fair question, and I want to address it. In short, yes, I do still think it's a good idea. In fact, that view has been reinforced by Brexit, but we've also learned a lot from the Brexit process. Before I address that a little bit more, my party fell one seat short of a majority. That is true, but remember, we have a proportional representation system here in Scotland, which is designed to stop a majority. So getting that close involves breaking records. So, it can be described as something that's a negative, but to get that close to a majority is meant to be undoable in Scottish parliamentary democracy. But I digress. On the issue, Brexit, those who argued for Brexit did no preparation, they did no planning, they did no thinking about what Brexit meant in practice. So when the UK-wide vote was for the UK to leave the EU, nobody had a clue what it meant. Nobody had a clue how to take that referendum result and turn it into practice. And then you had all sorts of competing views about what Brexit meant. Some people thought it meant leaving the EU but staying in the single market. Other people thought it meant the opposite of that. And so the whole process was chaotic. And that's why the process of, to use your word, disentanglement became so vexed and so difficult in the Brexit context. I would never want to put forward such an unprepared, underprepared perspective for Scottish independence. At the last referendum, we put forward a 600-700 page prospectus of what independence would look like and how we would go about delivering it. So the preparation,
the
being
Brexit
honest
experience
with
does
people in
not give you pause because you would be doing more planning and have
you do it differently now. Does that mean we don't look at that and think, well, how do we make sure we don't make the same mistakes? Does it remind us that no process like this is straightforward or easy, and we shouldn't pretend to people that it is? There will be challenges and hurdles and pretty difficult problems that we have to solve along the way. But the benefits, I think, will be significant. Independence doesn't mean that Scotland as a country doesn't face challenges or problems, but it puts finding the solutions to these problems in our own hands. And remember, there are 200 or so independent countries across the world who would never give up or never want to give up their independence, and they cooperate well together in many cases. And that's what Scotland wants to become, a normal independent country like all the others across the world.
Why has support for independence dropped from the historic high last year? Something like 58% of Scots were in favour. It's a little lower now.
We see fluctuation, and I think we reached a particular high point. It's dipped a bit since then, but it is still at, if we look at this in the historical sweep, at historically high levels. When people in Scotland voted the last time, and I said a moment ago, Scotland wants independence. Of course, when people in Scotland voted for it the last time, a majority voted against that, and 45% voted for it. All polls show now that support for independence is higher. Amongst the younger age groups in Scotland, it is, in some opinion polls, as high as 70% support for Scottish independence. So we're seeing, in that broad sweep, historically high levels of support. But I don't take that for granted. The case has still to be argued and won, because Scotland will only become independent if a majority votes for it, not because I want it or my party wants it. We have to convince people that it is the best future for the country.
Yeah. Let me turn you to the security implications of this, because we're speaking to the Security Forum here, so this will be of special interest. Ambassador Burns raised the Trident nuclear force, and I'd love to let you speak to that. I'm just curious, from the higher level, given that Scotland's national security and foreign policy has been coordinated through London these past centuries, from a purely security perspective, without the rest of the UK, would Scotland not be much diminished on the global stage in terms of influence, in terms of clout?
I think the UK has been hugely diminished on the international stage in recent years, largely because of Brexit. There have been other factors at play there in terms of the posture of the UK. So I think the status quo in terms of the UK standing in the world has changed, and that is relevant to, I suppose, the question you have posed to me. But the short answer is no, I don't think it would. I would see an independent Scotland as being a constructive, multilateralist partner in the international stage. Often when we talk about nationalist or independence movements in a global sense, people think about movements that are insular and parochial. The reverse is true in Scotland. I partly want Scotland to be independent so that we can play a better role, a bigger role in the world. The rest of the UK would continue to be our closest neighbour, obviously geographically, and therefore our closest friend and ally. And the need for us to work together to secure all of us would be real. We also, and this is not uncontroversial in my party, we would want to be members of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organisation. A country like Scotland, geographically, I think it is in our interest and in NATO's interest that we are there. As the ambassador said in the introduction or alluded to, my party is strongly anti-nuclear weapons. We would not be a nuclear power, but then the vast majority of NATO countries are not nuclear powers and don't host nuclear weapons. But we would see our role in the world as positive, constructive, multilateralist, and playing our part in creating a more secure and fairer and more peaceful world. And that, I think, is a role that should be welcomed across the rest of the world.
What does the special relationship look like? If Scotland's relationship with the rest of the United Kingdom, with London, were to fundamentally change?
I think Scotland and the United States would continue to be the closest of friends and partners and allies. The links, family, business, cultural, between Scotland and the United States are long standing, and I think will last well into the future, and we'd be part of that dialogue and discussion that the UK is already part of, and we've got I'm glad to say now I think we've got better relations with the current US administration than we perhaps did with the recent one. But Scotland will be a constructive player on the international stage, I hope, as an independent country, well into the future, and can play. We're a small country, but can play a part, I hope, in trying to find some of the solutions to the thorny issues and challenges that the world faces right now. And of course, we're about to play host to COP26, which will bring the world together to try to live up to the biggest moral challenge and imperative that all of us face in the form of climate change.
Yes, well, thank you for that segue. I'll mention I'm about to open it up to questions in just another couple of minutes. So please put your questions in the chat and flag us. We'll try to take 2 or 3 at the end. But since you mentioned the big UN climate conference, which you will be hosting, Glasgow will be hosting in November. You've got something like 200 world leaders flying in. The Pope is flying in. And it's such a moment to be hosting this, as we sit speaking in a summer that has seen floods and drought and wildfire and heat waves. I think to a lot of us, it has felt like a tipping point in the history of this planet. This summer has in the history of climate change. So I'm curious, realistically, what you are hoping will come out of this summit.
Well, this is a massive moment for the world. This may be, in fact, probably is the last point at which we can come together and agree action that will deliver the Paris Agreement and save the world from what will otherwise happen in the form of climate change. So what I want to see from COP, I want to see an outcome from COP that has, countries all agreeing, nationally determined contributions, properly funded, that will see countries across the world do what needs to be done to meet that Paris objective. And if we fail to do that, then we'll be failing not just this generation, but generations to come. I lead a government that has committed to Scotland being net zero by 2045, to reducing emissions by 75% by 2030. Setting the targets is the easy part of this. Making the changes, and it's not just about individual behavior change, it's about governments, the traditionally biggest polluters in the world, making sure that real action is taken to meet those objectives. So just as Scotland has committed to doing what we need to do to live up to the Paris Agreement, we need to see countries across the world, particularly the bigger, most developed countries, do that too. And if we don't do that in COP, we will be letting down generations to come.
Let me open the floor to questions. We've got several coming in. I will start with one. This is from Stuart Johnson asking, this is a bit of a follow-on to something we were discussing, Scotland's place in the world. How would Scotland aim to secure itself and play an active role globally once it gains independence? This is assuming you do, once it gains independence from the rest of the UK. What do Army, Navy, Air Force, and intelligence services look like? What do you plan to stand up, and how will you plan to benefit from the NHS? So a lot in there.
There's a lot in there, yeah. Actually, we answered a lot of those questions in what we called the white paper, the prospectus we put forward ahead of the referendum in 2014. We'd have conventional forces in Scotland, Army, Navy, Air Force. We would have those that were appropriately sized for Scotland's size as a country and the strategic objectives that we have, securing our own country, our maritime interests first and foremost, and being able to play our part globally. That is important for us, and it's important for the world, particularly the part of the world we're located in. In terms of the National Health Service, in a sense, that question is answered every day right now. The National Health Service is already what's called a devolved responsibility of the Scottish Government. So as First Minister, I and my ministers are already responsible for the National Health Service, for funding it, for supporting it, for taking the decisions that determine its future. So, there are some big threats to the health service, potentially, if we're not independent from if the UK government decides to cut budgets, that has a knock-on effect to Scotland, but the policy and operational decisions around the National Health Service are already taken here in Scotland.
Yeah. I believe we have a question from the audience from Gus Noble. So Gus Noble, if you want to appear and ask, the floor is yours. You're going to need to unmute. We can see you, but not hear you.
First Minister, greetings and good morning from the Chicago Scots. The Scotland's greatest export is her people.
Absolutely.
Could you talk about the importance of Scotland's engagement with the diaspora around the world?
Well, hello, and it's lovely to see you and to talk to you. As you will know, Global Scots is an organisation, almost a virtual network of people of Scottish connection or Scottish descent, or Scottish people who've gone to live overseas, that we try to mobilise to promote Scottish interests in the part of the world they live in, and to engage with the wider diaspora. And the work that Global Scots do in the United States in particular is so important to everything we're trying to achieve economically and culturally here in Scotland. And we want to strengthen that once we get past the COVID crisis, to be able to do much more around that, building on the work that's been done in the past. I should take the opportunity to say, though, that we want to encourage people from other countries to come and live in Scotland as well. We need to see not just people as our greatest export, which that is undoubtedly true, but we want Scotland to be a place where people feel welcome to come and live, work and study, because we think diversity makes countries stronger and better. But we need more people to come to Scotland as well for our own economic interests. So that two-way exchange is really important to us.
I believe the Scottish diaspora in my own house, where I'm speaking to you from, would thank you as well. My husband was born in Glasgow and raised in Edinburgh, and we have two Scottish American teenagers who are probably
fantastic
through the door behind me at some moment. So thank you for that. That message. Let me read to you. This is a question that's coming in over the chat, over the Q&A. This is from Ian Houston, who is president of the Scottish Business Network US. It's a long question. I will summarize. It's about chambers of commerce. And he asks, you've been a genuine advocate for Scottish trade, not just with North America, but globally. What works well? What doesn't? What more could be done to build capacity and capability?
That's a great question, and I would be really keen to follow up in more detail with some dialogue after this session. What works well? I think Scotland's reputation as a really good place to do business. We are the best, and this has been the case for years now, the strongest performing part of the UK outside of London when it comes to attracting direct investment into Scotland. We've got good infrastructure, good education. Our people are fantastic. Obviously, we've got great scenery, not always great weather, but great weather at the moment, which might not be a great thing going back to our climate change discussion. I think we need to always be looking at how we promote that better. I think we need to be, and we're getting better at this, be more strategic about the sectors and the areas where we've got a comparative advantage and therefore can really punch above our weight. But this is a big success story for Scotland, but we always want to do better. And coming out of the pandemic, there's a real imperative to do so.
Yeah. Mr. Houston, did you get what you needed? Got the answer there? You want to follow up? Great. Thank you. I'm going to take us in a slightly different direction and ask about Ireland. Your views on a united Ireland. Should there be one?
I take the view that's not for me to opine on, because I'm not Irish. I love Ireland, the Republic of Ireland and the north of Ireland. It's the Republic of Ireland is one of my favourite countries in the world. I think it will happen. But when, I don't know, I think Brexit, just as Brexit has made Scottish independence, I think even more likely, I think Brexit has probably made a united Ireland more likely than was the case before that. But it's not for people who are not Scottish and who don't live in Scotland to dictate whether or not, or even, say whether or not they think Scotland should be independent. Of course, everybody's free to have an opinion, but it's not for me to decide whether Ireland should be reunified. I happen to think it will happen. Do I think that would be a good thing? I think if it's what people in Ireland want, then yes, I think that is something that we should be perfectly positive about.
Yeah, and just I think we have time for one more. And if I may exercise moderator prerogative, I would love, you touched on this a little bit, but I would love to hear a little bit more your plans in terms of climate, in terms of Scotland being green, whether you are independent or not in the coming years, that part of your place in the world, and what kind of leadership you think a very small country like Scotland might be able to exert.
Well, and I said this was the easy bit earlier on, so I will repeat that. We have the most, or amongst the most ambitious climate change targets of any country in the world, not just in the scale of the ambition, net zero by 2045, but we include lots of things in the calculation of our emissions that other countries don't, aviation emissions, for example. So in terms of the scale of the ambition that we set, we're up there with the best in the world, and I think that is right. What we do to deliver those targets is what matters. We've already pretty much completely decarbonized our electricity system. Almost all of our electricity already comes from renewable sources. We're now seeking to replicate that success in terms of how we heat our homes. We're investing a lot in decarbonizing the heating of homes and buildings. We set an ambitious target to try to reduce petrol and diesel vehicles from our roads and promote electric and low emission vehicle infrastructure. So we're taking the actions to meet those targets. We've got a big oil and gas industry, and we're in transition away from fossil fuels to renewables more generally. We've also pioneered in what we've been doing the concept of just transition, of making sure we make the transition in a way that is fair, doesn't leave people and communities behind. And we're European co-chair right now of what's called the Under 2 Coalition. Governments of subnational countries like we are right now, or states in the US, coming together to look at what we can do and look at how we put more pressure on the bigger country governments across the world. And that's particularly important as we lead into COP.
Nicola Sturgeon, leader, as we just heard, of the pro-independence Scottish National Party and First Minister of Scotland. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us and taking our questions.
Thank you. Lovely to talk to you.
First Minister, thank you very much. All best with everything that you're dealing with in Scotland. And to Mary Louise Kelly, thank you so much for being such a great correspondent and now host of NPR's All Things Considered. Thanks very much to both of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to transition. We're going to stay in Europe, and we're going to transition to a conversation with Pascal Donoghue, who is the president of the Eurogroup of the European Union, interviewed by Zanny Minton-Beddos of The Economist. They're going to appear on the screen. There's Zanny from London, I'm sure, and we're waiting for President Donoghue to appear. I'll introduce them both. And Zanny, maybe I'll filibuster by telling our audience of people in the United Kingdom, in Europe, around the world, as well as the United States, when I tell my students at Harvard Kennedy School that they must read the most important periodical in the English language, it's The Economist magazine. I know you'd agree with that statement.
Well, that's very kind of you, Nicholas. Very nice to be here. I think Minister Pascal Donoghue is actually here. At least I can see him.
Very good. Well,
hello, everybody.
Well, good evening, good afternoon, and it's such a pleasure to welcome to the Aspen Security Forum the president of the Eurogroup, Pascal Donohoe. He's also the finance minister of Ireland. He's been president of the Eurogroup for a year now. And I was going to say, President Donohoe, many here in Washington, I think, still don't understand the centrality of the Eurogroup, both within the European Union in promoting economic growth and coordinating EU economic policies, but also your relationship with the United States, with Japan, with China, with India, the other major economies of the world. So we're looking forward very much to this conversation. And just before you appeared, I was just saying very nice things about The Economist magazine.
And Nicholas, I would like to echo all of that. Not so long ago, I used to collect The Economist in those lovely red binders they used to have. And I had them all lined up in my hallway, but I'm afraid I had to dispense with them, and not just because of the arrival of the digital era, but they became a little difficult to reconcile with demands of family life as well.
Well, that makes two of us who are lifelong readers of The Economist, and I want to welcome you to this virtual stage. And Zanny, thanks so much for conducting this interview.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for your very nice comments about The Economist. So Pascal, if I may, let's start. We've got so many things we could talk about, but let's start with the state of the recovery. You are, as was just said, president of the Eurogroup, and the EU, I think, earlier this year, perhaps 3, 4, 5 months ago, many people would have said, and indeed, I think we wrote in The Economist that, the EU was rather sluggish in its vaccine rollout, and the recovery looked as though it was going to be much slower than that of the US. And now I think sentiment has somewhat shifted, both much more positive about the EU's recovery relative to where people were a few months ago, and perhaps, more clouds than expected on the US horizon. So how do you feel about the strength of the US recovery, of the European recovery? Is COVID now in the rear view mirror for Europe?
It's not yet in our rear view mirror, but I think I could make the case to you that after a difficult start, particularly with our vaccination program, that we have really, really accelerated and caught up, and we've made a lot of progress that many may have thought we might not make at the start of the year. If I look at where we are from a public health point of view, we now have 70% of all adults have received one vaccination, and we 55% of our adult population fully vaccinated. And if I look at where we are economically, the latest forecast for the euro area would indicate that we'll get back to our pre-pandemic levels by the end of the final quarter of this year. So I believe from an economic health point of view and a public health point of view, our recovery is picking up speed. And I still think there's upside in where we are economically, but I couldn't go so far as to say that this disease is in our rearview mirror yet.
So one really striking aspect of the EU's response relative, say, to its response to the global financial crisis has been the scale and nature of the European fiscal response. And for our listeners in the US, it's not quite the scale of US stimulus, but by European standards, it's really quite dramatic. And there's been the creation of this recovery fund, which is for the first time, really jointly issued EU bonds. How transformative has all of that been? And people have talked, as you know, about this being a Hamiltonian moment for Europe. Is it transformational for the EU? And if so, how is it going to change the EU going forward?
I do believe we've gone through a transformative phase for the European Union, and we're dealing with a disease which, as we all know, uses interdependence and contact as a way of traveling. And we have in the European Union a political project that uses interdependence and contact to try and create a political project of strength. And in some ways, this disease was a perfect enemy for the European Union, given the value we place on mobility and contact. And economically, there are two ways and two, reasons in which we have shown our ability to change. The first one is the Recovery Fund, which is a central fund of grants and loans, which even 18 months ago would have been unthinkable. And secondly is the flexibility of our budgetary response at national level. We've gone from deficits that are on average around 0.5, 0.6% across the euro area to last year we ran a deficit of 7. This year, it'll be around a deficit of 8 across the euro area, all of which has enabled an economic response of scale that in turn is creating the foundation for the euro area and the European Union to recover. So I believe for many different reasons, it has been a transformational period, but we've so much to do, yes, to ensure the transformation is one that is real and enables us to overcome the disease.
Does that mean that the recovery fund is going to be permanent and the kernel of really a more federal fiscal policy?
There isn't at the moment a consensus for the recovery fund to be permanent, but there is a consensus for the recovery fund to be in place for a number of years. So the real money for the recovery fund for many member states will only become available next year, which is exactly the time in which we will need it as national fiscal responses begin to adjust a little bit. So the way I would describe it is we have a temporary facility in place, but a temporary facility in place that will be in place for a number of years, that at the very least has changed the conceptual framework of the European Union. And if we did face a moment of existential economic challenge last year, it's one we're rising to. And that of itself has immense value for the future of the European Union, even if this fund is only temporary in nature.
And what about the sort of scale of the intellectual shift, if you will? I mean, Europe, certainly in recent years, has always been the sort of place where austerity has been much, much more high priority than expansionary fiscal policies. The Germans, and I'm going to exaggerate a little bit, but don't really believe in Keynesian policies, or many of them didn't. Is this now a permanent shift to a more Keynesian framework within the EU? Or again, do you think this is just something temporary and needs to change?
I think it is a demonstration of a more agile fiscal stance. If we take Keynesianism all the way through and talk about it being a response by the state to where market economies are in their economic cycle, what we saw happen in Europe and indeed in America and many other parts of the world is the state step in as the private sector economy was asked to close by the state. And the state stepped in all over the world as a provider of income of last resort and a provider of demand of last resort. But of course, the converse also applies, that then as the private sector begins to regenerate and begins to recreate itself as public health restrictions change, then the question is how the state can then respond back to that. And I think it is fair to say we have seen the case for agility being accepted within the European Union by the magnitude of change of fiscal policy within the European Union. And I was present in the meetings of finance ministers a year ago, though it feels like a lifetime ago, where my colleagues from Italy were talking about what was happening in Bergamo, when my colleague from Spain was talking about her fear for what it could mean for the lives of her citizens. And those were moments that required flexibility in budgetary responses, and that has happened. And that of itself will leave an imprint. And I think the last piece of the jigsaw is an acknowledgement that the economic conditions pre-COVID weren't satisfactory for in enough democracies within the European Union as well. And I think politicians like myself are keenly aware of that now as we look at the budgetary choices that we'll have to make across the next couple of years.
One of the other distinctions, I think, between the US response and the European response, it's not just scale, because the US was even bigger, but was the sort of nature of the response. And I think in the Europe, broadly, there's been much more focus on keeping people attached to their existing jobs, paying furlough, keeping businesses going, much, much more so than in the US. And one question is, do you think that means that given that the post-pandemic economy in certain important ways is going to be different to the pre-pandemic economy, is there a risk that Europe is sort of ossifying a bit by keeping people attached to old jobs?
I don't believe that's a significant risk, to tell the truth. And the reason why I don't is I look at how economies across Europe have responded to the more recent lockdowns that we've had, which again, in fairness, is not a trait unique to Europe, where we are seeing both income and employment being able to adjust with a speed that it wasn't able to do in the first lockdown. And if the risk of a sluggish recovery is there, and maybe to accept the premise of your question for a moment, for me, that is a risk worth taking for the dangers that were posed to social cohesion when we were asking, particularly our young, to make such radical and difficult choices about their income and their lives to protect, in particular, our old and our more elderly. So if that risk is there, and I don't believe it's a large one at the moment, I also believe it was a risk worth taking to maintain cohesion at a moment of such exceptional demand in our democracies. I'm really encouraged by the signs of growth now that we're seeing across so many European economies. Again, maybe attesting to the fact that it's not as big a risk as some might see it to be.
That's really interesting. I think there'll be a lot of debate post-pandemic as to which were the right tools to put emphasis on.
And I think we do need to have, perhaps in the fullness of time, a broader evaluation beyond just scale to efficacy and to what was the right mix. And I think we're only going to see the answer to that in time as we look at how our different economies recover. But one of the things which, again, I think in fairness, the Economist has recognized is the role of automatic stabilizers. And I think we've really labeled to come up with the most unattractive title possible to something that is really so important, again, within a democracy. A state saying we will automatically stand behind the citizen if they get into a moment of real difficulty. I think we've really excelled in coming up with the phrase an automatic stabilizer to something that's such a really important part of the social contract. But that is there within Europe in a way in our social insurance systems, which, as you well know, isn't the case in other parts of the world. And we'll see over time the role of that in creating nets that are not just about catching people, but help them rebound as well. And again, then I'm cautiously optimistic about that here in Europe.
That's really interesting. Well, as you know, the Biden administration is trying to move somewhat in that direction with its own policies.
Indeed.
Let's turn actually to transatlantic relations, because that is a subject that under the previous US administration was quite tricky. There were some quite serious problems. Clearly, when President Biden came to Europe, there was a lot of very ostentatious showing of this is a new America, America's back, and America takes its allies and partners seriously. But as president of the Eurogroup, can you give us some concrete ways in which you sense things have changed, and how meaningful is that change?
Well, let me just give you a very practical example of the difference that it's made. The practical example is that in our last Eurogroup meeting there of a few weeks ago, we had as our guest at that meeting, Janet Yellen. And she spent an hour and a half with all the finance ministers in the European Union in a very informal exchange of views regarding indeed the topics you and I have just discussed. And that is a change in tone and a dial-up of engagement, which is just an immense change versus where we were in recent years. But I think we have to keep on challenging ourselves because while that is inordinately welcomed by us here in Europe, we have to look now at how we can use that as a foundation to go even further. And in terms of what the different elements of that are going to be, it is going to be about how we try to guide our economies in a recovery from COVID. It will be about how we try to set a better tone to where we are in trade. And it will be about areas of cooperation, for example, with regard to climate. So I think we've got a great foundation in place. The tone has really changed, but I at least am really ambitious for that just to be the beginning.
Well, we'll come back to climate in a second because that is a very, very important subject. But I just want to start with one area where clearly good friends are disagreeing. The Biden administration, as you know, is a cheerleader for a global minimum corporate tax. Ireland has prospered on the back of a low corporate tax regime. That's how you've drawn many of the world's biggest companies to Ireland. And Ireland is still a holdout to this agreement, which has now been, I think, agreed to by basically every country other than 9. There's, I think, another 8 refuseniks. With your Finance Minister of Ireland hat on, do you think, first of all, the whole idea of a global minimum tax is a bad one in principle?
So indeed, and it's at this point that I just have to recognise what hat is on, because at the risk of being slightly theological about it, the Eurogroup doesn't speak about tax matters. There's lots of other areas in which we play an active role, but not with tax. So with my kind of green hat on as Minister for Finance for Ireland, to deal with your question, firstly about the principle of a minimum effective tax rate across the world. I do accept that it is an idea that in many ways, has arrived. I am in favour of tax competition. I do believe there is a role for legitimate tax competition, particularly if you're a small or a medium-sized economy. But I do accept it has to be now inside certain parameters or guardrails. And those guardrails have many different aspects to it, but one of them is what a rate could be. And that is an area that Ireland does have a difficulty with. We have a low nominal rate, but our nominal rate is broadly equal to our effective rate. And I hope that across the coming weeks and months, we can be part of the consensus. But we do have some work and some engagement to do with our colleagues in the OECD and America in relation to this. But it is an idea. I accept its time has come. And even though we've made lots of change here within Ireland, I know that we need to look to the future and see, is there a way in which we can be part of a new paradigm in relation to these issues?
So does that mean you will sign up to it, but you will push for the rate to be lower than the 15% they're currently talking about?
Well, we are in a negotiation in relation to all of this at the moment. And when you're in this kind of engagement, I think it's best to kind of have it in good faith, even in an august forum like this. Our friends in America and in the OECD know this is a difficult matter for us. Lots of other countries, Zani, have areas that are difficult for them, whether they be carbon taxes, whether they be elements of their social insurance system. And this is one of these for Ireland. And I'm just going to work with stakeholders and colleagues across the world and see if an agreement is possible that we can be part of. I hope it can happen, but that will be the work for later on in the year.
But as a matter of prediction, you think that this agreement will be reached and we will end up in a regime with a global minimum tax?
So that's a kind of, there's a number of different legs to your question there. So do I believe an agreement will be reached? I think it is more likely than ever. Do I believe an agreement will be implemented? I believe it is likely, though not certain. And all of those things really do matter if you're a really, really small economy, as the Irish one is. I have been arguing here in Ireland now over the last number of years that an agreement will be reached and change will happen. I believe that agreement has a cost of around 1/5 of our corporate tax revenue. And I believe that is a cost that could be worth bearing for the Irish taxpayer if there's an agreement that can be sustainable, that we can be part of, that then is going to be implemented. And they're the kinds of areas, to go back to your question a few moments ago, that we're engaging with lots of our colleagues at the moment.
Absolutely. And actually the US Congress will be one of the big arbiters of whether it is actually implemented by its biggest champion. So that's clearly, presumably that is part of your calculus too. What's the point of signing up to something that the US Congress itself then won't sign up to?
Well, it's not just part of Ireland's assessment of it. It's obviously something that will weigh in the minds of all who are in this process. If you look at the last phase of change that was brokered by the OECD with regard to global tax policy, there was 2 elements of it that were really critical, and this is the BEPS process, which we won't go into because I'm sure there's other topics you'll want to cover off, but it did have 2 qualities. The first one is that it was implemented everywhere, and the second one is that it was consistently implemented. And within the European Union, as you'll know, the way that happens is through directives from the Commission, which leads to consistency of application. We're all trying to do the same thing. So it isn't just, in fairness, an American matter. Anybody in this process will want assurance that if they're jumping, everybody's jumping together and we're all jumping in roughly the same direction.
Let's turn to another subject which requires, to be effective at least, international cooperation and greater boldness than we've had hitherto, which is climate, where the EU is committed to a net zero by 2050 target. And I think Ireland signed that commitment into law just recently. But all of the projections suggest that on the basis of current policies, even the EU, which is by some measure the greenest of the big economic areas, is falling far short of what will be needed. And so my first question is, how do you think about that as president of the Eurogroup? You know, how do you sort of balance the fact that much, much more needs to be done and done quite quickly with, you know, concerns of industry, concerns of the scale of the recovery and so forth?
So, well, if I may say so, your own editorial on the recent pages of The Economist on this were a very concise and very scary and needed reminder of the challenges that are there, where I'm sure it will have been read by many who are on this audience, but you just gave us a taste of what a world could look like with a change in temperature of 3 degrees. And to go on to your question then regarding what that means for our planning. So what I found really interesting about the last 18 months is, even though we have gone through moments of the most profound difficulty and challenge from an economic point of view, and if I just answer your question in economic terms for a moment, what I have found really interesting is that that has not squeezed off the agenda within our meetings of finance ministers, the climate agenda. And just to give a sense of how much of a change that is from when I joined the finance minister community within the European Union, which is just over 4 years ago. When I joined that community, climate would make an occasional appearance at our agenda. And it really shows the cycle of change we've gone through, that even with COVID, the climate agenda not only has become mainstreamed in our monthly meetings, it has survived the impact of a pandemic in terms of us maintaining our focus on it. So that for me is a sign of the needed resilience of this now as a topic for our attention. To then go on to what it means for our planning and the work that we are doing. It is clearly featuring now from a budgetary point of view in the way it wasn't a few years ago. And if I look at the engagement that we're now having within our finance ministers group on topics like carbon taxing, carbon levies, taxonomy, green bonds, these are now regular areas of engagement despite the pandemic, and they barely featured 4 years ago. And while that is in some ways only a very minor indicator of how prominent it has become, it's still an indicator that does tell a story regarding the focus that is there. All of my finance minister colleagues, I believe, are now devoting, given this existential challenge, the time that it deserves and the focus that it needs, but that doesn't diminish the challenge that we have ahead of us.
That's, you know, for those of us who think more needs to be done, that's music to everyone's ears. The question, I guess, is which policies become mainstreamed, and a couple of areas Europe is really in the lead, sort of intellectually. One of them is carbon border adjustment tariffs, where you have proposed it, it's being looked at. One, what is the odds of it actually being introduced and being more than just a kind of token amount, being a serious policy? And two, do you think that carbon border adjustment tariffs are going to be widespread in their use by most economies in the world?
Yeah, so if I could draw a parallel. So earlier on in the debate, in our discussion here, you were talking to me about the recovery fund. And I think both of us were accepting that this is something that even 18 months ago genuinely would have been nearly unthinkable within the paradigm of the European Union as it was then. And 18 months later, it is now been implemented. And I think that gives us a sign of what could yet happen with other challenges that we are facing, most notably climate. So therefore, that sets the background then to answering your question. Do I believe it is possible? I firmly do. Absolutely. Even though it is a topic that even when you make an initial and first contact with it, it's nearly as complicated as the reform of global corporate tax policy in terms of what it means and how it needs to be implemented. But despite that, I do believe that it's possible within the European Union that this is something that will happen. We then go on to the second part of your question then regarding what that could mean for global trade policy. That is above my pay grade in terms of how broadly I think it could be implemented. But even there, I'm more optimistic than I would have been a year ago. And I can certainly see within bands of the global economy, within certain trading blocks, a path to it becoming a reality in certain forms of trading, in certain forms of material. And again, if you put that question to me 18 months ago, I would have condemned it to the realm of something that was possible in theory, but not in practice. So there is a big shift taking place now.
And what's the risk that this becomes a vehicle for protectionism? And let me put it in a broader context too, because one of the big changes we've seen on both sides of the Atlantic, and actually more broadly in the last 2 years, has been an embrace of not just bigger government and more spending, we've discussed that, but kind of government interventionism, from industrial policy to, you know, reshoring of supply chains, to almost a picking winners focus that is now sort of seen as, you know, perfectly normal, part of what governments do. And I, you know, I guess coming from the economist, I can't help but worry about this. You know, we're moving very far from free markets. Does that concern you? I mean, one of the great strengths of the EU has been the single market, the principle of competition. All of those things seemed, and I think carbon border tariffs have a potential danger of leading in that direction too. Are we going in a kind of dangerously statist, interventionist direction?
I don't believe we are, if only because within the European Union we have in the single market a pillar of the single market, which is the application of state aid rules from the Commission, that I believe would diminish that risk, because they look quite zealously at areas of government intervention within elements of the private economy. So I don't believe that risk is that prominent at the moment, but the reason why I believe that change is happening is surely it's happening as part of a broader debate that, again, the Economist is in regarding what kind of globalization do we want? And do we want a globalization that is synonymous with unfettered markets and a very pure version of neoliberalism? Is there public and political consent there for that to happen? I don't believe it is. I don't believe there is a consensus in place for completely unfettered and regulated markets. But I do believe there's a framework that can be built up regarding a more sustainable form of globalization that recognizes the role of the state, that recognizes the role of the private economy, and tries to bring the best from both. And I think that's the debate that we're seeing taking place within the European Union at the moment. I think we're trying to reimagine what form of globalization we can build a long-term sustainable political consensus for. And we're seeing that at the moment through the paradigm of COVID and the paradigm of climate. And I don't think there's anything to fear from that. I'm a politician. I go forward to the ballot box every 3 to 5 years. And we have to maintain support for markets within liberal democracies. And if we're going to do that, we need to build support for a more sustainable form of globalization. And that's been accelerated by where we are with COVID. And that's what Europe is grappling with at the moment.
It's hard to argue with the last of your points. We could have a long debate about some of your earlier points, but I would inflict that on this audience. And I know there are some questions, so I'm going to hand over in a second, but I cannot, as a card-carrying Brit in the wake of Brexit, leave this conversation without asking you something about Ireland. And I actually wanted to not talk about the status of the current agreement and Britain's problems with it, but actually to go to a comment that Leo Varadkar made not so long ago. He said a united Ireland could happen in his lifetime. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do believe it's very much one of the profound consequences of the Brexit process, that it means this is now a topic of engagement and imagination in a way that it's very different to where we were pre-Brexit. So yes, I do. I do, however, and Leo would say this himself if he was on this conference with you now, also believe there are many steps that we have to go through before we get to the point of having that debate, let alone putting the question. The key bridge before getting to that point is how we come up with a better sense of a shared and inclusive island for all on the island. But those moments of debate and those moments of engagement, I do believe, are coming.
Thank you so much. I'm going to hand back now for questions from the audience, but that was fascinating. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks, Annie. Thanks, Minister. Lovely to see you. We have some of our rising leaders for the Aspen Strategy Group here. I'd like to call on Paul Becerra, who's at the Air Force Academy. He's a professor there and he's with us in DC. Thanks. Paul, your question.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Fascinating talk. My question concerns the Belt and Road Initiative. In the US, the BRI is often discussed now through this lens of a security threat. Particularly concerning examples involve investments in Europe, such as Greek ports. My question is, what is your view of this narrative? Is it justified? Is there any real reason to worry? Thank you.
If I looked at the development of that initiative within the European Union at the moment, I would say so far that while I can understand why you're putting the question to me, I don't believe it should be a cause of worry in terms of the impact of that initiative on the European Union. The governments of the European Union, including those parts of the European Union that do have ownership of ports or some airports, are still well able to strike the balance between forms of Chinese investment within their economy and also delivering against their security agenda and meeting the needs that they have to maintain the security of their state and a relationship with the United States of America. So I don't believe that should be a cause for worry at the moment.
Thanks. And our last question today is from Tobin Williamson, who's with us from Kentucky. Tobin.
Yes. Thank you for joining us here today. It's been great to hear your thoughts. During this forum this week, we've heard a lot about Asia. We've heard a lot, about transatlantic relations, some about cyber issues, but we haven't heard much about the global South, and particularly given Europe's proximity to Africa. I'm just curious about what your thoughts on maybe some trans-Mediterranean issues would be, whether it's climate issues, immigration and migration, trade, security challenges. Just a couple of minutes of your thoughts on what Africa's role will be with Europe in the next 10, 20, 50 years.
Thank you very much for your question. I think all the issues you've raised there are really, really critical, but I think the one area that will trump them all is where we are with vaccinations and how we can help the global South, our developing neighbours, to hugely accelerate their vaccination efforts. And that will be something that I want and hope and expect to see Europe play a far bigger role in as we begin to more strongly deliver against the vaccination targets that we have. One of the huge challenges of this awful pandemic is that it reasserts a really radical imperative, which is that none of us are safe until all of us are safe, as our friends in the WHO always remind us, and a duty and a need that we will all have on ethical grounds, not to mention all of the grounds that we all know, will be how we assist in the global vaccination effort as we deliver the expectations that our own citizens have of their governments, which we are now doing. So that will be the area for further leadership from all of us later on in the year.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, this session, ladies and gentlemen, is ended. I'd like to thank Minister Donoghue and both of his hats, and also Zani, for a lovely conversation. We look forward to welcoming you hopefully in Aspen the next time. We're going to move continentally now, and I'm going to turn the mic over to Anya for a great discussion about preparedness, strategic preparedness for competitive China from our report with the Munich Security Conference and MERICS. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niamh, and thank you, Pascal and Zani. I'm happy that we have a whole group of sessions on Europe now, because once again, the US-European partnership is front and center, as well it should be. And we now have a session where we really wanted to highlight work we've done over the past 8 months. It was a collaboration between the Munich Security Conference, from which we have Wolfgang Ischinger, who I'll introduce in a minute, Aspen, our group, the Aspen Strategy Group, and MERICS, which is a European think tank, on thinking through what the US and Europe can do together about the rise of China. And we wrote a report that I hope you will all see. We will also put it on our website. It'll be available, called Mind the Gap. And to introduce that report and draw out some of its conclusions, we have first Wolfgang Ischinger, who of course needs no introduction. He's currently the chairman of the Munich Security Conference and has been since 2008. And then previously to that was a distinguished diplomat in the German government, holding many, many positions, but of course also state secretary, and was the ambassador to the United States when I met him a long, long time ago as a young diplomat myself. Joe Nye, who's the chairman of our Aspen Strategy Group, but more importantly, Professor Emeritus of the Harvard Kennedy School, formerly the Dean of the Harvard Kennedy School, and a distinguished diplomat in his own right, of course, serving as Assistant Secretary of Defense, Deputy Undersecretary of State, and many, many other roles. Joe and Wolfgang, will you join me here, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good.
Wonderful. That's great. Hi, Wolfgang. Hi, Joe. And Wolfgang, thank you for doing this late in the afternoon. I know it's getting late for the Europeans. And you see the Aspen background. Next time we'll be back in real live in Aspen. We look forward to welcoming you there.
I sure look forward to my next stay in Aspen. I've been to Aspen a good number of times, both in summer and winter, and I just wish I could be there this year again. Well, let's look forward to 2022. Maybe that will be possible again. So thanks for having me on this session. It's a fascinating subject matter of enormous importance for the transatlantic relationship. And I'm very proud having been invited to do this together with Joe Nye and so many other outstanding personalities.
Great. Well, Wolfgang, will you just introduce and explain the origins of the project and a little bit about what we sought to achieve?
Sure, I'll be happy to do that, Anya. Well, let me start by making the obvious point. China, I think that was a point of departure on which all of us agreed. China has emerged as one of the principal challenges for the cohesion of the transatlantic community going forward. Now, we do not have at this point an institutional framework to deal with all, an institutional transatlantic framework to deal with all the questions that arise in dealing with a China that has obviously emerged as a far more present and even aggressive player on the international scene. So we thought that an attempt to examine the nature of the transatlantic challenge, as far as China is concerned, could be hopefully an important contribution as our leaders bilaterally and between the United States and the European Union or in the G7 examine their options going forward. So half a year ago, we started this project together with the Aspen Strategy Group, and together with the think tank Merix, based in Berlin. And this report, which we issued just a few weeks ago, concludes 6 months of really intensive work. I'm really proud of the contributions, of the input provided by so many experts and political leaders who were willing to participate in this group. So, you know, I think my personal point of departure was when President Biden spoke at our special Munich Security Conference event, virtual event, obviously, last February, when he said, and I quote, I've noted this down, he said, the US and its allies need to, quote, prepare for a long-term strategic competition with China, end of quote. And the question is, of course, how much convergence is there between the Europeans and the EU on the other side of the Atlantic and the United States on this side of the Atlantic? Let me put it this way. If it was easy for us to agree on how to deal with China, we would not have needed to prepare this report. Obviously, there are serious issues. Obviously, our interests between Europe on the one hand and the United States on the other are not identical. We come to these issues from very different economic, historical, political, and other angles. So the question is, how can we, and through which instruments, and on which issues can we create even more convergence and try to coordinate a stronger position, a transatlantic position, rather than acting individually. That's why we titled this report, Mind the Gap. Transatlantic convergence on China, in my view, should not be taken for granted. The group, 21 personalities from both sides of the Atlantic, tried to identify in this group a number of issues that would hopefully lend themselves to quote unquote quick wins, to where we could develop hopefully transatlantic measures that could have a meaningful and a noticeable impact over the next 6 to 18 months. In other words, we focused on what can be done in the short term and not only on those issues that would make a difference in 5 or 10 or 15 years. The report covers many of these issues. And finally, one of the points which emerged, which is really an interesting point, is when you look for these quote unquote quick wins, you find that some of these issues that appear on the agenda are not really things that we should do with or about China, but that refer to issues that we should do together. For example, getting rid of transatlantic trade disputes. For example, getting rid of
easier said than done, but yes, yeah.
Etc. That's an easy one for everyone to understand, but it's of course easy to say that for me here today, much harder to do, and I'm sure we'll be talking about that in the next 15, 20 minutes, etc. Maybe I should stop here, Anya, and just let me conclude by saying that I'm extremely proud that all of these busy personalities that participated in the group were really eager to provide input and to not only be listed as a participant, but really work hard to come up with meaningful proposals. It's been a real pleasure for me to work with Joe and a number of others, including, of course, yourself, Anya, representing the Aspen Strategy Group. And let me also say that we could not have started this project with some meaningful support from the German Foreign Ministry that was interested in getting us going. So I'll stop here for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to turn it over to Joe to start diving a little bit into the substance of the report. But let me just tell one anecdote, because we have 8 different chapters in here on different aspects: economic security, technology, institutions, democracy. And for each subchapter, we had at least one American and one European co-author. And it became very clear very quickly that we had different assumptions about things and that there was still a little bit of a gap between us. In the middle of writing this report, several of the European participants were actually sanctioned by the Chinese government. And I think that had a real effect to bring us even more closely together and think, wow, this is an important issue and something where there should be more convergence. So Joe, will you tell us a little bit about the chapter that you co-authored on international institutions, because that's one of the key areas where, of course, the competition with China is joined.
Thanks, Anya, and also note that what a pleasure it is to work with Wolfgang. I was also very pleased by the fact that our working group with MSc and NERCS had fewer differences than I expected. In others, there are differences, as Wolfgang said, but there was a surprising degree of agreement. And I should reassure people that nobody was seeking a new Cold War. There's been a lot of talk about decoupling of the US and Europe and China. That wasn't the idea. You can't, in the real Cold War, there was a high degree of a low degree of economic interdependence, which is not true, or with China there's a high degree. And there's also a lot of ecological interdependence with China, things like climate change and pandemics. So nobody was looking for a new Cold War. On the other hand, there are places where we are going to have to decouple for security reasons. A good example of this is something like Huawei and 5th generation telecommunications. And that then leads to the point that if the US and Europe pull together, this general view that China is taking over the world economically is not true. In fact, China won't equal the US and Europe in terms of the share of the global economy for a long time to come. But the question is whether the US and Europe will pull together. And there, I think if we look at the challenge that China has posed, it has really tried to take international institutions, or take the existing rules-based institutions, and tilt them in their favor. The way it's treated the World Trade Organization is a good case in point. So the questions that we faced in looking at institutions was, there are some areas where we're going to have to get China to play by the rules. There are other areas where we're going to have to go ahead on our own, where essentially one size is not going to fit all. And so in our recommendations in this area, what we said is we've got to begin a US-European dialogue of how we're going to behave inside international institutions. And we're also going to have to coordinate ways of pushing back against some of the initiatives that Chinese have taken in the institutions. A case in point is on personnel issues. 4 out of the 15 major agencies of the UN are now being run by Chinese citizens. And we haven't spent enough attention to that. For example, in the International Telecommunications Union, which will play a major role in setting up standards that relate to the future of the internet, we haven't paid enough attention to the problems of getting the right to standards, getting American and European companies to work together to attend meetings to get the right standards and so forth. So the recommendations we had is that we should create a working group, transatlantic working group, to coordinate our policies in institutions, running everything from issues like trade to standards to questions of personnel. In those terms, then, we thought that we had a fairly good chance of being able to shape a rules-based international order. And it's one where you can leave it open for Chinese participation, but you're not going to wait just for China to set the pace on it. So there, I think we've seen some encouraging signs of this kind of coordination. We saw it at the G7 meeting, at the NATO summit, at the US-European summit, and we're hoping that, that our report, Mind the Gap, will provide a series of particular recommendations for how we can work to push this forward. So I'll leave it there, but I think it's a crucial area for us to work on together. There are differences, but there are also greater similarities. And I think we've seen some promising indications that we can build on this.
Thank you, Joe. That's great. I'll just follow up from that and say a couple of words about the technology chapter, which I co-authored with Maricha Shaka and others. We talked a lot about how there aren't really the right tools to coordinate technology policy between the US and Europe, and actually spoke to some diplomats in the European Commission, some members of the Biden administration, people who are working on this. And there's actually really positive news there. So the EU-US Trade and Technology Council was created earlier this year. At first, it was really just an idea, but that idea is beginning to be filled out with real policies underneath. So it'll be chaired by Margareta Vestager and Dombrovskis. And on the US side, Gina Raimondo, our Secretary of Commerce, is really taking a leading role along with Catherine Tai and Tony Blinken. And I know from background discussions that they're already thinking very carefully about what they can do. And some of those things are things that are also incorporated in our recommendations. For example, can you do more joint research and development on the key technologies where we need to stay ahead in the race with China, specifically semiconductors? I know there's some conversation about setting up a semiconductor research center in the US and that it would coordinate with a European one that already exists. Is there some conversation about doing better to coordinate export controls? Not in everything, we won't be able to do that, but there are certain areas where the US and Europe are so far ahead that we really should be doing it together. And excuse me. Sorry, someone's walking in behind me. And then finally, can we do more work on, Joe, you already mentioned standard setting, but can we do something on artificial intelligence, especially the ethics around that, where people are only starting to think it through? But I know that there are people both in Europe and the US working on that, both from the government side and the private sector side. So that gives our audience a little bit of a flavor of the kinds of recommendations we made in the report. But Wolfgang, I wanted to turn back to you, because one of the things we wrote and something that the American participants really realized through participating in this project is that Europeans are still more reluctant than North Americans about confronting China. Survey after survey shows that, and especially in the economic area. Can you say a little bit more about the European perspective? Why is that the case? And is it particularly true in certain European countries rather than others?
Absolutely. This is a fascinating aspect of our work. The perceptions that existed and continue to exist to some extent on both sides, and how, to what extent, and why they differ. Well, Anya, let me start by saying you're right. There are important differences, and rather obvious ones, in the economic area. But there are, of course, also rather obvious, significant differences in the military, strategic, political area. As it happens, the United States of America, this is something we Europeans have to recognize, happens to have to be a Pacific power, and the United States has military, not only a military presence, but has military commitments in the regions. We, as members of the European Union or as European members of NATO, do not have, maybe with rare exceptions. France, of course, has military interests and has a presence in the South Pacific, the UK, which used to be a member of the European Union also, but the rest of us really don't. So obviously that creates a very different lens through which you look at these areas. Now, to come back to your question on the economic issues, let me offer a very frank observation on what used to be, until actually quite recently, German and to some extent the European approach to China. It was, how can we sell the maximum number of automobiles or machinery or other equipment to China? And then we had a human rights dialogue to accompany this. It only occurred to Europe in recent years because China changed, because Chinese foreign policy changed through the Belt and Road Initiative and through, Hong Kong and human rights issues, et cetera, et cetera. Look, it dawned on us that that is not a sufficiently comprehensive approach to China. But the fact remains, dependencies have developed, economic dependencies have developed that are significant. One example is the very important German automobile sector, a key element of Germany's prosperity. All of the major German automobile companies, whether it's Volkswagen or BMW or Mercedes-Benz, sell up to 40% or even a little more of their products in China. So this has become a market which to them, to these companies, has become more important than individual European markets. That happens to be a fact. So we need to balance the question of what do we do about that? Can we work to protect us maybe a little better against this kind of rather serious dependency, economic dependency, export dependency? And if so, how? And how can we work with a country that is also economically tied very closely with China, but in a somewhat different way, the United States? So this is why this report is intellectually so enormously attractive. And let me conclude by repeating what I tried to say in the beginning. This, in my view, is probably going to be the #1 issue for the cohesion of the transatlantic community going forward over the next not only 2 or 3 years through the lifespan of the Biden administration, but it will probably remain the principal or one of the principal challenges to the transatlantic community over the next 10, 15, or even 20 years. And that's why this is so important. And I hope that our report will be taken forward by our governments and examined, and that they will examine the various proposals which you, Anja, already presented on tech and which Joe presented on international institutions, etc. There are a number of other areas that we cover in this report. It's really a comprehensive attempt at covering most, if not all, of the bases that matter in this regard.
Yeah, thank you, Wolfgang. Joe, I want to turn to you on the US side, but Wolfgang, one quick follow-up. We were actually with the UK ambassador to the US last night, and she said, she has said publicly that the UK is thinking about China more strategically and not just from an economic perspective. And I think it's maybe a little farther along the convergence with the US than Germany is. And can I just ask you one follow-up? You have an election coming up. Everyone is curious about who the new German chancellor will be. And if it's Armin Laschet, who's now leading in the polls, do you think he's likely to be more on the same page with the US on China or less so?
Well, quite frankly, I think that our political class, not only the CDU, Armin Laschet's party, but throughout the political class in Germany and also in our neighboring countries, perceptions and thinking about China has, of course, changed significantly. Don't forget, in 2019, it was only 2.5 years ago, the European Union decided on its own that we should look at China not only as a cooperation partner, but as a competitor. And that is exactly the same word that the Biden administration is using, but also as a quote unquote systemic rival. And by recognizing that the freedom of navigation is an important value in and of itself to a country that exports more than any other medium-sized country, my country, Germany. We believe the freedom of navigation is an important issue, and we should signal that. And that is why, as we speak, literally yesterday, I think a German frigate, for the first time, left a German port to go on a long voyage through, the Indian Ocean and to the Pacific region, and will also demonstrate our participation in a collective Western effort to make sure that the high seas are going to be respected as demanded by international law, and that Chinese claims to parts of these waters in the South China Seas will continue to be challenged by the international community as far as we are concerned. So our thinking has evolved, and I think regardless of who is going to be voted in to be the next chancellor in September, German policy and EU policy is going to shift, is going to continue to shift in the direction of slightly more convergence with the United States, but of course not to a point where we can say now our interests are perfectly aligned and identical, and we can just sort of sit back and let things roll. It will continue to be a difficult negotiating process to figure out how the transatlantic community can manage these differences in interests and in economic dependencies. But I think we're all aware that if we approach these issues together, we'll probably be better off talking to our Chinese partners than if we try to do it separately.
Thank you. Joe, you do advise the Biden administration and every other previous US presidential administration at the highest levels. Having been through this project and learned how there's still real differences. And, we made difficult recommendations like the US and EU should remove their trade disputes. How would you advise the American government to approach this to have the highest chance of a real joint policy towards China?
Well, it's obviously going to take both top level, in other words, presidential summitry level, but also day-to-day hard work at the agency level. So it's not a one-time one for all. But I think just to echo something that Wolfgang said, what strikes me as interesting is the extent to which European policy, in particular German policy, has changed in a direction of convergence. As he mentioned, 20 years ago, what was German policy toward China? How do you sell as much as you can to China? Compare that with what we put in the report today with full agreement of our German members. a sentence on human rights recommending that governments should downplay their involvement with the 2022 Tokyo Olympics, and companies should downplay their role, not a complete boycott, but as a notification to the Chinese that their behavior in Xinjiang and Hong Kong is unacceptable. I can't imagine that being in a US-European statement 20 years ago. Similarly, there's a statement in the report, which I will read, supporting Taiwan and preparing for contingencies. The idea of a major German statement, which would include Taiwan, 20 years ago, is out of the question. So in that sense, what we're seeing is a realization on the part of Europeans that even if it were limited to wanting to sell things to China, if there's a crisis in the Taiwan Straits, then you really will be in Cold War II. And if the chances of that not having a terrible effect on the European and American and world economies are very, very slim. And so in addition to the values question of human rights and the question of how do you prevent a crisis which could escalate in the Taiwan Strait, we're seeing a broadening of the agenda. And that's why as the American government deals with Europe on this, it's not going to be left to the special trade representative or the Department of Commerce. It's really going to have to be across the board.
That's right. Absolutely. Well, we've got a couple of questions from the audience that I want to make sure get in here. And I think the first one is from Doug Beck, who's a senior executive at Apple and a great friend of the Aspen Strategy Group, and I know very engaged on these issues. Doug?
Thanks, Anya. First, I want to commend all of you for this incredibly important report that you're putting out and for all the work that goes behind it. And I wanted to foot stomp in particular, Anya, the work that you talked about a little bit and the importance of the collaboration around the technology piece of this, both in dealing with implications of China's activity sort of in a defense way together, but even more importantly, in finding ways to collaborate to go on offense and doing that really together across the US and Europe in the ways that we can collaborate. The question that I have really goes a little bit back to something, Joe, that you were talking about a moment ago, which is how, while we're doing that and how we're looking, as we're looking to collaborate in technology, how we ensure that we get out of our own way of ways in which domestic policies in both the US and Europe. So for example, Digital Markets Act in Europe, things like that, that may, whether they're trade issues or whether they may be regulatory issues that can end up potentially weakening the ability of some of those, that kind of the public-private collaboration or some of the progression of technological leadership, and also put some sand in the gears of the partnership in that critical technology space, and how we help to ensure that we've got a bit more of a balance in the way that we think about some of these issues that really could prove strategic, even if they might sometimes feel like very domestic policy.
Right. Wolfgang, do you want to talk about the Digital Markets Act? And then I think I have two other questions. Thanks, Doug.
Well, all I will say at this point, and thank you very much, Doug, for what I think is really one of the key questions that we need to talk about. The European Union has developed a good capability to be an effective regulator. So, regulating appears to be one of our fortes, so to speak. The question is, what do we do about defending our interests? And that is why I think that the European Union will benefit hugely in the issues that you've just approached and that Anya talked about earlier, if we can actually get our act together and have a continuing discussion between not only the government authorities, the EU authorities, and Biden administration people. We have a proposal in this report which refers to the idea that maybe we should have a kind of a CEO coordinating advisory body across the Atlantic on some of these issues. And I happen to believe that that is one of the better ideas in this report, which deserves to be taken forward.
Thank you. I have one more quick question from one of our rising leaders, Josh, and then I know we have a hard stop in a couple minutes. Josh, are you there?
And that particularly the South China Sea is on one side. There's a lot of trade that's dependent upon by a lot of the countries in that area, but on the other side, there is a huge dependence on the US military support as far as freedom of navigation goes. With that being said, and speaking of the high seas, freedom of navigation, innocent passage and everything, what are your thoughts on as far as the US signing on to the United Laws of the Sea Convention? And if that is possible to be done, if not, what are things that other signatures can do to make it more palatable to the US government to consider signing on?
Thanks, Josh.
Well, I will take a quick crack on it. We've tried to have the US Senate ratify the Law of the Sea Convention for over 30 years. And chairs of the Joint Chiefs of Staff have appealed to the Senate for this and so forth. It's not likely to change soon, but notice that the US has declared that the provisions of the Law of the Sea Convention are now customary international law. And therefore, we have based our freedom of navigation operations on the existence of that customary international law, which is codified for most countries in the International Law of the Sea Convention, and was reaffirmed in 2016 by the Hague Tribunal on the Law of the Sea. So the US is way out of step by not ratifying the UN Convention, but we don't have to wait until that ratification before we can cooperate with our European allies in treating this as an international law of the sea situation, which supports FONUPs.
That's exactly right.
Anya,
yeah.
Can I just add a European or a German footnote to this freedom of navigation question and the issue here? I've heard many times from Europeans the question, why do we need to worry about these types of territorial or international legal disputes in a faraway place called the South China Seas? Well, my very short answer is, if there was ever a real conflict breaking out in this part of the world affecting the freedom of navigation, the lights would probably go out overnight in places like Wolfsburg, which is where the Volkswagen factory is, or in Munich, where the BMWs are being produced, etc., etc., etc. In other words, the message to my public on the European side is it actually matters, because our economic interests, our political interests, of course, also our values will be enormously affected by anything that's going to happen. Hopefully it will not happen, but by anything that's going to happen in this part of the world. We need to educate our public, which has in the past not regarded the South China Seas as something that we ought to be worrying about, as something that we should be worrying about.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Wolfgang, and thank you, Joe. I think this report is a perfect example of how institutions like Aspen and Munich can create policy and drive policy forward in a really positive way, and we could not have a better segue to our next session, which is the view from the Indo-Pacific Command. So we'll turn to that next. We have with us the commander of the Indo-Pacific Command, John Aquilino, who needs no introduction. He follows a great tradition here at the Aspen Security Forum. I think you are the third commander, Indo-PACOM commander we have here, and we're always very, very glad to hear from you. John Aquilino graduated from the US Naval Academy. He has served in numerous fighter squadrons, including the famous Red Rippers, and has commanded across the US military, including most recently as the 36th commander of the US Pacific Fleet. So clearly has deep, deep knowledge for us in the topic we were just talking about. And to interview Commander Aquilino, we have David Ignatius, an old friend and member of the Aspen Strategy Group, a columnist at the Washington Post, winner of many, many journalism awards, including, of course, the George Polk Award, and one of the most knowledgeable journalists on this area of the world. So David and Commander Aquilino, I will turn it over to you. Thank you.
So my thanks to Anya. I think Admiral Aquilino and I both wish that we were in Aspen to be having this conversation.
Next year.
We'll hope for next year. Admiral, it's great to have you with us virtually. Let me begin with the issue that's on your mind the most, and I think these days on everyone's minds, which is China. Your predecessor as a combatant commander, Admiral Davidson, made some headlines back in March when he told the Senate Armed Services Committee that for China, and I'm quoting here, Taiwan is clearly one of their ambitions, and I think the threat is manifest during this decade, in fact, during the next 6 years. So I want to lead off by asking you whether you have the same timetable, and also as you settle into the job after your first 3 months, what your own thoughts are about the China problem that you confront.
Well, David, good morning. First of all, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you and my conversation. And that is a headline that Admiral Davidson stated that has certainly been on everyone's mind. Let me start by laying a little of the groundwork. First of all, the Indo-Pacific, as identified by the Secretary, is the most consequential theater with our greatest security challenge. Additionally, as you know, 4 of 5 of the identified national defense strategy threats reside in this theater. And as we always do, we always want to talk about China immediately. And what I would like to highlight is some words that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said the other day at Sea Air Space. He categorized this. He said, China is coming at us rapidly. That includes economically, diplomatically, and militarily. And he said the challenge is putting the international order under tremendous stress. So I will tell you, I do not have a crystal ball in that. When I was confirmed, what I highlighted is that I have a sense of urgency in order to execute the integrated deterrence that the Secretary of Defense has tasked us with. We are here to continue to operate to ensure peace and prosperity through the region. And we have to be in a position to ensure that the status quo remains as it applies to Taiwan. And the US One China policy and our engagements are dictated by the Taiwan Relations Act. And we support peaceful and approved actions that avoid anything other than peaceful resolution to those questions for the nations across both sides of the strait. So our engagements with Taiwan are to ensure that they are able to defend themselves in accordance with, as I said, the Taiwan Relations Act, the 6 assurances and the 3 communiques. That policy is clear, and that's why we're here.
So Admiral, if I could just continue with the question of Taiwan, which is certainly on everyone's minds. Given what has occurred in Hong Kong over the last year, some have speculated, and this speculation, I think, increased after the Anchorage meeting between senior US officials and Chinese officials, that Taiwan may be a real priority for President Xi Jinping. We see an increase in rhetoric from Beijing. Certainly, Chinese military activity and power is being demonstrated. I'm going to ask how concerned you are that this is a near-term threat and the possibility that China's timetable for some resolution of the Taiwan issue from their standpoint may be being stepped up so that it's a more immediate problem than we might have thought a few years ago.
Thanks, David. So I think what I would say is we certainly view with concern many of the actions that we've seen from Beijing. They are clearly, as has been stated by President Xi, a desire to achieve the capabilities that he believes his nation needs militarily by 2027. Those are his words. But I think what I view with most concern are certainly not the words, but the actions that we've seen. Taiwan is a critical part of President Xi's legacy, and he has voiced that as well. But when I say concerned about actions, you've highlighted one of them, which is the actions that occurred in Hong Kong. Those actions were completely disconnected from the words from Beijing to adhere to the agreement that was in place. We see similar actions if you were to look at the border of India. We view that with concern. If you look at the actions associated with the Uyghurs in Xinjiang and the violations of what we believe the dignity and respect and human rights, we view those actions with concern. We view with concern the unlawful claim to the entire South China Sea, directly and negatively impacting all of the countries in the region, from their livelihood, whether it be with fishing or access to natural resources. Those are the things that lead me to believe that our execution of integrated deterrence has to occur now and with a sense of urgency.
So that's a powerful list of concerns, Admiral. And I want to ask you about our ability to project power as China becomes more powerful and assertive. It's often said casually that the days when the United States could sail an aircraft carrier task force through the Taiwan Straits in the event of a crisis are over. I'm curious how you would assess that issue, and more generally, how you would describe our ability to assist and defend Taiwan in the event of a crisis.
David, let me start just by saying, there is a narrative that we see often in the media that talks about the US and the West in decline. I think what I'd start with is, that narrative is certainly being pushed by our adversaries. What I want to be very clear is we have the world's greatest military on the planet. That military will operate anywhere in accordance with international rules and laws. We will fly, steam, and sail anywhere international law allows. The U.S., the Pacific Fleet just recently sailed through the Taiwan Straits. The Taiwan Straits are, by the 1982 UNCLOS treaty, is international waters. There is no reason any nation should not be allowed, nor should any nation be allowed to claim it as their own. So the narrative is not based in fact. The US has the world's largest economy. I don't think that I would categorize the US in decline. I do believe it is a narrative that other nations would like to continue to send, but I do believe it's not based in fact.
You're certainly right in noting that the stress by our adversaries on this theme of decline, but I want to cite for you somebody who's a strong advocate of the United States and our military power, and that's Chris Brose, the former staff director of the Senate Armed Services Committee, John McCain's key aide on that committee. In a book that he published 2 years ago called The Kill Chain, he wrote something that has really stuck with me. I'll quote it. Over the past decade, Chris says, in US war games against China, the United States has a nearly perfect record. We've lost almost every single time. He goes on to talk about how our spy and communication satellites in these war games are immediately disabled. Our forward bases in Guam and Japan are inundated by precise missiles. Our aircraft carriers are vulnerable and have to escape attack. Our F-35 fighters can't reach targets because of refueling problems, etc. You know this list. My question for you is, are these analyses of US power in your area of command too pessimistic? If they are, I would be interested in knowing what Chinese capabilities you do worry about. If we're overstating the extent of their power, what should we be focused on?
Well, I think I'd start with, we have to have an understanding of what war games are designed to do for us. Those exercises and events, first of all, are designed to learn. Our intent is to challenge ourselves against the absolute most difficult problem. And David, this is the way it's been for hundreds of years, and it's resulted in the military we have today, as I said, the most powerful military on the planet. So, Chris and I have had some conversations. I think we will continue to do that, and I'll just tell you that data is probably dated now, as we have executed a few most recently. But those games have helped us to identify where we have gaps and seams, how we make requests for capabilities and requirements to ensure that our competitive advantage is maintained, that we're not fighting the last war, that we look at everything in the most difficult manner possible, and for the US military to continue to improve. So I guess I'm less concerned with an understanding of truly what we're trying to get out of those war games. The United States has the most capable, advanced military capabilities on the planet. And I think what I'd highlight is, you've heard my secretary talk about integrated deterrence, and I mentioned it before. That view of integrated deterrence is designed for the entire joint force to be able to operate in a synchronized fashion in all domains, as we integrate cyberspace and space capabilities, as we do it with all forms of US national power, and as we synchronize those with our most critical asset, and that is our allies and partners. So when we pull all those together, let me just say that I have a level of confidence that the U.S. military, Department of Defense, is in a good place.
That's a helpful answer. And just to clarify, I hear you saying that some of the vulnerabilities that Chris Bose was writing about that emerged in these war games, your combatant command has taken specific steps to address, and that you're less concerned now than you might have been several years ago because of specific changes that have been made. Am I hearing that right?
I think what I'd say is I'm confident that we still have the finest and strongest military on the earth, and that the U.S. is ready for any contingency should it occur.
Let me turn to an issue that we discussed yesterday that's a key new component of your command, and that's the Quad, the relationship between the United States, Japan, India, and Australia. I'd like to ask for your sense of the importance of the Quad for Indo-PACOM, what plans you have about additional exercises, what you think about interoperability issues, and just generally from a military standpoint as a combatant commander, how important the Quad is to your planning.
But I think it's extremely important, and we have to remember that the Quad is based on nations with common values, David, as is all of our alliances and partnerships across the region. Those countries that have a deep belief in their sovereignty, freedom for all their citizens, an understanding that all nations, big and small, have an equal voice in conflict resolution, the rule of law, and dedication to freedom of the seas, the global commons, and human rights for all of their citizens. So it's critical to know that the Quad is one set of nations with those common values, but there's others, right? So the ASEAN nations, the trilateral relationship we have with Japan and Korea. But to your point, the Quad is extremely important, and I'm really encouraged when we talk about the world's largest democracies coming together with common values to ensure peace and stability in the region. I'm especially encouraged as it applies to our most recent operations together militarily. Exercise Malabar, which is a critical event for India in the last iteration, they very graciously invited not only the United States, but Japan and Australia to participate. And I believe it was a huge success, and it will pave the way for additional and more frequent military operations with the Quad. You also see the importance placed on the Quad by Secretary Austin and this administration. I look forward to much more interaction and the continued expansion and increased efforts through the Quad.
Let me ask a specific question that is coming up increasingly, and that is, given the success of the Quad, there's a growing desire on the part of other countries to be part of it, to join it in a formal way as New Zealand might, or to be in effect partners. From a military standpoint, giving your best military advice, do you think it would be wise to do that, to augment the Quad in those ways, or should we keep it pretty much as is?
David, what I would say is that that'll be a question for the leaders of the nation in the Quad. Again, each with an equal voice, each with their own national views on whether or not that would be beneficial. I think what I would tell you is, since I've taken over, I've challenged my team to think, act, and operate differently in this day and age. And what I think that means as it applies to allies and partners is I am very supportive of additional multilateral events and any area where our partners want to come into the area and be able to operate together, whether it's for a short time, whether it's bilaterally or with multiple nations in a multilateral forum. All those are interesting, and I support all of those actions. But each nation gets to have a voice, and we do everything possible to ensure that both the objectives of every nation are taken into account when we work at planning these operations and exercises. I look forward to next year in a post-COVID, hopefully, world where we can execute the Rim of the Pacific exercise, right? So the largest military maritime exercise in the world. We look forward. India came to the last one that was executed in person, as did all of the other Quad nations, as did most of the ASEAN nations, as did many of the West Coast nations. And I'm also encouraged by the EU nations. I'm encouraged by the United Kingdom operating with Queen Elizabeth in this theater. Our partners from France have been here, partners from Germany. The carrier strike group, Queen Elizabeth, has a Dutch ship in company and a US ship in company, combined with US F-35s on board her deck. I think that's what right looks like in the future. And that is those like-minded nations with common values coming together to ensure the international rules-based order is maintained for prosperity for all nations.
Ask you about a specific issue for you as commander and for the entire region, and that's the South China Sea. Could you describe the nature of your efforts as commander to make sure that freedom of navigation prevails, to make sure that Chinese efforts to project power don't go beyond what's permissible? How are you looking at the South China Sea, and what are some specific things that you and Indo-PACOM are doing to deal with that problem?
I got you now, my bad on the button, sorry. I think it's important, David, to hit the importance of the South China Sea. And when I say that, I mean globally and for all nations, right? We just talked about the EU, we talked about the regional nations. You know, 25% of all global trade flows through the South China Sea. Now, that may sound like just a number, but that's pretty important as we look at a globalized economy and prosperity for all nations. A third of all liquid natural gas flows through the South China Sea. Numerous resources for those bordering nations that they rely on, to include fishing to feed their people. So it's critically important for all nations. As I said just previously, the unlawful claim to the entire South China Sea threatens all of that. So when we talk about the South China Sea, understanding the importance is critical. Now, to reduce those tensions, we spend a lot of time with our allies and partners to ensure that the international rules-based order is maintained and unlawful claims don't go without challenge. The Chinese just recently unilaterally renamed 80 geographic features in the area with an inherent claim that goes with it. That's just counter to what all of the nations in the region would expect, believe, and what they need to maintain their prosperity. So the US is a Pacific nation. We've been operating in this theater for over 80 years and longer than that, but certainly in the post-World War II environment. And that international rules-based order has enabled all to prosper, including China. So this attempt to restate what a revisionist history view of claims is just counter to everything that those nations with common values believe. And we will operate here to ensure that that freedom of navigation for all is maintained, and that we will preserve the stability and peace to in order shared prosperity.
That's a helpful answer. I have just one more question from me, and then I want to turn to a member of our audience for a final question. My last question, Admiral, is about North Korea, and I just would ask you briefly for your military assessment as combatant commander about the North Korean threat as you see it today, right now, 2021.
Well, David, as we identified, North Korea is certainly a security challenge in this theater. I just got back from South Korea, where I got to visit my counterpart, and militarily, the US-ROK alliance is strong and ironclad. Our commitment with that treaty ally has been the foundation for peace and stability on the peninsula as we work towards a denuclearized peninsula as the common goal. From the military aspect, the alliance, as well as the strength that we have in the region, enables the US government to do diplomacy from a position of strength. And I think that's what I would view my role as a part of this. So the alliance maintains the stability. It highlights our commitment to our allies and partners, and it enables Secretary Blinken and the administration to take on the actions towards our common goal of a denuclearized and peaceful peninsula.
So let me, for a final question, turn to a member of our audience who I'm told has a question, Andrea Thompson. If Andrea is here and can switch on her camera and mic, please go ahead with your question.
You bet. Thanks, David. And Admiral, thanks so much for carving out time this afternoon and this morning in the Pacific. So as we've talked about, the Indo-Pacific region is so vital to the US's future. And as you've noted, it's going to take all elements of national power working together with our partners and allies to do that. Can you share your insight on the Pacific Deterrence Initiative, specifically improving our interoperability of our systems? So when we fight and win with our partners and allies, what can we do to evolve those policies to make sure they're getting the equipment they need and to really build towards yours and the Secretary's vision for the integrated deterrence? And thanks so much.
Thank you for the question. I think what I would say is the entire defense budget has to be looked at as we execute interoperability. And as you highlighted, it's incredibly important, right? So the strength of our allies and partners through common values is enhanced by our ability to operate together. And the best way to be interoperable is to operate with US equipment. And that's aside from the fact that it's the finest on the planet. So we are able to come together on short notice with our allies and partners across the region. We are able to communicate, quickly operate at the high end, and that is all based on interoperability. So no matter the funding stream, we continue to advocate for our allies and partners to purchase and utilize US equipment. We see it successful across the region. Just for one example, the P8 program through the lens of maritime domain awareness and anti-submarine warfare. Many of our allies and partners are flying the P8, and we can instantaneously come together, share information, share data, and be effective in the region. And that applies throughout, whether it be US Army equipment, whether it be Air Force equipment, Navy equipment, Marine Corps equipment, Coast Guard equipment. It's just the best way to ensure interoperability and make our nations most effective in the military dimension.
So this is David. I just want to apologize for many members of the audience who asked some excellent questions in the chat stream. We're out of time for this session, and I'll turn it back to Anya. But I want to just thank Admiral Aquilino for being with us, for talking about his command and the issues he faces. Thank you so much, Admiral.
Thank you, David. Look forward to seeing you sometime soon. Thanks.
Yes, sir. Okay, back to Anya.
Hi, it's Niamh here this time, David, but thanks. Admiral, thank you very much. And David, thanks again for your wonderful moderating. We're now moving to our panel on China. And I can't think of a better group of people to be doing this. We're thrilled to have on our platform Elizabeth Economy, who's a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, Susan Shirk, who's with us from UC San Diego, where she's the chair of the 21st Century China Center. We have Steve Began, the former Deputy Secretary of State, and Matt Pottinger, who is the former Deputy National Security Advisor. And Matt, I believe you have to leave a teeny bit early, so I know that our wonderful moderator, Joe Nye, our co-chair here at the Aspen Strategy Group, will keep that in mind as he moderates. And just to the audience, please remember to raise your hand in the participant list, and we'll find you for questions when we'll have some later. Thank you very much. Over to you, Joe.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. We have a great group of people for talking about this issue of the rise of China and increasing global influence. But rather than spend a lot of time on their qualifications, which I think all of you can see quite easily, I mean, is to get right to it, particularly since Matt is going to have to leave quickly. So one of the first questions that we wanted to think about was this issue of whether we're in a new Cold War with a rising China. And there has been, and I want Matt to take the lead on answering this. Matt, your successor at the National Security Council, Kurt Campbell, recently said, no, he didn't see this as a Cold War. On the other hand, yesterday, at day one of our Aspen Strategy Forum, the distinguished historian Neil Ferguson said that the most important thing in the post-COVID period was the new Cold War with China. So I wonder where you come out on this. Is the metaphor or analogy of a Cold War useful? In what sense is it useful or not useful? Tell us how you come out on that type of debate.
Thanks, Joe. No, it's great to be with you and with old colleagues and friends on this panel. I mean, whether you call it a Cold War or something else, there's certainly echoes. I think that Henry Kissinger said not that long ago that he thinks that we're in the foothills of a Cold War. And certainly there are, it can be useful to look at the experience of the United States against the Soviet Union to draw useful lessons, right? I mean, we similar to that era, today we don't want war with China, and nor do we want to capitulate to Beijing's vision for what Xi Jinping calls a community of common destiny for mankind. That's not a community vision that I think any American wants to be a part of, or people in any sovereign nation want to be a part of, because it is an inherently authoritarian vision. Some who know the party best describe it as a neo-totalitarian vision. I'm thinking of Cai Xia, the former professor who recently wrote a piece. She used to teach at the Central Party School in Beijing, sort of the highest temple of Communist Party ideology, and she would probably one who would agree that we need to be thinking to some extent in Cold War type terms, because the other alternatives are much worse than a strong competition. Now, another area that echoes that period, I think, is the ideological aspect of it. We've all been loath as Americans after the Cold War to return to the idea of some great competition of political systems. But here we are, and we weren't the ones who chose to be in this kind of a competition. But the more that you revisit what Beijing has been saying in its own language going back for 30 years or more, the clearer it is that they view this in supremely ideological terms. And I think that we're now in the form of formulating in the last administration, as well as in the Biden administration, an American response to that. Our strategy is really a counter strategy to a multi-decade Chinese strategy, which is quite hostile to our way of life. President Biden, if you look at some of the things that he's been saying, both extemporaneously when he's asked questions or in his prepared remarks and his strategic guidelines, he's also looking at this in ideological terms, and I think that's appropriate. He's saying, look, is democracy going to refresh itself and prove it once again that democracy is the greatest hope for humanity, or are we going to allow this flowing tide of authoritarianism or totalitarianism to sort of rewrite the rules in ways that are going to be extremely problematic for our way of life? So certainly echoes of the Cold War. Thanks.
Thanks. Echoes, yes, but let me push you one step further in that before I try to bring in Liz next on. On the ideological differences, they're very real. And Xi Jinping has clearly turned China a very authoritarian direction, and he's happier with authoritarian governments overseas. On the other hand, he's not a proselytizer the way Mao was. I mean, Mao had people marching in the jungles of South America to promote Mao Zedong thought. Nobody's marching in the streets to promote Xi Jinping thought with Chinese characteristics. So is the ideological challenge really the same, or is it quite different?
I wouldn't argue that it's quite different, even though the approach, remember Mao's approach, because China was a poor, backwards country, was to foment grassroots people's revolution from the bottom up. Now that China is an extremely well-resourced authoritarian power, they've realized that they can pick off elites and do a top-down kind of spread of their model. And so, a lot of people have argued that because the CCP's ideology today doesn't hold that great of an appeal abroad, that it poses an insignificant threat to the United States and our partners and allies around the world. But if you think about it, communist ideology doesn't really have that much appeal to Chinese people either. Yet that has not prevented the Chinese Communist Party from dominating a nation of 1.4 million people. So the problem is not the allure of Leninist totalitarianism, but really the fact that Leninist totalitarianism, as practiced by this well-resourced and determined government in Beijing, has enormous coercive power. And that is why we should not be ignoring the ideological elements of this competition. Those values that we hold dear, our liberty, our independence, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and democracy, are not just the things that we're fighting for, but these are the things that are our most potent weapons in our arsenal, because they contrast so dramatically. Single party rule dominance.
Let me turn from the ideological question to an economic question. Liz, economy, you've been studying the Chinese economy for a very long time, and are one of the great experts on it. Some people say the problem with the Cold War metaphor for our current challenge from China is it makes it too easy in the sense that with the Soviet Union, we had almost no trade. Therefore, setting up COCOM and isolating the Soviet Union economically was different. In contrast, we have enormous economic interdependence with China, $500 billion worth of trade. But even more, China has developed a new hybrid type of part authoritarian, part market economy. We call it market Leninism, which allows them to penetrate our Western alliance and Western institutions. So in that sense, people say what we have to do, if we use the Cold War analogy, is to decouple. is it plausible to think of decoupling? And how do we think about the economic challenge that China's posing?
No, well, thanks, Joe. And it's like Matt said, it's great to be, a part of this panel with all my colleagues and friends. So I don't think we're, in the process of some kind of complete decoupling from China, and I don't think that's the intention of the Biden administration. But I do think that both sides, China and the United States, are taking steps that will increase the decoupling of the two economies. And I think it's proceeding along several different dimensions. I think first is both countries are trying to find that balance between technology, investment in trade and national security. What are those core technologies that each country wants to protect for the sake of their national security. And I think the danger here is that it's very difficult to determine what those technologies are. And we kind of seem to be having an more expansive understanding of what constitutes national security when it comes to technology. At the same time, I think increasingly for the United States, there's an understanding that we've allowed our manufacturing sector to be hollowed out over the past few decades, and that China has been a major beneficiary of this process. And so there's an effort to push for companies to reshore. I don't know that it's been particularly successful to date, but I think that is part of the Biden administration strategy. And at the same time, China's moving up the value chain, and its manufacturing is becoming, is being able to do more higher end manufacturing. That's putting it in greater competition with the United States as well. And then finally, I think one thing that is underappreciated right now in the United States, and I think actually among many multinationals, is the extent to which I think China's moving from simply talking about technology and projects like Made in China 2025 and wanting to have Chinese companies dominate the market domestically, in areas of core technology, to thinking about other areas of the economy. So if you look at what happened, what transpired after the two sessions last March, there was talk about the need for Chinese companies to dominate in areas like sports and entertainment and cosmetics and pharmaceuticals. And these are areas where US firms have been extremely successful in China. So I think we're going to need to wake up to the fact that the Chinese government is interested not only in ensuring that Chinese companies dominate in those core areas of technology, but increasingly in other areas. So, do I think that this idea of decoupling is going to give the US leverage over China moving forward? I don't actually. I think this is a process that's underway in both countries. And frankly speaking, it's a process that's underway. This kind of thinking is underway in many countries now. So I don't think we're going to see a complete decoupling. And let me make one last point. I think China has also, Xi Jinping has also made it clear that he wants multinationals to continue to invest in China. He wants China to be part of the global supply chain because he doesn't want there to be greater leverage on the part of the United States or other major economies when it comes to sort of managing the political relations, right? Doesn't want those other economies to have coercive economic power. So I think we're going to see China continue in some areas, as we have recently with financial services, to open the door and welcome greater engagement. But by the same token, I think we're in the process right now of a decoupling, but I don't think it's going to move to, the kind of autarkic level that we had with the Soviet Union.
So both countries really are involved in selective decoupling. The Chinese often complain about the Trump administration's actions against Huawei. My own view is that the Trump administration was absolutely justified on security grounds. But the Chinese often forget that they prevented Google from operating inside of China since 2010, which was a decoupling for security reasons. So we're going to have decoupling, selective decoupling for security reasons. But you're saying that the prospects that this will spill over into a broader economic disengagement is not likely.
Well, no, I think what I want to say is I think there's going to be a broader economic disengagement because I think China wants Chinese companies, for example, to dominate in more sectors, beyond the technology sector. So I think we need to prepare for that. And I don't want to say that it's not going to expand, but I don't think we're going to get to the point where, decoupling is the end game in and of itself.
Let me move on. If I want to get to everybody, and I also want to keep an eye on the clock for Matt, but I wanted a question that follows fairly closely from this is in the 90s and early up till 2010 or more, there was a view that engagement with China, that China joining the World Trade Organization, more trade with China, would have an effect of opening China, not that it would necessarily democratize China, but it would have some opening and liberalizing effect. In fact, when we see what's happened under Xi Jinping, obviously China's going the opposite direction. There was an interesting set of articles in the recent issue of Foreign Affairs in which the question was raised, is this because we got the wrong time horizon? In other words, that the opening should have been expected in terms of half a century, not a decade or two? Or is it contingent on the fact that Xi Jinping won the contest for leadership with his particular authoritarian neo-Maoist approach in 2012? And some people said, well, it was inevitable that engagement would fail. Others said, no, it had particularities which explained it. Susan Shirk, you've been managing China policy and observing China policy for a long time. What's your take on this question of, was engagement a snare and a trap and a total failure? Or if one takes a long enough time horizon, can you think that it might have some beneficial effects, let's say over 30, 40 years?
Well, as an old China hand, I have to say that China may be heading in the wrong direction right now, but it's not the same as Mao's China. It seems really sad that I need to point to this now because there are so many freedoms that have been taken away. And yet it is important to realize that I don't think we should describe it, Matt, as a totalitarian system, because the market, the labor market especially, as well as other features of the market, mean that people have more choice and are not as dependent on the state as they were in the Mao era. I think that opening China, the WTO membership, and our efforts at engagement definitely made China a better place for a Chinese person to be living. I think the first term of Hu Jintao was actually pretty good, and there is still quite a lot of convergence toward a system of governance was more responsive. That was the high point, actually, of media openness at that time. It's really the second term of Hu Jintao, which is a puzzle. It really starts before Xi Jinping. And that's a puzzle I've been spending a lot of time trying to figure out for my book on overreach. And it's too detailed a story to tell here, but I think it is important to note that it starts before Xi Jinping. So it's not just what Xi Jinping is really a bad character in every way, but certainly the system that he has put in place now, which is meant to be more decisive, more central control, is in and of itself a problem. So it's not just his character, personality, his goals, but it's also the way the system works. It's the fact that they're living in an echo chamber, a propaganda echo chamber, that Xi Jinping is in this cult of personality dictatorial system. He's fixated on loyalty to him, not just to the party. And this means that people don't dare tell him the truth about the consequences of his policy choices. Now, that's a very dangerous situation. So I do feel that the way the system operates now, in and of itself, does present a serious challenge to the United States. And what we need to do is test whether or not there's still any give on the Chinese side. In other words, are we dealing with an adversary? Absolutely. And have we given up on the prospect of using carrots and sticks in diplomacy to deal with China, including a certain amount of goodwill, or not? And I think the first 6 months of the Biden administration are quite discouraging. So then the question then is, did we give it a fair test?
Well, I want to get Steve Began in this, but mindful of the clock and Matt's deadline, let me give you an opportunity to weigh in on this question, Matt. After all, before your government service, you covered China for the Wall Street Journal for many years, so you also can claim to be an old China hand. How would you respond to that point about whether the...
What we're going to be talking about today? Sure. I've only got 1 minute because I'm going into a hearing right now in the Senate. I think Susan makes a lot of very good points. I still do believe that those party members like Tsai Xia and others who describe the direction of China under Xi Jinping as totalitarian is accurate, particularly when you consider that there's a genocide underway right now, recognized by 2 U.S. administrations of both parties and the parliaments of several other countries. I think any examination of the facts surrounding that are, go back to the grimmest chapters of the 20th century, and yet that is being expanded in certain ways to other ethnic minorities and groups. It's just that those freedoms that Susan rightly talked about having emerged, in the late 90s or the early half decade, are unfortunately, things have gone in a terrible sharp left turn now. And I apologize that I've got to run.
Have a good hearing.
Okay, thanks so much. Be well.
Egan, you were, as Deputy Secretary of State, responsible for not only China policy, but all American foreign policy. And as an old Aspen Strategy Group member, you've watched us wrestle with this problem for many years. But I was wondering what you think is the role of alliances and what we can do with other countries in coordinating policies toward China. If one looks at the size and growth of China, some people say its overall GDP will be larger than the US measured in exchange rates sometime in the 2030s. But if you add Europe and Japan to the US economy, China's not going to catch up with, in quotes, the West for decades, if then. And that raises an interesting question, which is if the US and its allies can coordinate their policies on China, can't we keep the high hand in terms of setting the rules of a rules-based international system? A little earlier this afternoon, Wolfgang Ischinger and I told about a report that we had co-chaired called Mind the Gap on what are the problems of getting a transatlantic common policy toward China. And there's some good signs and some bad signs there. But tell us what you observed and what you see as the future of coordinating our alliances in terms of dealing with a rising China.
Joe, whether one reaches the conclusion that we're in the midst of a new Cold War or not, there's no question that anything that we do to strengthen our alliances, our partnerships and friendships with other nations in the Indo-Pacific and beyond will make whatever outcome occurs easier for us to address in a manner that defends our interests. But it's coming at an interesting time in global politics too. That alliance structure is really a post-World War II alliance structure, and much of it is strained by the competition even among the allies themselves, as we saw in recent years with the Trump administration. But it's interesting. There's a common theme here that goes all the way back to your very first questions for Matt and for Elizabeth and for Susan, which is scale is so important here. And I think what fundamentally the call that was missed in the early 2000s was that China's scale was going to grow so quickly that it surpassed the political liberalization that might have occurred during more gradual economic ascent by China. And once it became a fact of life and the regime itself, the governing system hadn't liberalized, it made it that much more powerful for the grafting of an authoritarian system onto the liberalized economy instead of having the liberalizing economy change the political system. Scale is also important for how we grapple with China in this era. That China has the inherent advantage of scale inside its borders, which is very important from an economic perspective and also from a political and military perspective. We need to achieve that scale by working with partners, both in scale of political influence in the world, as well as scale and economic reach by coordinating with other countries. This is why the United States has for so long advocated for trade liberalization and more open markets. We're capable of doing that. We've got institutions, we've got alliances we can build on, but it can't be a complacent approach. Alliances like the US-South Korea alliance are desperately in need of updating from the assumptions in which under which they were informed. And so it's not enough to simply get along and be nice with other countries. We're going to need to work very hard to give meaning and purpose to these alliances in this world that we're finding ourselves in today.
Thanks, Steve. Let me push you just a step further on that. Is what do you see happening in the future? I mean, let's say the next 5 years or so. I was interested, Wolfgang Ischinger said, looking back, German policy used to be toward China used to be how much can we sell? And yet in this report that we just issued, there's a statement about human rights and another statement about Taiwan, which you cannot imagine have been in a report with Germany or German participants, let's say 10 or 20 years ago. Do you see major progress? Did you see it during your period as Deputy Secretary? And what do you see looking forward?
Well, specifically in the context of Europe, Joe, I think my sense always was that European policymakers read Frank Fukuyama's piece on the end of history and they believed the title. Frank would argue that he wasn't saying it was the end of history, but nonetheless, what we saw in the 20 years, in the 30 years since the collapse of the Soviet Union was largely a European retreat from anything except economic power and influence in the world. I traveled to Asia dozens of times during my tenure as North Korea representative and Deputy Secretary of State, and the influence and presence of European states was minimal, except on the highways and on the roads with largely German automobiles and some other European brands. Europe's got a long way to go to be present in the Indo-Pacific. I think we had quite a bit of challenges of even getting naval deployments by European nations, although you'll notice that the Brits, the Germans, and the French have stepped up even some of the freedom of navigation patrols now in the Indo-Pacific. This is a good step forward, but it's going to take a long time for Europe to have a meaningful contribution. And one of the things that I think many of my predecessors, certainly I, have concluded when it comes to issues of hard power like this is countries stand where they sit. If they don't have any ability to influence events other than through economic statecraft, then that exclusively becomes the tool that they will use. We've run into that problem with NATO, even with some of the NATO partners having completely hollowed out their militaries and be unwilling to support intervention where the United States might have felt strongly in the past that was necessary. So Europe has a long way to go to be partners with us, but they've taken some important steps. And as you, I think, know, the US and EU have also now formally launched an initiative that we set up at the end of the Trump administration, a US-EU dialogue on China. And there was some resistance inside the EU. I think some of that was because it was a Trump administration initiative, but some of it was coming to grips with these competing interests among European countries on economic statecraft versus having hard power projection as well. But I think we're making progress on all that.
Liz, let me follow Steve about economic statecraft and ask you what could happen in the trade area. Yesterday afternoon, when the Aspen Strategy Forum discussed trade, the consensus seemed to be, if I can oversimplify it, that US trade policy was in the doldrums. There'd been hope in the Obama administration that TTIP would counter China's trade dominance in the region. Of course, that failed, and there was some hope that as Japan kept TTIP alive with the comprehensive Pacific TTIP, that they were keeping a seat warm for the United States. Most people in Washington now say, look, not a chance that the Americans are going to join. Biden has many higher priorities like infrastructure and domestic questions. He's not going to mess up his relations with Congress over trade issues. So it looks like the chance of economic statecraft, particularly in the trade area, is slim. There have been suggestions, though, that you might get sectoral agreements. For example, you might take something like trade in technology, or more specifically, information technology, and get an agreement which countries which hold to higher standards, which would be the US and our allies, would give preferential treatment to each other while holding it open to others if their behavior improved, and thereby making it compatible with the World Trade Organization. Is that plausible, or are we just, as yesterday sounded, in the doldrums?
Okay, I mean, I think you started to answer your own question, but I want to say one word on what Steve was just talking about, and then I'll offer an answer to the question you just asked me. And that's, I think actually we should be pleasantly surprised to some extent by the degree to which the United States has found common cause with its allies when it comes to China. It may not be the case as much as you would like on the security front with Europe, but I do think we had the sanctions, the joint sanctions with the EU and the UK and Canada around Xinjiang. We have, Germany, the Netherlands, the UK, all sort of sailing through the South China Sea. We have the Quad ongoing with Japan and Australia and India that's expanded to do things like pandemic response and, talking about climate change and infrastructure. So I think, and the clean network. I mean, kudos to the Trump administration, because when they first started out with that effort to push back against Huawei and other countries, I will count myself among the most dubious that they would get any traction. And I think, there are more than 50 countries now, including virtually all of the OECD, that have signed on to that clean network. So I think it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of work, but I'm a little bit more optimistic about the prospects for collaboration and cooperation with our allies around China. In terms of the trade front, I think it does seem pretty clear that at least in the first half of the Biden administration, we're not going to make any progress on the CPTPP, but it does, in discussions that I've participated in with members of Congress, there's actually a lot of interest, first off in what you described, Joe, which is a sort of sectoral agreement around, digital issues, a digital services agreement that would cover things like digital privacy and AI standards and cross-border flows of information. In some sense, I think that this could pave the way for the U.S. maybe through the back door to start exploring a broader, entrance back into the CPTPP. So I think there is interest in, among many members of Congress and a real understanding that if the United States wants to retain a leadership role in the Asia Pacific in particular, if it wants to be able to help define the rules of the road moving forward, it is going to have to reassert its economic leadership. It can't simply be that China is the economic partner of choice and the US is the security partner of choice. So I think that's sitting there waiting to be tapped into. I think it's a mistake to say that there's really no interest and it's just, it's all negative. But I think I would imagine that the Biden administration has sort of set out its priorities. CPTPP is not one of them, at least for the first couple of years. But I think both in the national security infrastructure around Asia and within Congress, there still is interest in this. So I'm not counting it out completely. I don't know whether anyone agrees with me, but I still think there's still talk about it, and I'm not completely pessimistic.
Right. Well, we want to leave time for questions, which we'll turn to in a second. But let me throw the same question to Susan, because Susan, you and Orville Schell had written a very interesting report with Europeans about coordination of policies toward China. What do you see as the next steps forward?
Well, I think that trying to pursue the kind of sectoral agreements that Liz was just talking about does give us some trade initiative to talk about. But the problem with digital trade is that on so many issues, American regulatory landscape is really quite different from that of the Europeans, although there is greater convergence now than there was 6 months ago, say. But these things are moving so fast, and trying to do an Asian digital trade agreement or one that expands to include our friends and allies and like-minded democracies even, will be very difficult, I think, because the whole question of data, as we can see from China's recent actions, our own actions, it's increasingly become part of our security agenda. How do we protect data while not requiring that everybody, that we control the data entirely? So how do we have digital trade allow digital information and data to flow across borders, which of course was the original vision of the beauty of the internet? How are we actually going to converge on a set of rules? I think it's going to be extremely difficult. And we talk a lot about the rules-based order. The other thing is even the United States, in the name of security, is kind of, I don't want to say breaking the rules, but the market is being impinged upon by our security concerns, which get broader and broader and increasingly do include data. So it's kind of hard to see how we can continue to exert leadership on this front together with our friends and allies.
Thank you. Let me turn it back to Neve to see if we can get a few questions from the audience and before we run out of time.
Great, thanks, Joe. We do have a few questions indeed. And the first one we'd like to turn to Christopher Isham, please. Chris, your question.
Yes, good afternoon. It's a very interesting discussion. I'd like to turn to the question of technology. There was a recent report by the National Security Commission on Artificial Intelligence that was chaired by Eric Schmidt and Bob Work, which stated that the United States is not prepared to defend or compete in the AI era. China, by contrast, has a whole of government approach, deploying a massive focus on science, math, and engineering at all levels to achieve dominance in AI. So the question is, do you agree with that assessment? And how concerned are you that China could become dominant in technology generally and AI specifically? And what should the United States do to try to maintain our technological edge?
Susan?
Well, we at 21st Century China Center, together with Asia Society, we did a working group on science and technology. We had a group of experts looking at AI, and we concluded that it's wrong to say that China is way ahead of the United States. Most importantly, every talented student and expert who wants to study AI wants to come to the United States and do it at an American university. And so in the contest for talent, the United States remains way ahead, and we need to keep it that way. The other point that people often make about China is that it's related to Steve's point about scale and the fact that China has so much data and the government has access to data. But in fact, our experts say, you know, data is not the new oil. It's not just a commodity. It really depends upon what type of data. And, you know, so the fact that China is bigger and has more data does not make it far ahead in AI. So much of AI is also done open source and published. And, you know, that's the kind of system where the United States, there's every reason that we should be able to sustain our lead in this area.
Eve, can we get in another question?
Yes, we'd have time. We're going to call on Helen Toner, who's the director at the Georgetown Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Helen, are you there?
She's one of the people I'm quoting here.
Oh, perfect.
Hi, yeah, great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to discuss. I would like to, my question relates to the Cold War comparison that you were discussing earlier in the conversation. I was recently talking with a senior diplomat here in Washington, and she was observing that in her experience during the Cold War itself, no matter how tense and hostile relations with the Soviet Union became, there were very strong connections with that government. There were track 2 dialogues, track 1 dialogues, mill-to-mill dialogues. The comparison she made was that at that time, she felt it would have been very easy at any point to reach a Soviet general if need be. And she felt that we weren't in a similar situation with China right now, that there was much less dialogue and much less connectivity. So I'd be really interested to hear whether you agree with that assessment, and if so, whether you think we should be trying to establish more of those channels to ensure, you know, strategic stability, good understanding, crisis communications, and so on. Thank you.
Just as a historical footnote, that history that she reports is okay after the Cuban Missile Crisis. I don't think it describes the 50s very well. But in any case, Steve, you haven't had a chance to comment on the Cold War idea. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so I think that's a very prescient question. And I also agree with your caveat, Joe, that we are talking about the modern US-Soviet relationship. Certainly in Stalin's rise in the 1930s, you couldn't imagine a group of Soviet Track 2 participants. And frankly, that's I have experience with that in negotiating with the North Koreans and participating in Track 2s with them. Susan does too. It's a very different environment. But the whole Cold War analogy worries me not so much in the diagnosis as is in the treatment. And here the question I think is spot on. The Cold War didn't mean we simply folded up our tent and went home, and or that we cut off all contact with the Soviet Union. And likewise, we shouldn't do the same with the Chinese. I have a view that that's actually counter to our own interests, because it's exposing elements of these societies to continued engagement with the United States of America that actually benefits us, not them. The regime actually capitalizes on isolation or alienation by the United States of their population. During 2020, we were making progress, for example, on the kickoff of a strategic stability dialogue with the Chinese, not unlike what's being done with the Russians right now with the Biden administration. I think this is incredibly important in an era in which not only are new technologies challenging assumptions of strategic stability, but also China is in a rapid expansion of its strategic systems, and it behooves us to have confidence building measures, transparencies, dialogue, understanding. We need this as a matter of national survival, not as simply a gesture of goodwill to the Chinese. So also likewise, engagement with elements of Chinese society. While during the last administration, we were very guarded against civil military fusion that was oftentimes by design intended to address what Susan Shirk mentioned, which is tapping into American learning and American technology in order to advance Chinese programs. But there are ways to do programs like that that make an enormous amount of sense for us and allow us actually to get better reach into China. I think, again, regardless of whether one agrees or not with the analogy of the Cold War, what we do at home and abroad is the most important part. The nature of the U.S.-China relationship to some extent will sort itself out, but we have to act now to shape the outcome to our interests.
Thanks. Neve, have we run out of time, or do we have time for one more?
Unfortunately, we don't. We have our next guest in the room, Joe, but thanks for a wonderful panel. And thank you to Steve and Liz and Susan and Matt, who's gone now. I'm going to toss it over to Ambassador Burns, who will take it from here. Thank you very much.
Thanks to the panel.
Thanks.
Thanks very much to this great panel. And Joe and I, thank you for your chairmanship of our group for the last 38 years. We appreciate it very much, and your stewardship and mentorship for all of us, and your wisdom on U.S.-China relations, which we all very much appreciate. We're going to transition now, ladies and gentlemen, to a discussion on perhaps the most vital global challenge, and that's climate change. Alok Sharma, who's president of COP26, is going to appear on this screen, I hope, in just a minute with Al Roker of NBC News. There's Alok Sharma. Very nice to see you from a long distance. And you've got the right imagery behind you. Al Roker, welcome. I'm Nick Burns, Executive Director of the Aspen Strategy Group. I want to welcome all of you in the United States and Europe and beyond at this late hour, I know, in the United Kingdom. Alok Sharma is president of COP26. He was appointed full-time as president of COP26 in January of 2021. He's a very experienced leader in the British government. He's been Secretary of State for Business, Energy, and Industrial Strategy. He was previously Secretary of State for International Development in 2019 to 20, and Minister of State for Employment at the Department of Work and Pensions, and Minister of State for Housing and Planning. And obviously, someone who's going to try to put together 195 nation states in common cause needs to have this type of high-level governmental experience, which Alok Sharma certainly has. He's going to be interviewed by someone well known to every American participating, and that's Al Roker of NBC News, who's the weather and feature anchor at the Today Show, co-host at the third hour of Today, and someone who's been a big part of American broadcasting and journalism for many decades. We welcome Al. I would just say to both of you, this is the second day of our Aspen Security Forum. We've covered issues from Afghanistan to the Middle East. We've had a big focus on China. I teach at the Harvard Kennedy School, and our students from all over the world, their greatest passion is that the world will tackle climate change and avert a global catastrophe. And I just feel that energy from students from China, from Brazil, from the United Kingdom, and from the United States. From a political perspective, I would just say, Alok and Al, it's the dominant global issue of our time. U.S.-China relations is very competitive and very important. But doing something about climate change, arresting carbon emissions, averting a global catastrophe is of the highest priority. So I guess the questions I would have as I hand this off to Al Roker, what are realistic goals for COP26 in Glasgow? And you'll have the American president there, the Chinese president, all the world leaders, the British prime minister. And I think you'll see in the Biden administration, the American administration that has done more to highlight this issue, and I've been involved in U.S. diplomacy for off and on for 41 years, in the appointments of John Kerry and Gina McCarthy, and in the priority that President Biden has given, I think you're going to deal with an American administration that's taking this more seriously than any prior administration. So I just, as a way of comments, I've been very excited about this panel. And Al, thank you for being our anchor. And Alok, thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Alok. Nice to meet you. And so I was wondering, as we go into this, and you're looking at looking ahead to COP26, when we talk about these issues, which sectors, when we look globally, have to be involved to ensure we don't reach that 1.5 degree or worse, a tipping point when you look at this from a global perspective?
Well, Al, thank you so much for being part of this event with me. I'm delighted to be here and to be invited by the Aspen Institute to take part. I'm actually currently sitting in Brasilia, I've been traveling around the world, obviously talking to governments, and just had a set of constructive dialogues here with government ministers. But if I say to you that the overarching ambition that I have for COP26 is that we emerge from Glasgow with us being able to credibly say that we have kept 1.5 alive. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that in Paris in 2015, world leaders agreed as part of the Paris Agreement that they would do everything they could to keep global temperature rises well below 2 degrees, aiming for 1.5. And that's what we want to achieve in Glasgow. And as part of that, I'm having a consistent message that I'm delivering to governments around the world. Firstly, they need to set out ambitious plans to cut emissions in the near term by 2030, but then also to make commitments to go to net zero by the middle of the century. Secondly, to adapt to the climate change that is already happening around us. We see that in all our countries. Climate change doesn't respect borders, and we're going to have to respond to what we already have and that we're facing. Thirdly, the really important issue of finance. To be able to deliver a lot of these changes, a lot of the climate resilient infrastructure that we want to see, particularly in developing countries, developed nations have to step up and they have to deliver on this $100 billion a year dollars figure that was first actually mooted in 2009 and then again in 2015. This is the time. We now have to show developing countries that we're going to step up to that. And finally, of course, there are a range of issues that are still outstanding in terms of detailed rules from the Paris Agreement that we need to make sure we reach agreement on. So, what I would say, Al, is that, of course, governments need to act. But I do think we are at this interesting inflection point where just about every country I visit, businesses, civil society, and government are singing from the same hymn sheet, recognizing that we need to take climate action together. And I've been really encouraged by what I've been seeing around the world.
Well, we hear a lot about a federal government or any country's government taking part in this. But for example, in this country, over the last 4 years, it's no secret that there were a number of rollbacks of environmental issues, environmental regulations, yet local, state, town governments kind of stepped up to say, well, no, we're going to still keep up with these emission standards, for these environmental standards. Is that really, in a sense, the future? That yes, it's one thing for these global governments to take care of this or to try to, but that local governments, state and local governments are saying, we're not going to wait for our federal counterparts. We are going to take the bull by the horns and move forward.
Look, I think it's really important that federal governments take action. Ultimately, they are the parties to the UNFCCC. They're the ones who are going to have to make the commitments, those nationally determined contributions to those commitments to go to net zero by the middle of the century. But of course, exactly as you said, even under the last US administration, you saw states, both Democrat and Republican, coming forward with a positive agenda on climate action. And look, I have to say, I'm really pleased that we now have an administration in the US that is putting tackling climate change front and center of both domestic policy, but also in terms of their international efforts. And that aligns really well with what we are doing in the UK as well. And I think it's particularly heartening that one of the first acts that President Biden took when he came into office was to sign that executive order on rejoining the Paris Agreement. I can't tell you how much of an impact that has made around the world. And it says very clearly the US is back on the front line of the fight against climate change. But you're right. I said to you, I'm in Brazil at the moment. I had a really good discussion this morning with governors responsible for states, with mayors responsible for some of the major cities, with businesses, and they're all signing up to the Race to Zero campaign, which is committing them to go to net zero by 2050. And for me, I think that's a very positive action where we're seeing not just at a federal level, but actually also at a local and regional level, this real ambition coming forward.
Looking globally, we just last month's G20 meeting, there wasn't even an agreement on a date to phase out coal or limit climate change to that 1.5 degrees. so where do we go from that point?
Well, Al, I was there at that meeting in Naples, and I mean, let's look at the positives that came out of that. The first thing is that we had all G20 countries agreeing that they would come forward with ambitious 2030 emission reduction targets before COP26 in November. That was positive. We had governments coming forward in that communique saying that they were going to be focusing on the long-term strategies that also need to be delivered so that we can see what their actual plans are. And I think there was an acknowledgement in the communique that this next decade is going to be absolutely decisive. That was the positive part of it, but I agree with you. I mean, I said after that meeting, I was disappointed that we weren't able to reach agreement on the phase out of unabated coal, that we weren't able to reach agreement in terms of international financing for coal projects around the world. But you know, if let's look at what we agreed at the G7 just a few weeks earlier. You know, all countries in the G7 are now committed to go to net zero by 2050. They've set out ambitious targets to cut emissions by 2030, and they have also set out very clearly the ending of international coal financing, as indeed has South Korea. So I think there are reasons to be hopeful, but certainly when it comes to the G20, I want to make sure that, you know, we have that as a big issue in terms of phase out of coal, unabated coal, and that of course now moves forward to the G20 leaders. I've made it very clear that for me, consigning coal power to history has to be one of the things that we try and achieve on the road to COP26. It's one of those issues that I think is going to be really important and totemic, and that's why we need to make sure that when the G20 leaders meet, that is a commitment that can be made.
And Alec, what about the G20's commitment to help developing countries? I mean, we've had that 2009 UN agreement to contribute 100 billion annually for climate finance for these poorer countries. But that hasn't been met yet. How important is it to make sure that the haves help the have-nots when it comes to global carbon emissions?
It's absolutely vital. And you know, I've said, Al, that this is a matter of trust for developing countries. And you know, climate negotiations, as those who are taking part in this event will know, are you know, fragile. Trust is
Alec, I think we've lost the sound. You might be on mute.
Alok, we can't hear Alok. No.
Is that better?
There you are. You're back.
No.
Yeah, I can hear him.
Am I back?
You are back, sir.
Okay, I can't hear you now for some reason. Technology. This is why we need to have these physical discussions again. Can you? Okay, great. We're back. We're back.
Excellent.
So as I was saying, in terms of the 100 billion, what I did was we held a meeting with these 50 ministers, many of them in person in London on the 25th and 26th of July. And one of the outcomes of that is that we agreed.
Uh-oh. I think we lost you again, Alok. We can't.
No.
Sorry, NBC.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hearing you, I think I hear you now.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, it's very intermittent. I'm very sorry. Sorry, I was just explaining that in terms of the agreement that we've reached, is that we will set out a delivery plan before COP26 to demonstrate how that 100 billion a year is going to be reached. I think at the G7, straight after the G7, we did have a number of countries, Germany, we had Japan, we had Canada come forward with fresh money. And of course, what I want to see is for all the donor countries to come forward. And I've been very pleased with the announcements that have been made so far from the US. But of course, there are also indications that we've had that there may be more funding coming for climate finance from the US government. And we're looking forward to hearing more details on that in due course.
You know, speaking of that, Alok, and look, we're all coming out of this pandemic. Obviously, there are setbacks and such. But as we have COVID and in the same time, perhaps like a green recovery, are we missing an opportunity? Are countries missing an opportunity as they look to help their citizens with this pandemic recovery to make sure that there is a climate factor to this to help make sure we recover in a more green sense?
Well, Al, certainly in the conversations that I've had, many governments have recognized that this is that opportunity to build back better, to build back greener, to coin a phrase. And certainly from a UK perspective, that is what we are doing.
I'm sorry, I think we lost you again, Alok.
Sorry, Minister Sharma, we can't hear you.
Hello? Is that any better?
You're kind of back.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to try and swap laptops and see whether that makes a difference. So just bear with us.
You know, there was a U.S. comedy team called Bob and Ray, and they always had one of their routine was there's a reporter, Wally Ballou, and he'd always start Ballou, and he'd move his lips. Anyway, it kind of reminds me a little of this.
I promise you, Al, that's not what I'm doing.
No, I know, but it would be brilliant if you were. That would have been fantastic.
But just going back to the point about the green recovery, I think that is what governments want to see. I said that's something that we're pursuing in the UK, and that's a message that I'm delivering to countries around the world. You will have seen that actually I think in the last day, we've had the IMF has approved the general allocation of SDR, $650 billion. Now, this is an opportunity for obviously countries to support their own economies, but I think it's also an opportunity for the wealthiest nations to think about potential reallocations and how they can support developing countries as well.
Here in this country, in the United States, there's been a lot of talk about the infrastructure bill, and there's a component. There are components in that, and I don't know how much you've seen of it. Because we haven't seen, obviously, the final bill, but that climate is part of that. Is that kind of a model that other countries are looking at? Have you seen that? Obviously, you mentioned in the UK that's happening, but are you hopeful that that's part of the plan going forward?
I am hopeful, and I think if you look at countries in Europe, for instance, that is certainly something that they're channeling as part of their recovery plans. And indeed, when I go around the world, talking about a transition in terms of energy, a clean energy transition, again, is something that countries are very focused on. So I think there is this desire, but of course, what you need to make sure you do is, as well as supporting a recovery with public funds, I think countries need to think about how do you leverage in private sector money as well. And I think that's going to be vital. We know that there is a wall of money out there. We know that the private sector, particularly the financial services sector, is incredibly keen on ensuring that they're going green. And but what we need to make sure is that governments are also looking at the revenue mechanisms and putting them in place to ensure that the private sector is able to invest in economies around the world.
You bring up the private sector, and I was wondering, how important is it in your role and in COP26 to enlighten those sectors that you can do good and also financially do well by being greener?
I think, Al, the private sector is already there. I think the private sector is already there. They have understood that this is an opportunity in terms of a green recovery, in terms of green growth, that delivers not just cleaner environments, but also delivers economic prosperity. I mean, let me give you an example from the UK. Over the past 30 years, we've managed to grow our economy by almost 80%. And yet we have cut emissions by over 40%. So we have demonstrated, in fact, we're not alone in this. Other countries have done the same. I talked about the Race to Zero campaign, where non-state actors, including businesses, commit to going to net zero by 2050, but on concrete plans, not just some sort of vague assertion that that's what they're going to do. And increasingly, I'm seeing businesses sign up to that. We also have, since we talk about the financial services sector, we have a grouping under the Race to Zero called GFANZ, which is the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. Over $80 trillion worth of assets have been committed to that. That is a significant amount of money. What we need to now do is to ensure that that funding is then also being able to be channeled into developing countries so that you can have a clean, resilient infrastructure, but also then obviously deliver a return for the private sector at the same time.
Alok, I don't know about, say, in the UK or other countries in the G20, but here in America, when we talk about clean jobs, but also talking about relieving our reliance on coal, on fossil fuels, people get frightened because that means their jobs, their way of life may be going away. How important is it to say, okay, this may be going away, but we're bringing this in, and hopefully we can transition to this that will improve your quality of life job-wise?
Look, I think this is vitally important. And in fact, this concept of a just transition applies across the world. And Al, you're absolutely right. If you look at the UK, back in 2012, 40% of our electricity was coming from coal. We're now at less than 2%. By 2024, we will have no coal in our electricity mix at all. But of course, what we've been able to do is now grow and have the biggest offshore wind sector in the world. And what we need to be doing is ensuring that we are equipping people with the skills. We have a Green Jobs Task Force. We work with trade unions as well to ensure that we can have people equipped for the jobs of the future. And actually, there are transferable skills as well. I recently went to a geothermal site actually in the UK, and I met people there who previously worked in the oil and gas sector, and they were able to work in geothermal projects because they had very clear transferable skills. And I think that is something that is incumbent on all governments to ensure that at the same time as we are going green, at the same time as we are creating these green jobs, we help people transition to that, because we really do not want anybody left behind as part of this process.
When it comes to COP26, there was a study that still sticks out to me, 2017, the US Department of Defense did, that said, and it's only gotten worse, that climate change is the #1 threat to the US's homeland security. Do you find that for other countries, developed countries? And if so, how important is it to those countries as far as their own homeland defense to make climate change mitigation an important part of their policies?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think climate change is one of those all-encompassing issues that affects, a range of security. So whether it's energy security or indeed border security or indeed food security, I mean, all of this is impacted by what we are seeing in terms of climate change. I talked about the fact that we want to ensure at Glasgow that we have done our bit to be able to say we've kept that 1.5 degree limit within reach. The reality is, the science tells us that we are already at over 1 degree global warming, depending on which report you look at, 1.1, 1.2. We are seeing the impacts of that around the world. I mean, you're experiencing this in the US as well. We're experiencing it in the UK. I have visited communities around the world who are being displaced because of the climate change that is happening now. I was recently in Vietnam, a country growing at a very good rate. But the reality is that if we get to global temperature rises of 2 degrees on average, 40% of the Mekong Delta is going to be under seawater. And that's going to affect the lives of 17 million people, their lives and their livelihoods. And you have to think about what happens. Where do those people go when they're affected by the impacts of climate change? And that's why I think climate change is one of those all-encompassing issues that affects security on so many levels for every country around the world.
Right. Well, I believe we're supposed to leave some time for questions. So
yes, thanks very much. Thanks, Al. We have a question waiting for us. We have Stanley Shapiro, who is a college sophomore, who has a question for us. Please, Stanley. Stanley, you're on mute. Now you're clear.
All right, great. So thank you to both for this incredible discussion on a topic that, as Al says, is incredibly pertinent to the security conference here, as it is a huge national security issue. But I had a question on global cooperation regarding climate change. Obviously, the efforts needed to start combating climate change and saving the planet will be massive, to say the least. And I'm wondering if you think that this cooperation will lead to will be a catalyst for cooperation on other issues in this world, or if you think this will use up political capital, to use the term, of local politicians and governments across the world, and will actually reduce cooperation on other issues and start to actually exacerbate them.
Well, thank you for that. I think it's a great question. The reality is that the UK, the US will have differences of opinions with countries around the world. That's a fact of life. However, on this one issue, when it comes to climate, this is something that impacts us all. And certainly in the discussions that I have had with countries around the world, there is a clear recognition that if we don't collectively tackle climate change, it is going to have an impact on all of us. So I do think climate is an issue where we can work collectively together. Frankly, we need to. It needs every country to put their best foot forward on this. And clearly, if that cooperation leads to cooperation in other areas, of course, I very much welcome it. But for me, in my role as COP26 President Designate, the key issue is that we are collaborating internationally on climate. And certainly the conversations that I'm having around the world suggest that there is a realization that we do need to work as a global community on this issue.
I was wondering, as you look at this going into COP26, being realistic, what is your optimism level on a scale of 1 to 10? 1 being, I am going to hide in a closet, to 10 being, I am thrilled and delighted.
Al, you're sounding like some of the journalists that put these questions to me. Look, let me answer it like this: is that I'm hopeful that countries collectively understand that this next decade is going to be absolutely decisive, and that there is a requirement for us to come together. I said to you in London when I held this ministerial meeting with a very large number of ministers from around the world coming together, there was what I would describe as the spirit of London very prevalent. There was a desire to try and reach agreement on some thorniest issues that have evaded us so far in terms of climate negotiations. Are we there? No. Are we making progress? Yes. And the one thing I have said to absolutely every single government that I've talked to is that, yes, the UK does have the presidency of COP26, which we share with our Italian friends, but success at COP26 is going to belong to us, is going to belong to the whole world. And ultimately, we do this not just for our generation, but future generations as well. And just one thought I have on this, which is that for a child that is born today, it doesn't matter where that child is born, whether it's in the US or in China or South Africa or the UK, for that child that is born today, his or her future, when it comes to the planet, will be determined before that child finishes primary school. And that's because this next decade is going to be absolutely decisive. And that's why we need every country to come forward in a spirit of collaboration and for us to reach a successful outcome at Glasgow. I do think this is our last best chance, and we really cannot fail.
You raise an interesting point in that you talk about a child born today. Are you heartened by and given some sort of good feeling the fact that this generation, I've got a 22-year-old daughter and a 19-year-old son, and to them, this is the greatest threat facing this planet, that they are so vocal, that this same generation that marched arm in arm across the world, really, when it came to racial injustice during this past summer, but also to them, just as important is our climate crisis.
Well, I have two daughters. I have a 21-year-old and a 19-year-old. And I can tell you, they are constantly telling me that I need to work even harder in terms of what we're trying to achieve at COP26. This generation is absolutely right. This is a vital issue. And the decisions that this set of world leaders takes is going to impact on them and their generations. And that's why I'm pleased that they are vocal, that they are standing up, they are putting a mirror to world leaders now and saying that we have to collectively act. 6 months ago to Glasgow, I gave a speech actually at a big wind farm, onshore wind farm that is near Glasgow. And before I gave that speech, I spoke to my daughters and I said, what is the one message you want me to give to world leaders? And they said simply, tell them to pick the planet. And that is a message that is coming through loud and clear from young people around the world. Every visit that I make to an individual country, I speak to civil society, I speak to young people, and they are speaking with one voice. They want us to get this right at COP26, and that's what we all need to collectively do.
And quickly, one last thing. You mentioned different administrations. How do you harden what comes out of COP26 so that when there's a change in an administration, no matter what country, that what has been agreed to continues to stay on track?
Yeah, so I think that this is a sort of an important issue. What I would say to you, look, I'll give you our example from the UK and other countries where I think there is a political consensus on this issue. And I think we are going to see that growing political consensus. This isn't, globally, certainly this isn't about sort of, right and left. This is about what is the right thing to do for our planet. So I hope that global consensus continues. And I hope that what we put in place in Glasgow is something that endures, because frankly, if we don't, then the future we have ahead of us is going to be really very bleak.
Well, Locke, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thanks for putting up with my inept questions. And you're doing a Marcel Marceau at times.
Thank you so much.
Your questions were brilliant. Thank you very much for having me on. I hope when I'm in the States, I can come and do a physical event together with Aspen. Looking forward to that.
We'd welcome that. Thank you so much, Minister Sharma. Thank you, Al Roker. I'm going to pass it back to Ambassador Burns now. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much to Alok Sharma and to Al Roker. We're now going to transition to a very important discussion with the senior senator from Alaska, Senator Lisa Murkowski. She'll be interviewed by our friend, Peter Baker of the New York Times. And Peter, if there's Senator Murkowski, welcome, Senator. And there's Peter Baker. Let me just say, we're so very pleased to have Senator Murkowski here. She's a leader in the Senate on many different issues, particularly on energy, on renewable energy, on increasing energy efficiency, on making America's energy more reliable. From a national security perspective, Senator, which I've always valued about your service in the Senate is your emphasis on the Arctic as a national security issue, to increase the number of icebreakers available to the United States, and to take the Arctic as a national security issue seriously. And you've introduced legislation to that effect. So thank you for that. Thank you for agreeing to interview with us. And I'll turn this over to Peter Baker. I think most people on this Zoom call know that Peter has covered the last 4 presidents for the New York Times and Washington Post. He's the chief White House correspondent for New York Times, and along with his wife, Susan Glasser, they've written a magnificent book on one of our great secretaries of state, James A. Baker III, the man who ran Washington. I've read it, and I encourage everyone to go out and buy it. Peter, take it away. And Senator Murkowski, thank you for being with us.
Well, thanks, Nick. Thank you very much. And thank you for that very kind introduction. I'm very glad to be here with everybody today. Thank you, Senator, for being with us. It's going to be, I hope, a fun, if short, conversation as we try to squeeze in a lot in a very short amount of time. But thank you for taking the time. Senator, you were in Reykjavik in May for the most recent meeting of the Arctic Council. And at this point now, the chairmanship of the council is turning over to Russia for the next 2 years. We're at odds with Russia on so many different fronts right now. Our relationship probably hasn't been as bad as it's been right now for many, many years. What do you anticipate are the big challenges in having Russia in charge of this council, given that the Arctic is one more area where we have significant disagreements with Moscow about?
Well, Peter, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to have this dialogue with you and to the Aspen Studies Group. I appreciate this. We're talking about a subject that I spend a lot of attention on, a lot of focus on, and have for years and years. You mentioned our relationship with Russia. I have been part of what we call the Arctic Parliamentarians. This is a group of parliamentarians from the 8 Arctic nations. We gather several times a year. I've been participating for probably 15 years now. And it's been interesting because there has been an acknowledgement in our working circles that even while Moscow and Washington, D.C. and our leaders may be at odds on other issues, there is an ability to talk about the Arctic in a way and in a manner that allows for fruitful discussion, that allows for a level of cooperation. Now, that is not always the case. We know and we recognize that. But I do think that the Arctic presents opportunities for discussion and discourse with Russia, even at a time of very heightened tensions. Now, you mentioned the Arctic Council and the fact that Russia now has the chairmanship. Remember, there are other Arctic forums. The Arctic Circle you mentioned, I was in Reykjavik in May. There are venues where we can be coming together with our Arctic partners that are perhaps outside of some of the political discussions that may come about in the Arctic Council initiative. So I have long viewed that while we may have our challenges with Russia, and we certainly do at this moment in time, that if there is one area that we ought to be able to have discussions about, whether it is the environment, whether it is indigenous peoples, whether it is the search and rescue, oil spill prevention, there are areas that we can be working together. And that gives an opportunity where perhaps at this time in this place, it's more challenged.
Thank you for that. The Russians are investing a good deal into this idea of a Northeast Passage, what they call the Northern Sea Route, which will become a commercial success, they believe, because of global warming, because of the change in our climate. What's our strategy for this newly opening route? And should we acquiesce to Russia, which is asserting that any passage through there requires their permission? And if we don't abide by that, if we don't acquiesce to that assertion on their part, what is our plan if they push it, basically? In other words, what are our options as you see it?
Well, first quick answer is no, we don't acquiesce. Again, how we are working together to better define the rules of the road, if you will, coming down through the Bering Straits. You basically have 57 miles between the United States, Alaska, and Russia. How are we dealing with issues of transit through these waters? There's the Coast Guard Forum that I think is a significant opportunity. It has been an area where, once again, you can have leadership from the two countries that are coming together to focus on areas of cooperation, search and rescue. The chiefs of the Arctic Defense Forum, this was terminated back so this was about 6-7 years ago, I guess it was, after the Crimea annexation. So is this an opportunity to bring that back? I think at the bottom line to all of this is that there has to be communication back and forth. And so how we engage, I think, is important. I will just say it's not necessarily in keeping with your question, but I raise it because I have long been an advocate for ratification of the law of the sea. It doesn't have to do with channels of transit like you're talking about, but when we're talking about the areas of the Arctic that are clearly defined and where they aren't so clearly defined, I feel it's important that the United States truly have a seat at that table. And without having ratified the law of the sea, there is an absence there. And so is that a limiting factor in our discussions going forward? I think that's something that we need to be talking about.
Talk about Alaska specifically in this regard. What's the consequence? What's the stake for Alaska in terms of perhaps missing out on this new trade, given this passage, this sea route that the Russians are talking about?
Well, from a trade perspective, it is important that Alaska is a participant. It's not as if we have a great deal of a product for export, but our reality is that if we fail to build the infrastructure on the US side along the Alaska coastline there, whether it is a deep water port at Nome or Kotzebue, whether it's opportunity for search and rescue platforms out in St. Paul, St. George, whether it is resupply in Dutch Harbor. If we haven't built this out, you've got it right across the water there on the Russian side. So we miss out on that in terms of a servicing and a supply. And again, the ability to be a broader participant in what we're seeing moving through these very narrow waterways. Another thing that I will just raise in this conversation, it was just last year, alarms ringing to the Coast Guard, and actually my staff was on the receiving end. We had Alaskan fishermen that were out in the Bering Sea area, and they were literally buzzed by Russian bombers. There were naval frigates that were in the water, very, very threatening to those fishermen. They were basically forced to cut their nets and move out of these waterways. Russia says it's an exercise, but it was the most significant exercise of this type that we have seen in decades. So it's not just about transit, it's about how we are using these waters here and the manner in which we are using them. It goes back to what I just mentioned, and that is, how are we communicating with one another? Whether we like our neighbors or not, Russia is pretty dang close to us. And so how we communicate, how we share information in a way that recognizes the mutual areas of cooperation that have to go on when you have these shared waterways, at the same time that you have the political issues in front of us. It is a challenge.
Russia has so much of its territory, either in or connected to the Arctic Circle much more than we do, obviously. And they take this so seriously. I asked this because some of our colleagues, some of our reporters were recently in St. Petersburg at the invitation of Rosatom, which is the Russian nuclear company, as you know. And they showed off 3 nearly finished nuclear icebreakers, the Ural, the Yakutia, and the Sibir. Each of them cost about $1 billion, and they're building 2 more, one that's going to be twice as large as these existing models. And my understanding is the U.S. Coast Guard, we're planning for some polar security cutters, but that there's a funding issue, and that right now the Coast Guard only has 2 icebreakers, and neither of them is nuclear powered. I guess I'm curious from your point of view, are we doing enough to keep up? Is this a new competition in effect between us and Russia? And if it is, what do we need to do to make sure we're competitive?
Well, I'm only smiling because you asked the simple question, are we doing enough to keep up? And my answer has been flat out no. We haven't been doing enough to keep up for a long time. The fact that the Arctic I've been here in the Senate now almost 20 years, and for the first half of my tenure here, whenever I raised the subject of the Arctic, people thought it was just an Alaska only issue. It's like an Alaska earmark. Believe it or not, when I first brought up the need for polar security cutters for icebreakers, they basically said, well, Murkowski's looking for an earmark for her state. It is not about Alaska. It is about the fact that the United States is an Arctic nation because of Alaska. So let's behave like one. Let's be a participant in this. The fact that we don't have an Arctic ambassador, the fact that we have been so late to the game. When it comes to the assets that we need to be a real participant, you've got to have the ability to work in the Arctic. So yes, we've made good headway of late. We have 3 polar security cutters that are in the works. The first one will come, will be finished, completed in 2024. So 3 more plus 3 more smaller ones are online. So we are working towards the funding, and that has been significant. But to your point, the problem that we have is we have 1 operational icebreaker right now, 1. And it's serving full time down in Antarctica, doing the plow out for McMurdo. We saw it in Alaska this past summer for the first time in decades. And the only reason it was there was because COVID had basically closed out the refueling mission. And so we got a polar security icebreaker, a polar class icebreaker up in the Arctic for the first time in decades. What's wrong with this picture? Well, let me tell you. You mentioned what Russia is building up, and they are very aggressive in advertising it all. They're not hiding it from anyone. They want to show Arctic dominance. But I was over in China a few years back at an Arctic Circle meeting in Shanghai, and they were advertising with great bravado that they too were building their second nuclear powered icebreaker with more icebreakers on the line. They call themselves a near Arctic state, whatever that may be. It should get the attention and hopefully get those competitive juices of Americans flowing when they look around and they see all of these other countries that are engaging in the Arctic, that are putting resources towards the Arctic. And they should ask the question, where are we? How prepared are we? We're going to have a gap between the time that the Polar Star, which is operating now, has to be retired. She's on her 2nd round of a makeover and doesn't have too many more useful years. By the time the first one gets done, we will have 1 out in the water. And where is that ship going to go? Down to Antarctica to fulfill the mission there. What's happening up in the Arctic? Wide open space. We do have a medium strength icebreaker, the Healy, that has been working hard. She had a tough year last year with a fire, but it's not the capability. It's not the polar class icebreaker. And so we are behind. Long answer to your very simple question. We are behind and we got to get cracking.
Sarah, thank you very much. I'm glad we were able to talk about this because I think it's an often overlooked frontier in terms of our foreign policy and as well as our national security policy. So thank you very much for joining us at this point. I'm going to turn it back over to Nick Burns, and I think we're going to continue, I think, with one of your colleagues shortly.
Great. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. Thanks for drawing attention to the Arctic as a national security imperative, because I think a lot of us are very much in agreement with you on that.
Thank you. We got a lot of work to do.
Much. Thank you. And we're now going to welcome our friend Dan Sullivan, the other senator from Alaska. And if Senator Sullivan's ready, he can activate his screen, and we'll look forward to a good. And there he is. Senator Sullivan, welcome. I just wanted to give you a proper introduction as a friend and as a former colleague at the State Department. I think many of you know that Senator Sullivan was sworn in 2015. He serves on 4 committees that are critical to our national security, including armed services. He's actually a colonel in the U.S. Marine Corps Reserve. He's the only member of the Senate still serving in the United States military. And I thought interesting for Senator Sullivan, we've had a big focus, Senator, on China over the last 2 days, that you were deployed in 1996 with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Force in the third Taiwan Straits crisis, which is pretty significant. And I just also want to say I had a chance to serve with Senator Sullivan when he was Assistant Secretary of State for Economic Affairs. We both worked for Secretary Condoleezza Rice, and he's a member of the Aspen Strategy Group, so we couldn't be more happy to have Senator Sullivan here as a national security expert and as a great senator from Alaska. And Dan, you're going to be interviewed by one of America's great correspondents in Peter Baker, so welcome.
Great. Hey, thanks, Nick, and great to be on the program, especially after being there with Senator Murkowski, and always a pleasure to be with my friend Ambassador Burns and Peter. Looking forward to the questions. And I have your book too. I haven't read it yet, but congrats on your book. It's
a great book, Dan.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm the biggest James Baker fan, so I'm looking forward to reading it.
Well, thank you very much. And Nick, the check is in the mail. Thank you very much, Senator. It's very kind of you, and I appreciate your picking up the book. If you get a chance, it's great. You're terrific to join us tonight. And we just finished a conversation with Senator Murkowski about the Arctic, but one thing she mentioned at the end leads us into today's conversation with you, which is China. She mentioned China is, competing with us, not just in all the places we normally think about, but even in the Arctic. And that raises the question for me about what your perspective is these days about China. One of the things it feels like we may have some bipartisan agreement on in Washington, among all the other differences we have, is China. And do you see it that way? What did President Trump get right? What did President Trump get wrong? What should we, looking at his policy toward China, what should we adopt and agree to, and what should we do in a different way now that we have a different president?
Well, look, I'm really glad you asked that question, because I think it's the key question, and I think it's often overlooked question. And, as Nick mentioned, I started working on the China issues really as part of my first deployment as a Marine. As he mentioned, I was part of what's now referred to as the third Taiwan Strait crisis, when President Clinton sent 2 carrier battle groups when it looked like China was getting ready to invade Taiwan, and the ship I was on actually was the one that got the orders to run the Taiwan Strait at the height of the crisis. And during my time at the State Department, I was the lead on the Secretary Paulson's strategic economic dialogues as a Alaska cabinet official in charge of energy and natural resources. Went to China a number of times. And I mention all this because when I first got to the Senate, a little over 6 years ago, I used to give a speech that was essentially saying, hey, look, I know we got challenges with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and I get it. I'm a Marine. I've been out there to the Middle East. But the big challenge is China for the 21st century. And nobody, as far as I can tell, as a new senator, is talking about it. So I would go give that speech on the Senate floor on a regular basis. Here's the good news. And I actually think it's really good news. I think it's really important news. And again, I'm so glad you asked the question, because I don't think it gets recognized as much. And that is, to your point, there is a bipartisan consensus. And I cannot give that speech ever again on the Senate floor. Everybody's talking about China. And in many ways, there is growing bipartisan consensus about what we should do. Let me give you a couple examples. I do think President Trump and his team deserve a lot of credit with regard to the national security strategy that, H.R. McMaster and Matt Pottinger and others worked on, saying, hey, we need to reorient from the post 9/11 focus on violent extremist organizations, which was the proper focus, to the return of great power competition with China as our pacing threat. Then Secretary Mattis put forward the National Defense Strategy, which was very focused on that. And as you mentioned, or as Nick mentioned, I sit on the armed services, and I can tell you, Peter, that the last 3 to 4 NDAAs have literally been shaped in a bipartisan way, focused on China, focused on the National Defense Strategy. So to me, there is a very significant bipartisan coming together on this issue. And I think it's really important because, we got a long way to go, but I honestly believe the thing that Xi Jinping fears more than anything is a long-term, bipartisan, serious strategy with regard to the United States dealing with the challenges that we have with China. We're not there yet, but it's starting to happen. And even now, I have a lot of disagreements with the Biden administration on a number of issues, but I am working very closely with a number of the Biden administration officials, Kurt Campbell, the Secretary of Defense, some of the NSC folks, the new Assistant Secretary Eli Ratner for Defense, very regularly with them on this big problem set.
You mentioned Taiwan specifically in your own involvement back in the day, in the 1990s. Today, with so many other issues that we are dealing with in China, how important is Taiwan still? I mean, we're talking about the South China Sea, we talk about tariffs and trade, we talk about Belt and Road, we talk about so many issues with China. Does Taiwan still, represent the same, sine qua non that it once did as kind of a defining issue with us when it comes to China?
Yes, I think it's enormously important. And, I was on a Zoom with a number of China scholars recently, just trying to get smart on the issue. And I don't want to misquote him, but a professor out at Stanford, Larry Diamond, had mentioned that in some ways this issue is more important than ever, because if you did have some kind of forceful attempt to take over Taiwan, and I was just recently out there with a Senate co-del, Senator Duckworth and I, and Senator Coons, the three of us were in Taiwan just about a month ago, primarily bringing vaccinations to the country, announcing those, because the Chinese Communist Party has really been kind of strangling Taiwan from receiving vaccinations. But, in this Zoom I had recently, Professor Diamond talked about how, yes, that would be a huge issue between the United States and China and our allies in the Asia Pacific. But he said in many ways, the entire world order could be at stake. And, some people have likened this to, that could be an event almost, analogous to something like Sarajevo in 1914, such an enormously important event. So it's an issue that a number of senators, both Democrats and Republicans, are very focused on. And as you know, Peter, the Senate has played a very prominent role in this regard, particularly as it relates to the Taiwan Relations Act, which I did double check President Biden supported when he was a US Senator. And that does set the kind of tenor for our relationship with Taiwan. And I think one of the things we need to do is, again, to your question, highlight to the American people just how important this issue is. And I'll just mention one final thing. My first time I was in Taiwan, not on a ship, but on the ground, was a CODEL led by Senator McCain. And the State Department official who greeted us, we were traveling on a bus to meet with the president. He said something I'll never forget. He said, you're in Taiwan, it's a vibrant democracy, it's a vibrant economy. And the only reason this place exists is because of the sacrifice of the American people, the sacrifice of the American military. It's something that every American, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, should take pride in because of this vibrant place, democracy, one of the most important economies in the world. And that exists because of what the United States did. That's what he said, stuck with me, and I think it's important to remind people of that.
We're trying to cram so much in a very short amount of time here, but I think it would be remiss not to mention the Uyghurs, which remains, of course, one of the great human rights, catastrophes in the world right now. Is there more we should be doing about that? Because it often feels like that issue gets lost among all the many other issues we have with China, including, very big trade issues and tariff issues. Is that something that you see options that we haven't taken that we should be taking?
Yeah, I actually firmly believe that there's more that we should be doing. One of the issues, I know you had the SEC chairman Gensler on yesterday, and I wrote him and had a good discussion with him just over the weekend. I wrote him with a number of other senators, raising some of the real significant challenges that investors, American investors, face when investing in Chinese companies that are listed on American exchanges. You may have seen the chairman of the SEC put out guidance on Friday in response to our letter, and he's going to be looking at this issue, and I think that's a good start. But to the one more specific point that you raised, we do have a lot of American companies, a lot of American financial institutions, a lot of American banks who seem to kind of be looking the other way with regard to the work they're doing with some of these companies that have connections to this human rights catastrophe. And I think we need to make sure that we're starting at home to American Wall Street firms and other companies saying, hey, if you are working with, funding, complicit with some of these companies that are involved in that part of the world undertaking these human rights abuses and more than that, you need to cease that. And if you don't, I think, again, there's going to be a lot more bipartisan support in the Congress to take action in that way, particularly as it relates to some of our own companies, not just the Chinese companies.
You mentioned, we'll wrap it up here. You mentioned the letter that you and Senator Kennedy wrote to Chairman Gensler, and he put out these guidelines. Are you satisfied with those guidelines? Do they go far enough in your view, or do you think that there should be more?
I think it's a good start. As I said to him, what they really need to do is fully enforce what we referenced in the letter, the Holding Foreign Companies Accountable Act. Now, again, that goes to your first question. That bill passed in December unanimously in the US Senate and unanimously in the House. I mean, that doesn't happen a lot around here.
That's right.
And what that bill in essence says is if you are a Chinese company listed on an American exchange, that you have to undertake the same audit processes that American companies undertake to also be listed, leveling the playing field. And from my perspective, what I encourage the chairman to do is expeditiously and fully enforce that. If they don't undertake those kind of audits, then the legislation mandates that they be delisted. I think it's unlikely that they're going to do that. And as you know, Peter, it's not up to the CEOs of those companies. It's going to be up to the Chinese Communist Party that's going to call the shot on whether they're going to allow American auditors to do that. But I think in some ways that's just the tip of the iceberg. Let me give you two more examples. The SEC has oversight of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act and has oversight of what's called the Conflict Minerals Act. And again, every American company has to abide by those laws to access our investors, American capital. Why should we not require Chinese companies to do that? So I'm working on legislation that relates to both those. I think it's going to be very bipartisan because it's reasonable and it's fair. And I think the chairman views those as something that's interesting, and we're going to continue to have a conversation on that.
Well, that's great. I wish we could have a longer conversation because it's such an important issue, but you're great to join us today. We're delighted to have you with us and really appreciate your comments and your thoughts for us. We're going to turn it back over now to Nick, and I think we'll thank the Senator for joining us.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Senator, we could have gone on for a long time. We want to be respectful of your time, but I just want to thank you for making the point about bipartisanship. As you know very well, the Chinese leadership has been saying that the United States is weakening and that China is strengthening, and we need to show them that's not the case. And you're right that if Democrats and Republicans can be united on strategy and on the messaging to China, that's going to help in that. So thank you for what you've been doing as a member of the Senate to make that happen.
Thank you, Nick. And we've done it before, right? After World War II, when the Cold War was upon us and the strategy of containment was launched. I mean, it wasn't easy, but that was overall decades of bipartisan focus that helped us win the Cold War. I think we can do it again.
You're exactly right. And thank you for everything you're doing as a member of the Aspen Strategy Group. We appreciate it very much.
Absolutely. I look forward when we meet in person again.
Hopefully late September. So we'll be in touch. But thanks, Senator. And to our friend Peter Baker, you always answer the call. Thank you very much for being with us, Peter.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate it. Looking forward to being in person too.
Thank you. And thanks to all online. We still have a lot of people online. This concludes our 2 days of the Aspen Security Forum, where we've tried to grapple with the leading challenges to American foreign policy and America's interests overseas. We thank you for joining us. We remain a bipartisan group that believes that Americans can be most successful if we're operating with both parties behind the wheel. And that's been our tradition over 37 years. I want to thank all of our speakers. I want to thank NBC, our corporate sponsor, and all of our other sponsors, but particularly I want to thank our great director, Neve King, and her fantastic staff for all the efforts they've made to be successful. Thanks to our rising leaders who've been with us for the last 3 days here in Washington, D.C. And please check out the website of the Aspen Strategy Group and the Aspen Security Forum. You get a lot of information there on these foreign policy issues that are at the basis of our efforts. Thank you to everyone who's been involved.